One sec. Yeah. Nothing's easy, is it? Oh my god, that thing's on here? Alright, yeah, bear with me. I'm just trying to sort stuff out. Yes, I know for playback this is a horrible start, but it's because I'll talk about it a little bit in a minute. That's because we have a lovely let me see if you can even hear me. All right, I think we're going. Wade Wilson's here. He says, is this chat for a certain individual? No, it's not. All right, looks like Matt found us. Yeah, so what happened was the OBS wouldn't, I scheduled the stream 12 hours ago, and I tried to connect to that scheduled stream, and it wouldn't work. So I just had to start a new one. So, I think we're going. Can people say if they can hear me or not? 13 minutes late, but better than never. I hope other people find this. Okay. Wade Wilson identifies the image in the thingamabob. I'm assuming because he can see it. Can we hear me? Can I have some feedback if we can hear me? And if so, how's it sound? This is kind of a crappy start. We've got Elite Thunder HD is here. Welcome. This is the very first, and honestly, having I got the screw up kind of settled 13 minutes in. This is the first show. I'm still no feedback if we can hear me. Can we hear me? This is the first show, if we can hear me, that I'm streaming through an actual streaming program, and it kind of screwed up the streaming program. I mean the show, but I think we're on. It's just freaking me out that no one's saying if they can hear me or not. Honestly, having a okay, well I can hear me, so anyway, Wade ordered 3 more Laserdiscs, the Blob 88, the Manitou and Netherworld, another full moon one, huh? Welcome Verisimilitude. Yeah. There was a screw up with the start today because this is the first week I'm streaming through OBS to hopefully have a better sounding audio without all that static crap. I did an hour-long test yesterday, and there was a hang-up because OBS wouldn't connect to my scheduled stream that I scheduled 12 hours ago, so I just had to start a new one. So I don't know if that'll be something that I'll just start, instead of scheduling it. I think scheduling it works good, though, for people to know from other parts of the world what time it's going to start. But either way, we're going to be able to make it work, even if I just have to start a fresh one right at the time or whatever. Wade Wilson says he made sure the Blob 88 was Laserdisc was rot-free. That Laserdisc is known to be a rotter. The seller said he fully tested it. Well, he or she, he's assuming he also had the name JoJo too. That's insane. So apologies for the rough start. I just assumed it would work. Well, we all know what happens when you assume. It makes an ass out of all of us. Oh my god. So anyway, obviously if people want to, I guess let me know in chat because my Skyping stuff is currently not turned on. So if if anyone wants to connect on Skype, let me know and I'll turn my stuff on. And since we've got Matt and Verisimilitude here, I think it only makes sense if someone calls to either that, or I suppose I could call the group so we can connect that way if people want to Skype. Let me know in the comments if people want to Skype. I'll set my stuff up. Comments are kind of doing this. Yeah, I haven't seen a comment for a few seconds, so it's kind of making me worried, but hopefully all is well. Looking at a completely different setup here on my end in OBS. As I said in my test yesterday, it's easier on the eyes to read the chat in here, which is good. Still haven't seen a new comment. Someone say something because I'm getting freaked out that we're not good. There we go. Oh, yeah, okay. I got to turn my Skype on, Matt. All of this, call the group though. Yeah. God, all this stuff. I should be Skypeable. Wade Wilson says his real name is Joseph. If he didn't say that before, growing up with my nephews, would call me Uncle. Oh, I see. Joe. I see. Don't know how it was spelled. That was just my nickname. Okay. I prefer Joe if that's cool. Verisimilitude says he'll jump on Skype shortly. Okay. Yeah, Matt, if you want to call, I guess it only makes sense to call. I don't know if you can call the group. I would assume you can. Oh, I see. Hello? Okay, so I can't hear. Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, my mic is. I'm echoing. Okay, I think I'm good.
Do you got a different mic or something?
No, I had it muted for some reason. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. So yeah, when you call the group, it's just a little different. I have to just click join, but that's okay. I made it work.
Jojo Wilson doesn't want to be called Joe.
Well, okay, that it's going to be Wilson.
I understand. Yeah.
Because I don't like the word Joseph. I think of a Technicolor Dreamcoat.
Oh man.
So Wilson, it'll be. He doesn't want to ever be called Joe. It reminds him of the dimwit in White House. Okay, if you'd rather think of a Technicolor Dreamcoat, I guess more power to you. Oh, I see. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, I guess I can get behind him on that one, huh?
Oh yeah.
Okay, Wilson it is. Wade Wilson.
Wait, is that the one that was banned from YouTube?
Yeah, hence the different account.
But my mic doesn't sound good? Hold on.
Ever be called dimwit and brother people? Oh, I see.
He says my mic doesn't sound good. I don't know if it's not. I have the same mic.
Right. It sounds fine in the speaker to me, unless it should sound fine.
Oh, let me check. Let me try to listen. Let me mute it and try to listen.
Okay. So anyway, I think we'll just call you Wilson. Or what about? Yeah, I don't want to call you Jojo. That's like anyway. I think we'll call you Wilson because I'm doing this on OBS. I can't. It doesn't even have to go. Okay.
It sounds like it's a little distorted, like it's too loud.
Oh, okay. Then I'll move it away from the microphone for the show.
Okay. See what they say. Say now. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, okay. Yeah, bear with us. We're still trying to deal with some technical difficulties. Yeah, the reason that is probably because of the got a different mic situation. Well, it's same mic, but I mean because we're using an actual streaming program, we'll have to adjust the speaker for. Okay.
Yeah, it's still a little. It's a little better, but maybe the.
Okay, I just have to
Yeah.
keep like
Yeah,
moving it away
bear
from.
with us till-
Yeah, how's it sound now? I don't know if you can hear it.
You're talking to chat, right?
Yeah, well, I guess Wilson's the only one speaking.
Yeah, that's true.
Wilson, does it sound better or?
Yeah, I keep moving a speaker away from the mic, so it should get better at some point.
All right, let me do another check. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Let me check.
I'm glad my audio is really clear. Now we just have to fix the Skype call audio. Yep. Bear with us as we try to figure things out. Reconfigure. Thanks for the input, though, Wilson. So that way we can get this fixed.
It's not distorted anymore, but it's a little lower than your volume.
Right. Okay. So
maybe in between what you did, and we might be all right.
Here, maybe I'll keep it the same distance, but I'll turn it up.
Oh, okay. That'll work. So keep the distance and yeah. Okay. Yeah, verisimilitude. Okay. Let me do one more check. So testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Wade, yeah, I hate Will Ferrell. I think Will Ferrell is in Anchorman. I can't stand him, so I have not seen Anchorman. I have not seen anything he's in. I can't stand Will Ferrell. Wilson asked if I've seen Anchorman for the show, in case the show's wondering. But thank you for asking. Let's see if we can get Matt figured out here. Well, actually, it'll be the audio for Skype in general, not just Matt, once other people join.
Okay. I think it's pretty good. I guess. You there?
I'm here. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's hard to. You have to talk as well as me.
So we can both hear how everyone sounds.
Yeah. To see your let me try again.
Once upon a time, there was a free country called Mars. It wasn't located on planet Earth. It was located on Mars. On Mars, they sell Earth bars. They sell Earth bars on Mars and Mars bars on Earth. We can both hear how everyone sounds. To see your Okay, yeah, I'm understanding. So on Mars they sell Earth bars, and on Earth they sell Mars bars. Okay, Verisimilitude's got some feedback. He says everything is coming through clear. Hopefully we're at a good point right now, but god dang, I sound great this week, and if I use this OBS moving forward, I'll sound great every week. Wilson says, have you seen...
I think it's good enough.
I think maybe we're good. Wilson says, have you seen the Blob 88? I've seen that. I haven't seen the Manitou. I don't think I've actually seen... I can't remember if I think I've got the Netherworld on VHS, but I haven't seen Manitou. He says, I think you mentioned that Netherworld was either Full Moon Movies, so I think you've seen that one, Nate. Yeah, I've seen everything but Manitou.
They should do a Blob remake.
Huh?
They should do a Blob remake.
Oh, another one. Okay.
Yeah, why not, right? Just they remake everything else.
There you go. Why not? Why
I'm
not?
surprised they haven't done it, to be honest.
That's actually a good point. Yeah, it'd just be a big CG blob.
Yeah, yeah. Or well, did they ever do? They never really did that. What's that spider movie that was kind of good from the '90s? Where like it was a horror movie with the spiders in the house or something.
Oh, Arachnophobia.
Yeah, they never did that again, or even tried it. Like I've never seen any other spider. I don't know. They don't do anything anymore that's creative or interesting. It's just everything's just shit.
Well, you must have you heard of Eight-Legged Freaks? That was like 2002. It was
yeah, that was like a comedy kind of. Yeah, that was pretty good. But yeah, but even that was 2002.
Oh yeah, it wasn't exactly yesterday, was it?
No, and it was yeah, they haven't done anything. I don't know. They don't do anything. Yeah, it's just
Recycle the same shit.
yeah. Oh, speaking of, yeah, I watched Spider-Man: No Way Home again because it just came out online to watch. So
yeah,
I managed to find that free online in HD, which was nice.
Yeah, I'll say Austin's with us. I don't think I said Austin's with us. He says, "Hey there." He's seen the Manitou. He says Rob Zombie was going to do a Blob movie. Oh, I think I can remember that. His would have been all nasty with all these white trash people getting eaten by the Blob.
Yeah, once you've seen one of his movies, you've pretty much seen them all. It's literally the same cast, the same plot.
Yep, Sherry Moon Zombie.
Yep, and all his friends.
Sherry Moon Zombie's a stripper.
Oh, man. Oh, they had an original.
Wilson says 2002 is better than 2022. Yeah. Now everything is so WOKE and annoying. Looks like he's a part of the left-right paradigm. I don't know if he's taken
really refer to that paradigm here.
Taken by that paradigm. Wilson might be taken by that paradigm.
Yeah. Hey, it's like It's like WWE wrestling. You know, you got the different wrestlers all in the same. You know, behind closed doors, they're all, you know,
in the same dressing room. Yeah.
Yeah, the same dressing room, getting the fat check, just putting on a show. Basically, what it is.
Wilson says, "Isn't Manitou basically a movie inspired by The Exorcist, but a bit weirder? Believe it or not." Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Don't you know about it? You're the one who bought it. Verisimilitude says.
Did you see the Batman yet, or?
No, I'm not gonna see that. I'm not gonna.
Okay.
I've got no.
Waste the money.
Right, I'm not gonna see that.
Okay, I thought you said.
Yeah, I didn't know. Was it last week? I wasn't sure yet, but
yeah.
I'll see it eventually on disc for cheap, but I'm not gonna rush to see it. Verisimilitude says they were gonna do Blob remake a few years ago. Rob Zombie was gonna direct. We'll talk about it. Okay. Wilson says I haven't seen it in a while, so I think he's talking about the Manitou. So when I watch it on Laserdisc, it'll be the first time I see it in a while. There you go. Yeah, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I might not be able to schedule, it doesn't really matter, but I might not be able to do that that scheduling of the show in advance thing anymore. It just wouldn't connect. It wouldn't connect with it, but I guess it's really not that big a deal.
It's what?
It's not that big a deal if I can't do that scheduling the show in advance thing.
Maybe it's something you got to do with OBS differently or something.
Yeah, it should have worked, but whatever. It wouldn't connect. So anyway, we're going now.
Was it like the same key? Like, did you get the right key you had to put in, or?
Well, I did everything in OBS that it should. It's like you manage the stream, and I could start a new one or start a scheduled one, and I picked the right one, and everything was going fine. It just like the last step, it just wouldn't work. So.
Okay.
Might just have to start them fresh every week, which is fine.
Yeah, I never used OBS to Well, I used it once, but I used to just the times I just did it right off of YouTube. But
Oh, right, but
I didn't have the crackling problem.
yeah,
So.
I don't know. It's definitely to do with YouTube, obviously, and not my mic, as my mic had worked fine for an hour yesterday on OBS. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And see, is it working fine now? Any crackling?
Well, I can't hear it myself, but Wilson said I sound amazing.
Okay. Yeah.
But I mean, what's new?
What'd you say? Sorry.
I sound amazing, but what's new? Ha ha ha.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What kind of mic do you have? Do you have like a condenser mic or?
I don't know. It's
like
it's a $50 razor.
Okay. Cool. And do you just use it for the show, or do you use it for like voiceovers?
Well, since I got the mic, and if I just do a little video that doesn't have, it's not shot with the camera, I'll use it for that, like some showcasings. I've been doing some showcasings on things that I just take pictures from eBay, and so I'll use it for those videos.
Okay, that's not bad. What's the temperature out there today?
Oh yeah, I had that all queued up, and then everything went to shit. So let me go get that again. We've had a really nice week so far. Whoops, this thing's glitching up. Okay, 45 today.
Not bad.
It was like 55 yesterday.
Wow. Spring's here. You're going to be out there kayaking, and you're going to drop the show soon.
Well, the lakes have to thaw before I can kayak, but yeah, I'll drop the show.
Oh, boy, you'll be biking then.
Then I'll be biking. Yep, the show will be dropped soon. As a matter of fact, I'm leaving right now. Bye, everyone.
It's a shame you can't do the show on mobile yet.
Oh God, yeah.
I hate that they took that away, because then you could be biking and doing the show. and then have us on speaker. And then so every other asshole can listen to us talk.
Yeah.
As you do your show, like every other, it just become one of those people. Like fuck it,
Yeah.
Just whatever. That would be funny. Or you're like on the lake and you're doing the show, just here paddling.
Yeah.
Damn, that'd be funny.
Austin says, one sec here. I don't want to leave Austin out. Austin says, instead we're getting Rob Zombie's Monsters. Oh, are we? I don't keep up on Rob Zombie.
Oh, yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. We are. He's right.
Oh.
Yeah, what the hell was that? So he's going to have these same redneck trash. I mean, Jesus Christ. What's his wife going to be, the woman? It's just going to be like, get...
Sherry Moon.
Because he's not going to hire anyone else.
Right.
To be the same fucking people.
I think Sid Haig's dead, though, so I don't know what he's going to do.
Who's dead? One of them died?
Yeah, I think Sid Haig was a regular Rob Zombie contributor. So he'll have to get someone with a face mask of that guy. Wilson says the artwork on the Laserdisc of the Manitou sold him, and he also got it pretty cheap. I think it was like $14. That's very cool. Wilson says it was also manufactured by Pioneer, so it probably has a pretty good picture video quality. Yeah, I just realized that I've got two Laserdiscs of Friday the 13th, and they're both different. So at some point I'm going to make a video showcasing the differences. Like one of them is from 81 and one of them is from 82, and the 81 doesn't have a barcode. It's just really interesting how, like, 2 years back to back, there's two separate pressings of Friday the 13th on Laserdisc with very.
I gotta ask you, and I'm sure your audience has wondered about some of your recent videos. What did you have when you were out there doing the fire with Beth? Do you just record you guys out there sometimes, or was that something like, hey, let's record me?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm a sucker for. I love fires, and especially just the ambience and the sound that goes on just by doing an outdoor fire. So I pretty much record all of them all the way through.
Oh, okay. And then the Nate skid loading Minnesota snow. What was that?
Yeah, that was my mom's boyfriend at the time. So it was his place and his skid loader.
Oh, okay. And then the Anarchy drive-through. Did you talk about that last week?
I don't think so. There's not much to say. What did you want to ask?
Well, no, I don't want to. I was just if you had any more commentary on that video, is this kind of like a weekly thing? Just these cavemen, what was he doing? I mean,
Well,
was he just trying
grandstanding.
to get a better look at something?
No, I mean he's just showing off. Some people out in public have to like just grandstand and be like, "Here, world, here I am." I don't know. It was just like, I guess he just wanted to show off and see if he could get any positive feedback. I don't know.
Yeah, I just don't understand. I mean, if he was like a teenager or something, I would understand.
Yeah, but that was
like
a father. They had their daughter with them at the show.
Jesus Christ! And he's driving a behemoth Avalanche.
Yep.
An SUV. So he must be loving the gas prices now. Those things get like 12 to the gallon. Oh man, because it's a Suburban basically, with just the bed.
Oh my
the big V8.
God.
Oh man, that's funny.
Versimilitude says we're both coming through crystal clear. That's great.
It's good, yeah.
He says Zombie is going to ruin his childhood again with the Munsters, and yes, Sherry is playing Lily. Oh no.
Yeah, he needs to just stop with horror movies.
Or movies.
He needs to go back to writing music. Does he even do music anymore?
I can't say I know.
Forte.
Yeah, I know. I can't say I know. Not really a fan of him in any regard myself.
Oh, you didn't like his music? I thought I liked his music.
Well, I'd say that's better than his movies, I suppose. But I'm not big on Rob Zombie music so much. But that's okay.
Okay, he's fine.
It is fine. In Versimilitude, you can.
Oh, sorry, you got another comment.
When Versimilitude is ready, he can just probably join the group.
He can just join the call. Yeah,
Yeah, see, I don't. There's a lag in OBS with the comments. I don't even see it yet. What's it say?
He says zombie is Versimilitude says zombies going to ruin my.
Oh, I already read that.
Okay, yeah, that's it. That's the last.
Oh, okay.
What I was gonna say? Yeah, it's been getting nicer out here. Obviously it's been getting nice for a while, but it was like 70 yesterday.
Damn, yeah, this is the first week where it actually got nice here, so.
Yeah, I took the Miata out, got the top down, went to go get some food. Gas is expensive, so I wasn't driving too much like I used to. You usually do, but it is what it is.
Not so much joyriding these days, huh?
Yeah, I used to always, when gas was 2 something, did a lot of joyrides.
Son of a gun.
2 something, wow, yeah. That was only like a month ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it very well may have been, but they said ours have leveled off and even gone down a few cents, and then I found out that we're not going to mention it, but there's like a beep going on in China, so now they're saying that because of the beep in China, that's driving the prices
it's gonna fuck with the
down.
Everything. That's gonna.
No, they're saying that's driving the gas prices down.
Oh, okay, but that's gonna do other problems.
Well, right, it'll do other problems. But.
Oh, that's right. Just look, gas went down again, another 10 cents, which is still crazy. It's still over $4 most of the country.
I felt so bad because in 2008, when I filmed the bulk of my movie, the gas prices were $4 that summer, and I felt so bad because here I wasn't paying these people, and they got to drive to the movie.
Damn. Yeah, I'm looking at the gas prices near me. They went down a little bit. You said you got to break out that Miata now,
Well, I'm actually, honestly, I'm thinking about potentially seeing if it'll start this spring. So.
When's the last time you started it?
I'm not sure. Maybe the year.
You got to start this. And engines. That's not.
I hear you.
Do you change the oil before you start them, or how long's the oil been in there?
No comment.
No comment. What about the gas? I mean, the gas will go bad too.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, subject change.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Cars don't like to sit.
Yeah,
You know.
I know.
And if they sit for like 3 to 6 months, usually 3 months you could probably get away with just letting it sit, but 6 months or more, you gotta start swapping fluids out, and I don't know. I mean, sometimes you just start it up and there's no problem, but
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
yeah.
I
See
mean,
if it starts, yeah. It's probably battery's probably dead, but
well, the battery's in my house, so but
okay.
It's an old battery anyway. What was I gonna say? In Minnesota, it's normal to not run, to store vehicles for 6 to 7 months because it's winter time and get them out in the spring. So, but you're right. I mean, a person should run it / drive it once a year. But like I say, with things the way they are and this and that, and it's just like,
Well, gas was a lot cheaper the past 2 years too. So I totally get why you wouldn't care.
Right.
Gas was like $2. Now it's like, now the Miata, starts. To me, you have that Jeep that gets terrible gas mileage, so it makes perfect sense that to bring that thing back to life.
Yep, I hear you. Not a lot.
What do you get in the gallon? What do you get with your Miata? Like 30, 28?
I would imagine it's. I've never actually measured it, but I would imagine it's. I would imagine it's something very good like that.
Yeah, well, I guess you fill it up. I guess at the end of the day, it costs a lot less to fill up than your Jeep.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
So where's Wilson at? Is he still here, Austin?
You know what? Like, yeah, what's going on with chat? Jesus.
I know they're all leaving, man.
Oh, they're leaving.
The delay fucked every. No, they're not. I don't know if they're leaving. I was saying the movie. What's the Jennifer Aniston picture for?
Oh, that's from the movie Leprechaun. Did you know what day it is today?
Oh, okay. So it's St. Patty's Day. I don't follow.
Right. Yeah. I debated. I debated even doing it, but I'm like, I'll do it.
Why her? Why not Why not just put the leprechaun?
Well, she's sexier than the leprechaun.
Yeah. Who wants to look at that fucking thing for the next couple hours? Yeah.
Couple. It'll be 6.
Mm-hmm. No, I hear you. It would have been cool for like 5 minutes, and then it was like, all right, can you take this ugly fucking leprechaun off the screen?
Yeah, I can still.
Wilson. It was probably. Yeah, it probably didn't show up.
He was probably talking about China.
You missed one of my comments. Did it not show up? It's like, yeah, probably didn't show up.
He was talking about China.
Yeah, well, if it's talking about anything with the C word, yeah, YouTube's gonna whoop, it's out of there.
Yep.
Whoop. Sorry. Yep, China's got the thingy, and they got to lock down the thingy. So I don't know. I didn't look much into it. I was just like, oh, that's great. That's going to be really good for our supply chain. That'll definitely help things. Or and there was all these talks about them not trading oil with the dollar, which would be the worst.
Oh, goody.
I mean, the worst thing ever for America.
Great.
Which they've been talking about for years, and I've kind of known it was going to end up happening. But now with all the things that have happened the past couple of years and where we're headed, it's like now when they start talking about it, you're like, yeah, it sounds like they might do it. And if they do it, yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't.
Yeah.
I think they were saying they're going to start. They were talking about trading it into whatever the Chinese currency.
That'd be good for us. Yeah.
Yeah, because of the petrodollar, it's like the only reason our dollar has the value it has.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you've heard of that, right? The petrodollar.
I've heard of something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So Wilson says the one I talked about, through the Manitou Laserdisc, was published by a company called Nelson Entertainment, a company I don't think I've ever heard of.
Oh wow, Wilson's never heard of Nelson. Yeah, that they were back in the 80s or I think early 90s and stuff. It was it's what that outfit from the 80s was. I can't think of it right now. Avco Embassy, like Embassy Home Video turned into Nelson for like it seemed like just a couple years, and then I think Nelson ended up going away. So yeah, it was like late 80s, early 90s was Nelson Entertainment, Wilson.
So it costs $18 to ship over to England a DVD.
Yeah.
Oh wow. How do you ship it? You put it in like a bubble. You bubble wrap it. You throw it in a cardboard
Yeah, I
box?
just put it in one of them bubble mailers. I haven't
Bubble mailers. Okay, yeah.
I didn't have any complaints back when I was shipping more out of the country, so that seemed to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they're meant for. You know, the bubble mailers for games and DVDs and stuff. So he's gonna pay the $18. Okay, well, did he spend the $10 for the DVD cost or whatever?
Well, we've got it figured out. I don't know if he wants me to divulge what he's paying and stuff. It might be private, but
Okay.
honestly, the cost that I have in each disc, I mean, is so minimal that I actually told him all you really got to do is just give me $20 because the cost of the DVD is like in the case, in the paper label is like nothing. So I said $20 would cover it. And he said no, he'll give me more. So that was nice.
Do you have a bunch of those? Do you just have like? Did you just burn a bunch of copies at one time, or do you just burn them?
No, I don't.
You go
That's
now,
probably not a good idea because I want the discs to be as new as possible. So I just do like 5 at a time, and then when I need more, I'll do 5 more and stuff. I'm actually running out of frickin', the cover art. Actually, I need to print more cover art. I actually just got an online sale for the DVD today or last night out of the blue.
No shit.
Yeah.
Do you know who it was, or was it?
No, I don't know if it's. I don't think it's anyone from the show. It's in Tennessee.
Really?
Yeah.
You got it for the online one, or the you said the online or the DVD?
No, DVD to Tennessee.
Oh wow. Okay, so you guys ship one out to Tennessee, and that's probably only like $3 or $4, right?
That's
or
like I think it's $3.19 for media mail in the country. Yep.
Wow, that's awesome. So that's because that was $10, wasn't it? I remember.
$10, yeah. The mailer's probably $1, so I think I get like $5 profit.
Yeah, it's not bad though. That's pretty good. And what do you write him like a little note, thank you, or do you just?
I really should have.
Oh, you already mailed it?
I mailed it before the show. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Were you like you get pumped up when you get like a random sale like that?
Oh, are you kidding? It's so cool. It's like wow. I'm just
like all these years still buying my DVD.
It's so cool, and I did thank him a lot in the email I responded and stuff.
Oh,
so.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, as long as you And he didn't say who he was or how he found your stuff, or
most of the time they don't say anything. They'll do the order and you don't hear anything. It's part of me always.
Well, that's weird because I was gonna say maybe he was from your YouTube channel, but he wouldn't know because you only diverged it out to.
Yeah, I think I think we really know where the regulars are unless they're lying. I mean, Austin's in Oklahoma, Wade's in the East Coast. We know where the regulars are, so.
Yeah, so how else would people find out about the movie? Like, is it other places that they could have discovered it, or?
Well, I guess. I mean, frick, it's the internet, so I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe they saw a video of it or something.
Well, plus, I have those 2 audiobooks I did on that other YouTube channel that has the trailers in the first half and stuff. So maybe people hear the audiobook and then they look at the channel and they're like, "Oh, he made a movie too,"
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. It could have just been from that YouTube channel. Yep. Absolutely. That's awesome. Wow.
Isn't that fun?
Yeah, I mean, it's like this never-ending profit, just years later, still turning out the shekels for you,
Yeah, $5 here, $5 there. $5 adds up. It adds up to $15.
It adds up. It's like a coffee now. It's like you get like a hot chocolate with that $5.
Or half of one, yeah.
Half of one. You might have to raise your prices because of the inflation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess like you said, $10 is pretty reasonable. I would say $10 plus shipping, but if you're doing $10 and that includes shipping, then yeah.
Well, the way I look at it is, it's people are so used to just like the multi-million dollar spectacles
just paying.
and honestly, I feel like it's fairly priced, and if $5 or $5 profit per disc, I think is decent.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Like all these years later, Yeah, Wilson says he's from South Jersey. Yeah. Yep.
So all the regulars, we know where we are, so I don't think anyone that I know of is from Tennessee, so
he's getting the deleted scenes. He's getting the full, not deleted scenes, I'm sorry. He's getting the non-censored scenes, I should say.
You better believe it.
You better believe it, boy. Did Gary get he got the uncensored scenes already?
No,
he's waiting on the DVD.
He's waiting on the DVD. Yeah, I don't think you've been on the show since you've seen the censored scenes. Want to share your thoughts?
You want me to share my thoughts on? Did everyone in chat know what the censored scenes are? I'm guessing.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you can explain it.
So Nate has this movie and he put it on YouTube. They know that, right?
Yeah.
Part of it's on YouTube. So obviously he had to censor the nudie scenes. He's got a couple topless scenes, and one was actually a full-blown sex scene. So anyway, yeah, I guess it was just two separate girls that were topless and one was a sex scene. So he had to censor it for YouTube. Shoot, what are you asking me to explain? Or
well,
give my thoughts on?
What were your thoughts on the censored scenes?
Good. Who would complain about seeing hot girls topless?
Okay, well, that's
especially those ones. Jesus, wow. Especially now, were those real boobs?
Yeah, honestly, I'm thinking
they look too good to be they look too good to be natural.
I think there's a little bit of help there. The more I look,
yeah, that's what it looked like.
Yeah.
It didn't look like full on fake, but it looked like a little bit of.
Yeah, it's the kind of the kind that you want if you're gonna do them, where they still move, but they're not. Yeah. They're not gonna sag, because when she was on her back, you can really tell they're not gonna. Yeah, so I think they're a little bit enhanced.
Wow. Yeah, but they were. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. And that was like over 2 minutes, that scene, if I remember correctly. Part of it was them talking and laying there, but you could see,
I made a point I made a point during the dialogue scene to have her turn on her back and just lay there.
Of course. Yeah, of course. That was a good.
I'm not going to just cut to a close-up when she's talking. We're going to have,
So you had this. How did you film that? Were you just standing over her? Like, did you have a?
Well, you mean for that shot where they're talking and they're on their backs?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was that. I'm pretty sure that I was actually standing on the bed and actually had my arm extended and holding the camera over them.
Yeah, I was just wondering. I was like, I bet you're just standing over top of them.
Yeah.
And then you got some good shots too.
Yep. So do you see what I mean about it being like a if you were to see a porno on cable?
Oh man, yeah, it's worth it, guys. Check it out. Pay Nate and check it out. Worth it for the price of that admission. Yeah, and the other girl, yeah, she was attractive as well. And she was natural though.
Natural, correct? Yeah.
But yeah, it's still, wow. It's a shame that we never got the other. I guess I don't want to spoil the movie, so I won't even get into it. But
okay.
I think I told you in private. The other guy, shame he didn't get in.
Oh yeah, you were hoping on that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. But yeah, it was good. Yeah, good deleted with deleted scenes. It's the funniest thing is the fact that you played that at the theater. All these people watched.
Oh,
I would have loved to seen the reaction when they were all watching that.
oh my God! I know you probably don't expect that when some guy makes his own movie, you know.
Like, oh, Nate's a real pervert. Oh man. And then I guess the scene where, I guess this isn't really spoiling it, but is when they were all trying to look at that girl topless, like through the binoculars. That was funny too.
Like I say, that the girl who played Kelly, she was young herself, but then she brought her like her little sister and their friends and stuff. So I mean, there's some probably minors watching that crap. I felt a little bad about that when I saw like her show up with the little sister and just like their friends and stuff. I'm like, oh shit.
They knew the rating though. I mean, they knew it was going to be rated R or rated M or
unrated, yeah.
Yeah, which so they knew the rating, so they obviously couldn't feel too bad, right? I mean, they were informed of the rating and they brought a minor. So,
yeah, I guess you're right.
I mean, that's funny though. What did she say after the show? She was like, "Good movie, Nate." Or
oh my God! Well, she's one of the one they all because the way the intermission worked is after she died, it was intermission, so they all left after she died.
Oh shit!
So no feedback, I don't think. I mean, it was chaos, in the theater and stuff, and I mean chaos for me, just all these people and.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
did you ever talk to her again after that? She ever hit you up?
No. At first it seemed like they were going to stay for the rest of it, and then they're like, we're leaving. But honestly, it was really late and really cold, and so it's understandable.
Yeah, and how far was she from that theater?
Oh, it was actually really kind of far from all of us. So I mean,
wow.
You could understand why people left during intermission, especially if she's no longer in it. They came to see her in it.
How far was it? Like an hour away?
Yeah, it might have been maybe somewhere around that. So it wasn't even convenient. Then it was late. Then it was like single-digit Fahrenheit temperatures.
Jeez, the worst of everything. Terrible weather, hour away.
Except it was a pretty good movie.
Late.
Oh yeah. Well, and it was the premiere, baby.
Yep.
Wilson says that attracts me to movies. What attracts him to movies?
I think Tatas probably.
Oh yeah, has Wilson seen your movie?
No, Wilson. I don't think he has.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess you I would imagine you trust Wilson to not.
Yeah, probably. If he wanted to see the first half of my movie for free, let us know, Wilson. I'll put it in chat and then delete it.
Yeah. But yeah, let us know, Wilson. Yeah. And if you want to see the unedited and
$5
Tatas, then yeah. What?
$5 get you the second half stream and emailed Tatas.
Yep. Second half stream, and then you had to censor it for YouTube, but he'll send you the video clips, of the Tatas.
In email.
Yep. Wow. Yeah, you had some good looking women in that movie.
Yeah, I didn't want to, that's just like Wilson says. I mean, in my opinion, that's part of that kind of movie, so it had to be in there.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you turn any women down for that movie?
No, I didn't. I don't. Oh, yeah. There was, some, if they show up to the audition and, doesn't work out, or, so I did actually, I didn't, it's funny how I answered no immediately, but I'm like, yeah, come to think about it, I did, but, it's all a part of finding who you kind of have in mind for the movie, I guess.
And when you met the girl with the big tatas and probably enhanced, were you like, "Ooh, we've got a winner here"? Like,
yeah. So that was a YouTube audition. So they just filmed. I sent them some line. I sent them probably that little bit of dialogue they do on their backs, and they made a video. And I didn't meet them in person until they came to film. So, But when I saw,
Gotcha.
she kind of had a a low cut tank top on in the video, so I'm like, yeah, this will do.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool to actually do auditions that way, where you don't even have to you meet them,
Yeah.
just do the online auditions. That was great.
Did you have any real auditions that you had?
Yeah, we also
Did you-
I gave people a choice between YouTube audition or in person, so it was their choice, and I just met them at my place of business there at the video store, and to do them in person. But I guess I pretty much just assumed have them be you.
Sorry. Sorry, I laughed because you said I met him at my place of business to do it first.
Oh, did I say something funny?
Yeah, the way you said it, because it was more the context of we're just talking about, like, you're casting these women and, like, they're going to be topless. And then you're just like, yeah, I met him at my business to do them in person.
Oh, shit.
That'd be funny to, like, edit out, like, a little clip and then, like, make it, you know what I mean? Like, make it sound like you were, I don't know.
Oh, my God. I sound like a porno director.
Beth would love that. Yeah, she'd love that.
Yeah.
Oh, God. To do them in person. Oh, man. Yeah, because you got to do it in person, that's for sure. Oh, man. Nate's in the back of the porno room. He's actually doing women in there. He's filming his own pornos.
No, I'm not.
Man. That's funny.
That is funny.
Yeah, that was a nice little video store in that. Yeah, that was... you probably missed working there?
Yeah, partly. Let me just put this in the chat for Wade, this info. You can search.
Okay, yeah.
You can search this on YouTube for the trailer and give you the. Well, you can also watch the first half on that same channel, Wilson. So let me know when you have this, and I'm gonna delete it. What were you saying? Oh yeah. So it was cool working there because obviously there was no corporate aspect, but the downside was, like, basically the majority of the business was guys renting buying and renting adult videos. And
it was that much.
Yeah, unfortunately that was probably 75% of the business we did.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. That late in the game, not as many people were. Wow.
It was
so
always
you would have to what?
It was always nice when someone came and rented a normal movie. What were you gonna say?
Was it ever awkward when the guys would rent it? Like, they would be weird about it? Like,
yeah, I mean, yeah.
Did you ever be like, yeah, it's a good choice? Did you ever, like, crack a joke? Like, yeah, good movie selection here.
No.
No.
Honestly, I don't know how much experience you have with the DVD cases, but some of the pictures, well, it's just that's where I got the line from in the movie. Some of the pictures they put on them boxes are things you really don't even want to see,
I don't know. I can't recall ever actually.
Yeah, you may not even know what I'm talking about, but I mean, there's all kinds of close-up, details of gooey. I mean, it's just nasty. I mean, I'm not saying like just pictures of naked women. I mean, just some of that it's like the lines right out of the movie. Some of the pictures on them boxes, just gooey stuff, gooey. Wilson, let me know when you got this. I'm going to delete it. What were you going to say, Matt?
That's so crazy that, like, guys used to have to go to these video stores and in the back room, all seedy. And
it's funny because, I mean, I wanted to tell all these guys, it's free online, but I'm not, I didn't want to risk, my job would have ended even sooner, so I just kept my mouth shut.
But were they free online? Because you're talking about probably whole movies, right?
Well, I mean, I know clips are free online. I mean, who the hell wants to see the whole movie? You want to see the porno plot?
Apparently, some guys, maybe that's what they were.
They like the porno plot. Okay, well,
just I guess the lead up to it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
See, let me read Wilson here and just hold your thought. He says, "Ew, Victor Silva abused the main kid actor on Clown House and would film his own movies while abusing the kid. I can't even watch the horror movie Clown House because he abused that kid on set." Well, that's no good.
Yeah, I remember he went to jail for that, didn't he?
I don't know. It's
He
news.
did, yeah, he did.
It's
Yeah,
news
but
to
he
me.
did Jeepers Creepers, which was.
Oh, we're talking. Oh, that guy. Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but didn't you like Jeepers Creepers? I thought that was a good movie.
Oh, the first two I thought were great. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Wilson, let me know when you got it. I'm gonna delete it soon.
Yeah. Wilson, let us know. Did you find it?
Did you find the info?
Confidential stuff here. We could have.
Well, tell you what, I'm gonna delete it anyway. If he didn't get it, I'll put it back.
Yeah, let us know, Wilson. Did you get it? We're deleting it.
Wilson says for like a year. I guess he abused the kid for a year.
I think he went to jail.
Oh, he went to jail for a year?
Yeah, he didn't get really. Yeah. He didn't get like much of a sentence.
He said he barely got punished.
It's just his way of method acting, man. Don't judge. I'm joking.
He's joking, everyone.
Man, they just take these child actors just really they're really taking method acting to the next level.
Oh
man. Yeah, have you seen that clown movie? It looked creepy. It looked like
so what the hell's it called?
Movie. Yeah, Wilson, what's that movie called again?
Well, it should be Clown House.
Yeah, have you seen that?
No,
the trailer looked creepy.
No, I haven't. When's it from? Recently?
No, it was like his first. Was it his first movie? It was like in the 80s.
Oh, okay. So it was back then. Okay.
I think it was 80s, early 90s. Yeah.
Well, if you found the trailer, the first half's on the same channel, Wilson. So shouldn't be hard to find. One of the more recent videos.
Yeah, it's like it's.
I think it's second to the most recent.
Yeah, that was a great movie.
What are we talking?
My $5 worth. That's
you got your $5 worth, especially when you got them scenes emailed to you.
What was Beth's reaction to those scenes? Knowing you did she give you the stink eye, or she understood?
Yes, no, she doesn't understand.
So she looked at you like, did you really need to film 3 minutes of this woman's?
Yeah, it's kind of that, but I'm a man, so there's my answer.
Nope.
Well, she's like, well, you did this before you knew me, so I can't blame you, and I'm like, thank you.
And you're like thinking like, well, if I ever did another movie, I'd have to do it again.
Yeah, Bethrel, I can only do Barney the dinosaur movies from now on. Yeah.
Jesus. Did Wilson find it? Let me see. I don't know if he commented. He's not letting us know.
He's saying all kinds of stuff. He says, if I like the movie, maybe you'll buy it. Is the paid movie uncensored? If you're talking about, well, yeah, either way. Like, if you're talking about DVD, obviously that is. But even if you just pay the $5 for the last half stream, I can email you the sex scenes.
Yeah. So you can either get the DVD for $10 and it's all, all there. Or the $5 you can get the censored online version, but he'll send you the sex scenes separate. I don't know. That's funny.
Now I got Matt on board as a salesman.
So pushing your nudie scenes, your nudie horror movie. Man.
I wonder what happened to Austin. Austin bailed on us, I guess.
I think what would be cool, especially if if you're still charging $10, but maybe you'd have to up the price a little bit. But
let's hear your idea.
No, I'm saying if you were able to get one of those. Well, I sent you a couple of those links, but if you were able to successfully get an upscale of their movie to like 1080 or something. And you could sell it. You could do like a whole new trailer. Like, it's on Blu-ray now. Come and get it.
Oh, money grab. Okay, getting the standard definition classic has entered the HD age.
Yeah. I mean, you might get a couple sales, just from that, I'd imagine.
Oh, well, yeah, I had someone, the comment is right there on that most recent video on that channel that says, any plans to put out a Blu-ray? And I said,
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yep. So you could do like a HD trailer, like you do a whole new cut to show them, like, hey, look, this is in HD. It looks good, and if you want the whole thing in HD, just buy it for whatever, $10-15.
uh-oh, Wilson, we got some feedback from Wilson. He says, looks blurry and he can barely see the actors' faces. Pixelated a bit.
No.
You're going to have to
No.
select the highest resolution. What is it, 480 on there, I think, Matt? I don't remember, but
he must have it.
make
way
sure
lower.
make sure you select the highest resolution and enjoy the standard definition, like the era that it kind of belongs in. Wilson's going to get on my ass that it ain't 4K. I mean,
saying wouldn't be a bad move to get that thing upscaled. If it looks good. I don't know how well those things work.
I don't either, but it's definitely something to think about. I wonder if I know it's really early in Australia, but I wonder if Verisimilitude's gonna show up.
Upscale. Is there anything sound-wise that you could go back and remaster or improve? Like, if you did like if you did like a Blu-ray re-release, would it be things that you could sharpen with the sound, or do a sound effect or something, or anything, or add a scene that was missing, and maybe are there any scenes that didn't make the chopping block, like that you cut out?
Yeah, there was something with that the guy, Tony is his name, that you wanted to see end up with that girl. That was just they were just walking back from the dramatic reading, and there was some lines about her boyfriend, and
Oh. There you go.
But I mean, I cut it out.
Director's cut.
I cut it out because it was more.
Long.
It was more because of just it was a walking scene and it was difficult to record the audio. So I kind of, it was more for technical reasons really than anything else. Because I have limitations making the movie. So they started the scene far away, and kind of by the time they ended it, they were closer to camera. So I had them talk louder at the beginning, and then like as they got closer to camera, talk less loud. It was just technically it's just goofy.
All right, so it sounds like if you thought I was a harsh critic,
I'm seeing that. Yeah,
if you thought I was a harsh critic, and I don't think I was.
You know what's hilarious?
Sounds like Wilson's going to be your harshest one yet.
You know what's hilarious
He's already trashing it.
Wade Wilson is the big Laserdisc standard definition guy. You'd think he'd love it.
I know. Like, yeah, I'm the guy going like, yeah, put it on Blu-ray.
You're the HD guy.
What?
You're the HD guy, and you didn't even complain about that.
No, I don't really care about Blu-ray. I just like regular HD. Like, I'm a 720 guy, but obviously, if you were to upscale a movie, why wouldn't you just upscale it to 1080 or whatever? If you're gonna go through all that work, but could it be upscaled? Absolutely, but I could see everything. It wasn't like, you know what I mean?
It's just so funny that Mr. Laserdisc is complaining so much. Well,
yeah, I know he's real. I know, like, no, again, would it have been nice to get it HD? Absolutely, but. I wasn't complaining that much.
Okay, tell you what, Wilson, don't watch it then. Jesus fucking Christ.
Wow.
Pretty soon I'm gonna have to block him.
Wow, why is he getting so
triggered?
Triggered. It's like you sent him a free movie to watch, like that you spent all that money, and you didn't have what was it, 08 you shot that?
Yeah, 08 for Christ's sake. I think Verisimilitude's with us.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Wilson's triggered, man. We sent him a free movie, and he's just like, you used an awful camera. It's fixed. He probably read it.
It's a slasher. It's supposed to look that way. Tell him that.
Nate didn't have a budget, really. I mean, like you said, in 08, the camera,
Jesus Christ, I'm going to have to block him. Shut the fuck up. There you go. Your movie is great.
Yeah.
What's on Verisimilitude's mind?
A lot of things, Nate. A lot of things.
Anything movie related?
A lot of things movie related. Just said you guys. You mentioned Clown House.
Yeah.
I still can't get over Wilson, and he's taking the messages back. I guess he feels like a dick. I don't know why he was so tricky.
Could you believe that? I expected
so
that response from Matt, honestly.
Oh, me to start saying it's too pixelated and this and that.
Yeah, I expect.
I feel like I can't complain about that because it's like you didn't have the money or you didn't want to, whatever your budget limitations in '08 for getting a good camera, like you know what I mean. So I was like, what am I gonna do? Like, this is the camera you had. There's nothing you can do about it. Like this is what you shot it with. This is what you had to work with.
What camera did you use to shoot it with?
It was
what was that?
it was just a Sony back in the the first decade of the 21st century. It was mostly if it was digital at all, it was digital tape. So it was called Mini D.
Yeah, I thought that's what it would have been. Yeah,
How much was that?
I made a short years ago, and that's what I used pretty much too.
How much was that camera when you got it? Like, what year did you get it?
Yeah, I think I got it in '04. So I mean, it was. You know what? I don't even remember, but probably closer to $1,000 than 500. I don't remember.
Okay, so even back in '08, you still spent. I mean, not in '08, but you still spent.
Yeah,
like almost. You said almost $500 to $1,000. So it's not like you didn't spend a ton of money. It's like this was '08. Like, digital cameras sucked. Oh, they were a little better in '08, but yeah, 4 digital cameras fucking.
Yeah,
they were terrible.
people now, they're like, everyone's got 4K video camera in their pocket. They don't know what '08 was like.
Yeah.
Well, you can shoot a whole movie now just with your camera. It's pretty crazy, eh?
Yeah, what
back then?
What are you going to shoot your movie with, Verisimilitude?
I got a few options. I really want something professional. So I've looked into it a bit, but I haven't locked in exactly the one I'm going to use yet. But it's definitely going to be something that you shoot, a normal movie with, or like legit movie. So
well, good.
Definitely not going to be shot with a phone.
Okay.
Well, if you shot it with an iPhone like 13, it would look pretty damn good. But yeah, I get it. Well, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess
if I shot it that way, it wouldn't feel legit. And you can't do everything with a phone camera. You know what I mean? It's you can do like probably 80-90% of the work probably with it, but there's a lot of very very stylized shots and stuff that you just really can't create with a phone. I'm sure Nate knows what I'm talking about when I say that.
Yeah, I liked looking through a viewfinder. I don't think I could. Yeah, I like looking through the viewfinder. Plus, on bright sunny days, you can't even see the phone screen.
Yeah, but these new phones, you definitely. I think you can.
Well, then your battery is dead. Screens. Yeah, I hear you. I grew up looking through the viewfinders, is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. So I get you. Those.
I don't know. I think with a phone, it's really kind of hard to block a scene properly that way too. I reckon, and like really sort of stationary, like the kind of shot you want. You know what I mean? Like if someone's holding if it's handheld, then it's going to have that handheld look to it, isn't it? You know what I mean? You're still going to have it on like some sort of tripod anyways. So you might as well just use a legit camera. Yeah,
right. You're not going to want to, unless it's the kind of look you're going for, you're not going to want every shot to be handheld.
Yeah, exactly. Like for me, if you're going to use a phone, then it makes sense to do something that's more, I guess, found footage orientated. Or if you're making like a 5-minute like short or whatever, then I guess it's fine. You're just like working indoors or something like that. But if you're gonna I would never suggest anyone like make a legit movie, with a phone camera. I mean, you can do it, but it's not going to be the option I'm going to go for. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, just don't show it to Wilson, man. He might freak out, get mad at you.
Wasn't that amazing? Wasn't that
Well, he'll
weird?
be happy because it'll be in HD, so he won't give Militude too much shit.
But will it be
Well, my
HD
movie will be
enough?
in HD, but I definitely wanted to have that, because it's a slasher, I definitely wanted to have that 80s look. So I really don't want it to look 4K, to be perfectly honest. But yeah.
I know, like if
4K is so unnecessary a lot of the time. Like, I mean, I was watching the original, Friday 13th the other day with a buddy, and we actually just, I own the movies like, heaps of times over, but we ended up just streaming it through a streaming application, and like when you watch that movie in HD, the first one, like some of the effects just don't hold up. Like when Kevin Bacon's death happens, like you can totally see that it's a mannequin,
I know, yeah.
Like I try to, always, especially that first movie, always try to opt to watch that at least on like DVD quality. You don't really want any better than that, but I mean, I'm sure, Nate can attest to this, but when we all watched those films, on VHS as a kid, like it looks so much realer because, you didn't have like this crystal clear picture, obviously.
Yeah, that's true. And that's another reason why I'm fine with the resolution of my movie, honestly, because, I mean, if the resolution was high, then he'd be complaining about the effects looking fake. So it's like you can't win.
You can't please people nowadays, can you?
They'll
bitch about something.
I'm going back to your movie. Now, Wilson, I don't know, is Wilson, you got to get your eyes checked? I mean, I can see their faces. Maybe Wilson needs an eye check. Or maybe he's being hyperbolic, or Wilson needs to go see the eye doctor.
Wilson,
you guys haven't seen Penthouse.
He was making it sound like it was so pixelated that you like can't even make out their faces at all. Right? Isn't that? I mean,
he was really having a hard time with it. Wilson saying that the non uncut version of Friday the 13th plays better, where you just cut away from that one frontward shot. But even the sideways R-rated version looks fake, even if it's not the uncut version. So I think
the whole thing, like the two kills that stand out real. I mean, most of the kills look okay in the film. It's really just Kevin Bacon's death and Annie's death at the beginning. Like you can tell she's got a prosthetic on her neck there too. It's the skin tones that just don't look right.
Oh, well, that's the problem. Wilson's looking at it on his 32-inch 4K. Yeah, you can't watch it on a 4K 32-inch. You gotta watch it on a phone.
I watched it on my 21-inch monitor. It was all right.
It worked for you on the 21-inch. Yeah, there you go. Maybe no bigger than 21 inches. That's your problem.
Yeah, 32.
That's what she said.
Come on, man. We'll get you that. Don't worry, Wilson. We'll get you that upscale. We'll charge you $10. Charge you $10 for it, though.
Maybe that's the problem. I've never experienced it on a 4K. Maybe it looks even worse on 4K than it does on a non-4K monitor. So who knows?
Oh, yeah. He's probably trying to. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's like those old video games. You guys haven't
seen Clown House at all? Neither of you?
No, I don't think so.
What?
Clown House.
No, I never saw it. No.
Yeah, I grew up with the movie. I loved the film long before I knew like all the controversy and stuff behind. I'm guessing you guys.
I was just saying, man. It's just these people got like a child actor. He was just method acting. That's all, man. Come on, man. You have a dark sense of humor in this fucking world we're entering.
Yeah, I don't condone kids doing.
I never said I was. I was just saying, you don't know, child method acting. No one's condoning what he did, but we don't know their methods. We don't know the methods.
The kid was method acting. I think he was the director's idea, mate. But
he's getting him.
Pretty messed up that whole situation. I won't go into all the gory details, but. Yeah,
I really don't even.
It really put that kid through the ringer. It's all online. There's plenty of podcasts that talk about.
But don't worry, man. Don't worry. It'll all be legal in another couple of years.
Oh shit! Back to there again.
What?
Back to this topic again.
Well, I'm not gonna go to the topic. We all know where this road is.
Yeah, let's keep it movie centric.
Well, we are talking about
Yeah.
movies.
This is a movie channel, isn't it? I mean, I think it once was.
Yeah, it used to
well,
be.
Used to be until the world ended. Oh man.
Wilson says he's seen Clown House once and will never watch it again. He can't watch a movie made by a guy that abused a child.
God,
Yeah,
there's probably
I don't know.
so
I don't
many.
know if Wilson knows or if you guys even know, but he also directed Jeepers Creepers as well. Like
Yeah, that was a good movie. Yeah, that was a good movie.
movies. And like, I mean, I could see what Wilson's saying, like with Clown House in particular, because like there are moments in the film even that are pretty uncomfortable. Like there's like at the very beginning of the film, there's a shot of the kid that he molested, like bare-assed.
No.
And this
What?
kid's like,
What? All right.
yeah,
I
oh,
thought
yeah.
we were going into it. I made a joke, and then you're.
but this is in the movie though. This is
I
in the
know.
movie itself.
Jesus. Oh
He's-
God.
You see that, and then there's another scene later on where, like, you don't see it. You don't see his body, but he's in the bath. Like all three, like it's because the three central characters, three brothers, and there's like one scene where they're all in the bathroom, and the youngest one, which is the one that got touched, is in the bath, and like you're watching the movie and you're thinking, why does this scene have to take place in the bathroom? There's no reason at all, like plot wise, why this scene should be set in the bathroom with this little kid, in the bath, which is very strange. You know what I mean? But I mean, like, you know, that's a topic that's bantered about a lot now with, like, you know, the artist versus the art. You know, some people can separate it completely. Other people have a hard time. Clown House is like one of the ones where, I mean, I can totally get why people have a problem with it. For me, like, obviously, like I said, you know, those moments that are in the film that are uncomfortable are definitely there. But in my defense, I was a fan of the film way before I knew about any of that stuff. You know what I mean? And I don't watch the film nearly as often as I used to before I knew that. I mean, Jeepers Creepers, I mean, to me, Jeepers Creepers is like, it's one of the best horror films of the last, 20 or so years.
Yeah, I thought the first two were the.
I mean, the thing that people it's I have no problem separating the artist from, you know, like I
mean,
the way
if you can't,
the way I see it, like
that,
the way I
you
see
can't
it,
do
like
that anymore. You might as well just not even watch or watch any movies or play any music, because I'm telling you, in it, probably almost every movie production, there's got to be someone on that set who's just a monster. It's just it's the nature of the business, unfortunately.
well, yeah, now, well, probably always.
Well, it has been for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, you got child stars that like coming out from like the 50s, even earlier, that have said things have happened to them. Like look at Judy Garland. I don't know if she was like touched or anything, but I know like she was emotionally abused. I know that for a fact. So, I mean, yeah, it's something that's been around a long time.
Well, my point was about horror movies in general. Maybe another type of movie you could be like, well, what the fuck? But, you know, if someone's making a good horror movie, dude, their mind is not, you know, like, there's a reason they're making a horror movie. So, you know, this guy did his fucked up shit, but, like, you know, another guy, he'll, like, you have to separate it, because it's like, you know, you're dealing with dark, fucked up people with fucked up brains, you know? So it's like, they're all going to have a really dark...
So in your opinion, anyone who works on a horror film is like...
No, I'm not saying anyone. I'm not saying anyone. But, no, I'm not saying anyone. But I'm saying, like, the people who make really good, dark as fuck horror movies, yeah, their brains are dark as fuck, and they probably done some fucked up shit, or they are just fucked up, and they repress their desires, you know? Like I said, I'm not saying they're all, like, doing... It's a, you know, again, part of their art could be them trying to.
Well, I think everyone has
desires
that side, has that dark side to them. You know, we all have
Yeah, but some people have a much darker side. Let's be real.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you know what I mean. But I mean, there's not a single human being on this planet though that hasn't had some dark thoughts along the way. It's just part of being human, I guess. But I definitely see what you're saying. But it's I mean, if you look at someone like Wes Craven, he was a college professor before he made the first Nightmare on Elm Street. You know what I mean? So
no, but the guy clearly had
intelligent dude.
But he had a very dark mind. I mean, wouldn't have been able to make the movies he made without a pretty dark, fucked up mind.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just tell by seeing him talk and interview and the way you know what I mean. And in the movie he made, it's dude, normal people don't think about shit like that, or they're able to come up with the shit he came up with. That's just not.
But then again, I mean, as long as he's not out there doing really crazy shit,
that's my point. Most of the time, it's just an outlet.
There's people who can think like that because it makes movies a lot more interesting. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
if everyone was like a plain Jane, then movies would be pretty boring.
I'm saying a lot of the time they're just using it, to as an outlet. But some people, they also do fucked up shit in the real world, and I guess that one director. But no one's he made Jeepers Creepers.
The same for actors too. I mean, look at the shit that OJ did. You know what I mean? He was in movies as well, man. Look what he did in real life. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh, he was innocent though. We trust the mainstream, and
no, sorry, he was not innocent.
I don't know. I don't even know the whole. I mean, I know about the thing, but I wasn't old enough.
Yeah, I just recently revisited the documentary about the whole thing, and then there's a TV, a Netflix series thing they did with Cuba Gooding Jr. played OJ, and I'm telling you that the fact that he got off that it's incredible in a way, because there was so much evidence stacked against him. They had fucking DNA evidence that he did this shit, and the prosecution kept saying look at the evidence, and the defense just kept saying no, it's irrelevant. And he basically got off because it was, it's going to sound racist as hell, but it pretty much is true. It was predominantly a black jury. So
wow,
they kind of wanted payback for all the black jurors kind of wanted payback for all the police brutality and things like that happened to the black community, especially back in the day and that. So that's pretty much how he got off. Yeah.
It's funny that someone in a different country, it must be a worldwide thing, that whole thing. What a joke.
You're cutting out, Nate.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I can hear him.
What'd you say, Nate?
Oh, I was just saying it's something. It's funny that someone from another country is, cares.
It's still cutting out on my end. I don't know if you can hear
Yeah, must just be Skype. nothing I can do about it.
Oh man!
Maybe just wait a minute for your end to settle down. Maybe, I don't know.
That's all I can do. Yep.
Maybe YouTube's cutting things out. They hear talk is getting a little too.
Yeah, but you're listening through Skype. You're not listening through YouTube.
That's true. We are listening to Skype.
What are you doing? Checking YouTube?
Sweet.
Wilson just said you didn't cut out, so it's. Obviously it's all Skype because
we're listening to each other on Skype. Yeah. But I guess if I'm cutting out,
leaving the call and coming back, maybe it's all I can think of.
So I'm still bad.
That usually things like that.
Well, I can try that, I guess. I don't know how to do it. Should I just hang up with this red button?
I still can't hear it. It's really choppy.
Well, yeah, so anyway, I disconnected from Skype momentarily. Right, yeah, see, what people are hearing on the stream is something completely different. There's the YouTube stream, and then there's Skype on the cell phone. So Yep. Thank you for the feedback, Wilson. YouTube is clear. I'll rejoin in a moment. Meanwhile, they're talking to each other potentially. Let me try rejoining now. Hello? Oh, I'm calling. I see. They might have to pick up. Yeah, they're not picking up. I don't know if you can, if the people that I was just talking to are listening to YouTube, but you have to pick up my attempt at joining the group. Unless I'm doing the wrong thing. Let's see here. Yeah, for me, I think they have to pick it up. Anyway, yeah, kind of a technical difficulty day, but that's okay. We lost Austin even while we were paying attention to him, so that's okay. Yeah, so when I try to join the group, I think it's like ringing. And I think they may have to pick up or something. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong or what, but okay, I thought I was joining the call. I've clicked the green join call button and it looks like it's like ringing. So what it does when I click join call is it has the thing where it looks like it's ringing. Well, fucked if I know. Huh. Well, it's a mystery. Am I supposed to click the green join call? Because that's what I'm doing. It says 4 participants. I think this is the group thingy. There's a green join call. I click join, and on my end it looks like it's ringing. When Verisimilitude joined, it didn't make a sound. Maybe you should both look at your phones and see if the screen and see if there's anything way to answer my joining. Technical difficulties. It was sure easier before I started Skyping, but it gets, once we get it figured out, I guess I could. Should I fucking just sign out of Skype and sign back in? Bear with me, just trying to get this to work. I mean, well, I'm not signed in right now, but are either of you guys able to, now it won't even sign back, call me at all? Because obviously when I try to join the group, it's not working. Of course, now I can't. Okay, so I'm going to hit join call again. Hello? Hello? Okay, it looks like I'm Wait, no, it doesn't. The time isn't going. Now it's doing that ringing thing again. So the only thing I got is join call. What else do I have to? I'm in the group. It's an ongoing call. What other do I do except for join call? You say join the group. Aren't I in the group? It's asking me to join call. Don't I do that? It's like ongoing call, and it says join call. Hello? Hello? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I mean, Matt, I don't know if Skype's fucking up or what. Why would they care about a show with one listener, one viewer? Well, the Skyping might be done with for today. I don't know what's the fuck going on. It looks like you tried to call me privately, Matt. I picked up and, that little counter, that time counter, it just stays at 0. It doesn't start counting, so I fucking give up. Yeah, I think the Skype's messed up as well. Well, I guess it's back to reading chat. Oh, God. I guess I can reboot the phone. Hello, what about this? Hello? Well, I think I'm on the call now. I think I'm on it now, but you can't hear me. The counter's clicking away. Well, I don't know. It shows the counter clicking away now. As far as I know, I'm in it, but you can't hear me. Well, yeah, I hear you, Us.
I can hear you, but you're still choppy.
Okay, well, I don't know what the solution is.
Oh, you're here. I hear you.
Okay, am I?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Am I choppy to Matt?
Yeah, it's me, Matt.
No, but how do I sound?
Okay, not as good as before, but I can understand you.
Yeah, he's still pretty choppy on my end a little bit.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. So.
I think we need to end the call. I reckon the call's corrupted or something. Like, probably
I don't know because I couldn't even call him. He couldn't answer. So I don't think it's the call. I think something's going on with his phone or internet connection.
Well, I'm using the phone.
Maybe it needs maybe.
I didn't hear that. What?
You could maybe need to restart your router. Maybe that could be.
Nah, you can't because he'd lose the.
I'm on I'm Skyping on the cell phone. That's got its own data.
Oh, you're using your mobile data. You're not using the Wi-Fi.
I'm using mobile data for Skype.
Did he say he's using his mobile data?
That's what I said for Skype.
So it might be something's going on with the towers, man.
Could be.
Yeah, maybe your internet's just shitting out on your phone.
Okay, do you should I try? I guess I could try connecting the phone to Wi-Fi.
Now
but
I can hear you fine. I can hear him fine now. Talk again, Nate.
Keep talking. I can hear you.
Testing 1, 2, 3. They eat Earth bars on Mars.
Yeah, I can hear him. I can hear him fine now. Yeah.
That should do. Ooh, technical difficulty today's, man.
Yeah. Oh well, the
Yeah,
show's
it must be your cell phone internet. That's all it is.
the show's
Something's going on with
doomed.
cell internet.
Yeah, I had mine on cell phone internet. I just switched mine to Wi-Fi. So
Are you afraid that using Wi-Fi will be too much bandwidth? Like you won't be able to stream?
That's why I'm using the phone. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could try it. I also don't really.
Okay.
I'm also not keen on sitting right here by the router while it's Wi-Fiing. I got the router turned off, so.
Oh, okay. So your computer is hardwired for the internet? Like
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. I yeah, you're all right now. I mean, I just like you said, maybe they're working on those 5G towers, man. Just maybe cranking the dial up and turning it. And who knows what they're doing out there, man?
Who knows?
Frying your insides, Nate.
Yeah, well, I know that. Wilson asks, is Skype free or does it cost money? It's free, Wilson. Why, you want to tell us on audio how much the movie is blurry?
I mean, he wants to get on Skype to tell you how much he hates your movie.
Probably.
He's like, I just needed to tell you on, yeah. Does he want to call?
What?
Does Wilson want to call on Skype? Is that what he's asking?
I don't know. He just asked if it's free or does it cost money. Let's see here. They said, can they do a voice chat on Discord? Maybe Discord might be better. Yeah, the thing is, I mean, that's just another thing to set up. I try not to want to do that during a live show, but...
yeah, I've never even used Discord. I don't even know if that's how technically sound that is. Like,
yeah, I mean, that might not even be any better. Yeah, this worked for us last week.
Yeah, last week we didn't really have any issues at all. I think it's just one of those little internet hiccups that you have every once in a while. You know, you can't really do much about it.
All right,
Yeah,
well...
it's just your internet. It's not. I don't think it's Skype. It's because Skype is working for us fine. It's just you. It's just your mobile internet.
Mobile internet.
That's all. Yeah, that's all.
All right, what else we got?
I don't know. What's Wilson want to talk about? Pixels?
Yeah, pixelated.
That'll be the ongoing joke now.
low budget movies that aren't clear enough for them.
It's fun. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not trying to. I just think it was funny how much he reacted. I think it's kind of funny actually. Now I don't know. Like he got so mad.
Wasn't that something?
It's funny. I think it's funny. I think you took it a little too harsh, Nick. But I understand. But it was funny.
No, I you got to understand when you slave for 2 years and you put everything
I get it, man.
into something and someone's just like, oh, it's fucking it's blurry. It's just like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, when you're gonna watch someone's like low budget indie flick, man, like you can't have the same principles in your head as like when you're watching a fully fledged Hollywood production. You can't go into it with that mindset. You just can't.
Well, some people do, I guess.
But I mean, especially the thing is with today though, like a lot of the obviously a lot of the newer like indie productions now, they look so good, what I mean, because of the technology. Yeah, and then yeah, exactly, and then like people are spoiled by that also. So when they go back and watch something someone did like 10, 15 years ago, they expect the same quality, and it's not really fair,
Did Versa Military
well said.
watch Nate's movie?
No, I watched the trailer. I haven't got around to watching the movie yet.
He hasn't gotten around to. Oh man.
Well, he's probably busy.
I know. I was just giving him.
He's trying to make his own movie.
What? Right now, or is that? I thought he was. Is it going on right now?
No, I haven't started making it yet.
Okay.
Don't have a start date at all yet. It's still very early in the stages. Like I haven't even totally finished the the script yet. I'm
Well-
about 3/4 done with the script, so
You're gonna have to make sure that they distance themselves from each other. They're gonna have to wear the beep, right?
no.
I think we know the answer to that, Matt. Being Matt.
And make sure that they got the medicine.
Come
as
on,
well.
Matt. Let's keep on topic.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, we gotta stay safe if you're gonna be filming your movie. That's all. Keep it on topic. I'm just saying, stay safe. Follow the guidelines.
Fuck the guidelines. That's all I got to say.
Oh man. So what's up with YouTube is psycho, Wilson's? Oh, I can't say that. YouTube is amazing. YouTube is perfect. They're everything right with the world. Yep.
Wilson thinks the show's targeted because he's here. So
Nah, we're on Skype. Maybe they're attacking Nate's fucking internet on his phone. I don't know. They're like shutting it off or something.
Speaking of like Friday the 13th and like indie flicks and stuff. Hey Nate, have you ever watched like the Never Hike Alone movies and stuff?
yeah, so I reviewed Never Hike Alone on the channel. So if anyone wants to check out my thoughts on it, I didn't really. I kind of got.
Okay, yes, I do have a vague memory of you reviewing that a while back. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Honestly, I guess
I do remember that.
after that one, I kind of lost interest in the Friday fan films. But I hear that has there been some other good ones? I mean, I hear that Adrian King is in one. Harry Manfredini did music for one.
Yeah, I was about to just mention that. Yeah, Adrian King. I mean, it's a bit of a spoiler, but yeah, she's in Jason Rising. It's called. Yeah, it just came out a few months back. I enjoyed that one for what it was. I'm pretty into Never Hike Alone, and I enjoyed it for what it was. It was a bit different,
That's
I mean, obviously, it's not like a traditional Friday flick, but I think he came up with a decent story, and he's actually working on Never Hike Alone 2 now. There's like a campaign going on for that now, and there's also he did Never Hike in the Snow. That came out last year. That was okay, but that wasn't anywhere near as good as Never Hike Alone to me. But I mean, it was a lot shorter. There was that, but I dig the fan films like when they're done well. You know what I mean?
Well, it's funny.
Have some fun with them. I mean,
It's
we're not going to get a new movie for God knows how long, so it's sort of the next best thing, I guess.
well, honestly, I think what the fan films are doing is probably a lot better than what a real movie would be anyway.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much what my thoughts are. I mean, it's pretty sad though when a $20,000 fan film friggin' shows up a studio production.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know if you're aware of, but there's a Star Wars fan film called I think it's called Vader, done by this guy that does like his own channel about Star Wars and stuff, and I shit you not, that like 20-minute clip or whatever it was, 20-minute fan film is pretty much better than most of the stuff they did with that new Star Wars trilogy.
Wow.
And, like Disney got really fucking pissed with him and shit and try to like copyright claim it and everything, and because people leaving comments saying this is better than the actual movies and stuff. So
Yeah. But I hear
They were
you.
amazing, weren't they?
What?
Disney.
Oh,
Disney
yeah,
Star
they're-
Wars the best, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, it was all about female empowerment. It was about equality and.
I don't mind the first one. Like Force Awakens it's okay, but like the Last Jedi that ripped out
Luke
my
was
soul.
a toxic masculine and the asshole. Had to go. I don't know. I never saw it. I don't really watch Star Wars. I saw everyone fucking losing their mind out. Shit, it looked terrible.
What they did with Luke was just unforgivable. Like
they did it on
I
purpose,
can't
man.
believe
They
that
did it on
Disney-
purpose.
I can't believe Disney even signed off on that. I can't believe that Mark Hamill himself signed off on that. Like a character that he'd been playing for years, and like you're just gonna do him like that. Like he even like said that, like he called him he said like he's like he pretty much said I'm no longer playing Luke Skywalker, it's Jake Skywalker. So
Oh, okay.
and like obviously he doesn't approve the angle they went with, but I guess money talks.
You need that money, man. You need that retirement money. He's old now. You need the retirement money.
I am actually looking forward to the Obi-Wan show that's coming. That might be fun. They got Ewan McGregor back. So.
Oh, Austin said the name of it. You gotta tell Austin retract.
No, I'll get rid of it right now.
Okay.
I left it up for a bit. Yeah, you might very well be able to. Good luck with that. And I don't think I can do it on OBS. I got to go into YouTube.
Wait, he's saying he's trying to find a copy of your movie in the wild?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult, but
I was gonna say that's gonna be a whoa. That's gonna be like, yeah. Because how many copies, if you had to estimate, did you think you sold?
Like, well, let's say in North America,
total.
yeah, in North America, there's I'd say well over 100. Well less than 100 in the whole North America.
Wait, you said well less than 100 outside of America?
In America, probably well under less than 100.
Okay, and he's in America, Austin?
Yeah, he's in Oklahoma. Yep.
Okay. But who's to say he's not going to travel overseas for the hunt too? He might take it to the extreme.
So he's going to spend money to go look for the DVD overseas when he can just order it for $10. Okay.
Well, it's the hunt, man. He's
I see
the logic of people, mate. You got to love it.
And he wants to give someone else the money instead of
the creator. Yeah.
Secondhand. Hey, maybe there's a bunch of pirated copies. Maybe someone was out there. Who knows? Just
well, that's you haven't. There's no way to know that. Austin says, it's the challenge. Okay. Yeah. I tried to get a used DVD at career opportunities for like 6 years. I gave up and bought it new. So
he'll find that. Would be hilarious if he did find it and he's like shows you a picture. He's like, I found one
with completely different cover art and stuff. Yeah, bootleg.
With what?
Completely different cover art.
No, I'm saying, what if he actually did like find one like
that I made? Yeah, that'd be fun.
One.
Yeah, that'd be something.
I don't know how you would even go about doing that because he has none of the context. Like if he can't contact any of the people that you sold it to. He doesn't have any of their emails or
right.
He's just to go to I don't know. I have no idea how you'd go about that.
Well,
has anyone watched anything recently?
Rewatch Spider-Man No Way Home.
So when you saw it the second time, how was it, Matt?
It was still good. I don't think it's going to be like a classic movie, but it was still good, and I still enjoyed it.
I love that movie. I'm going to say flat out, I love that movie.
All right,
I still liked it.
I really dug. I mean, I'm a big Spidey guy, but just I don't know that movie. It was
good.
It was a great theater experience, I reckon.
Oh yeah,
it was really good in the theater. And I mean, I watched the review the other day. This guy's channel that I watch on YouTube, and he was like pretty down on the film. But like he didn't like the other two either, and he's like pointing out all the problems in the movie and stuff. And I don't know. That's the thing, man. Like, what happened to just watching a movie and enjoying the movie for what it is? Like, why, as a society, now, do we have to nitpick the fuck out of everything we watch now?
Was that a Wade Wilson review?
There it goes.
No, it was a different. The channel will remain nameless. It was not Wade's channel now.
I finished earlier this week, or I don't know when I finished the game. I finished Ultimate Spider-Man the game.
Oh wow,
that was a good game. What?
That must have been a pretty short game. You got through it pretty quickly.
Yeah, it was like 6 hours. It says to beat it online. So yeah, it was a pretty short game. But it was very.
Did it have difficulty levels? Like what?
No, but it was just hard as fuck. There was no difficulty level, but it was a hard ass game. Like way harder than you would think like a children's Spider-Man game would be. It was like
I have beat that game but it's been years. Like I probably finished that game like 15 years ago or something. So
it was just nothing but boss. It was like nothing but like hard boss battles, you know. Like, I mean, there was still stuff on the side you did, but it was, like, so many boss battles. That was, like, the whole game, just boss battle. And they were hard, too. I mean, I don't know. I beat it, but I was like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah.
I remember the web system in that game being kind of strange. Like, I remember, like, it taking a while to get used to. Like, I think for one part of it, you use the X button, and then, like, it might be, well, if you're playing it, like, PlayStation, I guess, but, yeah.
It was good.
I remember liking it.
I loved it.
You ever played the Shattered Dimension games?
Nah, because one, I'm not gonna play them now because they're like $80. And two,
really,
they're so dude. Because I have a couple of Spider-Man games. I still have to play, but every Spider-Man game since when did that deal happen? Remember the fucking shit happened with what happened? Activision lost the rights to like the video games or something.
Oh, okay.
Remember that happened like a couple of years back? Activision can't make Spider-Man video games.
Heard
they
something.
were the ones making all of them.
I got a vague memory of that. They didn't make the new one, the newest.
No, that was a whole new studio. And so when they lost
something, isn't it? I think the new one.
When they lost the rights to those old games, they can't sell them digitally anymore. So that means anyone that has a hard copy of basically any of these Spider-Man games,
that's
all of them,
bullshit, and that
skyrocketed value.
Yeah, that stops me from I mean, obviously I love my physical games, but I like that. Like when I can get a good deal, I like that own them digitally as well, just for convenience.
Well, and it also keeps the physical copies a little bit lower too, because you can still get them digitally.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
no,
like, once that's the only option, they really
they
eBay, people would just they'll just rape you with the price.
Because I spent Ultimate Spider-Man sold a lot of copies, and I spent like $30 on them, and that was one of the cheaper Spider-Man games. If you're talking about Shattered Dimensions, and I have one of the kind of a rarer ones I have on Xbox 360. I didn't beat it yet. It's called Web of Shadows. That goes for like almost $100 now. I'm like, holy fuck, this game is.
Web of Shadows isn't that in the same series as Shattered Dimensions?
I don't think so. It's an open world. No, you're thinking of Edge of Time, I think.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's right. Yeah, Edge of Time and Shattered Dimensions. I have both those games. I think
they're worth a lot of money now, man. So if you want to sell them,
I think Shattered Dimensions is the first one. I think, and I know.
Yeah.
I know I've beat that one. I don't even think I've played the second one yet. But yeah, I got them pretty much dirt cheap. I think they're PS3 games, I think, aren't they? They're not for their 3, I think, yeah.
Yeah,
but
consoles.
I had no idea, yeah. They were going for a lot now.
Yeah, because they can't make them digitally, and they went up all of them. Every Spider-Man game.
I don't know about you, but like for years I've been doing that where as soon as the previous generation console is like on its way out and they start
buy
selling
the games. Yep.
all the games, I just buy everything, man. Like when you get
the time to do it because they'll only go up in value.
Like $10 or something. It's like I'll just buy 10 games every time I'm near like the eBay, friggin' EB Game Store or whatever, So, I mean that's how I amassed like such a big game collection. Is just I just wait until they're all so cheap because the console's going out. And then it's funny, man, because like you'd think the people that work at all of these stores would buy the games themselves because at this point, like, doesn't everybody know like what's old becomes new again? Like 10 years later, like everyone wants to relive their memories again and play them.
Yeah, but you don't know that until you're older, though.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I guess. I mean, I actually do remember though, like when it was around the time the Nintendo 64 came out, and they were selling off the original Nintendo for $5 a console, and I was just a kid. I was like 10, 11 years old sort of thing. And yeah, I remember like walking past this like gaming store, and they just like literally had them all just like stacked up and stuff. And I remember looking at them and thinking, you know, like if I had a spare couple $100 right now, I'd buy every one of those suckers. As I'm telling you, one day people are going to want to play this again, I bet you. And yeah, I was actually right.
Oh yeah.
Isn't that something? How something something is new, then it goes through this period where it's worthless, and then a little more time, then it's worth more again.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well, look at VHS. Like there are people trying to get crazy prices on eBay for some old VHS tapes. Like I heard somewhere the other day there was like an auction for.
Why?
I think it was the first release of the Terminator, and it went for like $100,000.
Why? Why did people pay all this money for a VHS?
I think it's just the nostalgia.
The nostalgia? Yeah, I gotta put it in the VCR. I gotta put it in.
I don't know, like I don't want to judge people, but it's also, I guess, a bit like hipster culture kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's definitely there's definitely because I understand when we talk about old games. Again, graphics are irrelevant. If it's a good game, it's a good game, right? If you can't get it digitally and it's only hard copy, totally get why something would skyrocket in price. That economically that makes a lot of sense to me. That's just, but like VHS, it's like
it's available.
It's like it doesn't. Yeah, it's only there because it's like you like it. You just like the look of it. Like you like the feel. It's like it's not there because it's like it's such a. It's one of those technologies. It's just like,
There are people out there that like flat out refuse to watch certain movies unless they can watch it on the VHS.
Yeah, they're like the equivalent of like the people that have to listen to music on records.
Yeah,
like the same shit. Like, well, I guess
my dad was like that. Like when everything started going digital with music, he's like, doesn't sound as good. Like records the way to go.
Those people are so full of shit, dude. I never got. I'm like, it sounds great to me, and I can fit like your whole record collection on this little USB stick. But can you imagine people like because I think even when I was a kid, when I was a kid in the 90s, like records weren't going for anything. People were like, why the fuck would I buy a record? Like it was at the time where they were basically like pretty much
dead.
Yeah, pretty much no one was buying them. They were used.
The only thing I really dig about like records, and like I don't know if you guys are aware of it. Like I guess Nate probably would be. There's a record company called Waxworks.
Oh yeah.
They do like soundtracks for all the big horror movies like Friday and Creepshow and stuff. And like the artwork on those is fucking dope. Like I'd like to buy some of those just for the friggin' artwork. Like I don't even own a turntable set. It just looked good on a wall.
I think it's funny, like these people with their. I laugh when the records started going up in price. And
oh my god!
You like hold on to that DVD collection if you have it, because I'm telling you, one day.
Oh yeah.
They're gonna be worth money too. I'm telling you.
Yeah, everything. CDs, DVDs. Yeah, it's like a fucking VHS is worth money. Then DVDs are next for sure.
I mean, DVDs like what? Well over a 20-year-old format now, so. It's technically antique, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I like DVDs because it was like, you didn't have to rewind. It was better quality. Good enough quality. Like, I still watch a DVD fine now. I don't...
Like, even as a kid, like, obviously, you know, I have the nostalgia memories of, like, VHS and, hiring VHS in the video store and all that, but...
I was happy to get rid of it, though, to be honest. I was happy as fuck to have a DVD. I was like, I don't
give a fuck. You, like, even as a little kid, like, whenever, like, the video would start getting distorted or the picture would start rolling and that, like, I remember saying to my dad, like...
Or the tape messing up, the tape, getting all...
Like, one day we got to have something better than this shit, you know?
Yeah.
Like...
No, I was
like, Thank fuck we have this now, you know?
Then I was happy as shit about DVD. And then Blu-ray came along and I was like, I don't even, like, I don't even own a Blu-ray. Like, I don't care about Blu-ray. Like, I'm cool with, like, HD, like, 720, but, like, I really don't want to watch most of these movies in super high-def Blu-ray. And then now people are like, we need 4K. It's like, No, dude,
Well,
I don't
mean,
want to
it
see
depends.
this guy's.
For me,
Nose hairs.
I mean, yes.
Yeah,
it's a yes.
it just looks so stupid. Yeah, I literally don't like the way 4K looks for movies.
Well, put it this way, like, take a movie like The Thing. Like, I don't know what it's like in the US, but, like, we never got, like, a great release for that movie on DVD. Like, it was basically just the laser disc, you know, like, transferred onto a DVD, and the picture was, like, what we call letterbox, which is, like, extreme widescreen. So when the movie came out on Blu-ray, like, the movie just looked like $1 million, you know? It was definitely the way to go. But like I was saying earlier, yeah, like, I mean, especially that original Friday the 13th movie, you don't want to be watching that, like, in Blu-ray quality. But, I mean, it's a yes and a no for me, you know, I mean, with Blu-ray, but, like, 4K, like, yeah, no, I'm not going to re-buy everything again on 4K. I mean, even Blu-ray, I've only re-bought, like, certain movies and stuff, and you know what I mean? Like, if I buy a movie now, like, physically, like, don't get me wrong, I still love buying movies, physical copies, but the only reason for me to really, like, get motivated about doing it now, like, it has to have really good features. Like, it has to have really good special features on it before I'm like, yeah, it's worth me paying, like, $30-$40, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Austin,
I'm
I mean,
happy with
especially
720.
Yeah, like,
That's
I
my
mean,
happy medium.
Studios have got to realize now, man, like, we can watch the movie itself for fucking free now. You know what I mean? Like, there's some ways to do it, you know what I mean? They got to, you want us to buy, you know, physically, then you got to give us a reason to. It's like, that's what's good about companies like Stream Factory and stuff, you know what I mean? They'll give you all the accoutrements and, you know, special features and shit.
Austin
Yeah, they
says.
gotta throw in.
Austin says Blu-ray looks like a pop-up book sometimes. I don't know if he means because the resolution is so good or.
Yeah, it's too good, the resolution. Most
What
of the time.
verisimilitude? What's your thoughts on 4K versus Blu-ray? Is it just too much? I mean, isn't Blu-ray good enough or?
Yeah, I mean, 4K, yeah. I mean, it only, for me, 4K, it only makes sense at all, like, for new movies. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to buy the latest, I don't know, if you want to buy, like, the latest Spider-Man movie or whatever, then I can understand 4K, but we don't, if you've already got it on Blu-ray as it is, like, you don't need a movie like Terror Train or whatever, like, in 4K, you know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense.
I like it, you know what I like when they do it? Haven't they done this for a couple movies? Sometimes they release it on VHS? Some of these new movies?
Well,
I feel like some of them have done
there is, like, special editions like that.
Yeah, I think that's funny when they do that. Like, it makes me, I don't know. Like, that's just...
Yeah, I got a VHS from 2009 of House of the Devil, the Ty West movie.
No, but, like, I thought they did it even now for some of these.
Like, a few weeks back.
I don't hear about much of it now, but you might be right. Like anything you can name or?
Oh, I have no idea. I thought I heard of one newer movie.
Well, actually, some of the Friday the 13th fan films, some of those people that make those, I know they release them on, like, VHS and stuff. They're in limited.
Quantity,
sorry, but they do it.
You know, they should even go a step further and go release it in 8mm.
Release it in Super 8 or something.
That'd be kind of cool, right?
But what do you reckon, Nate? You reckon House of the Devil? Do you reckon that can pass for an 80s movie? I reckon it looks pretty legit.
Yeah, I appreciated that. You probably saw our review of it or my review of it way back when, but yeah, I really had fun with that when it came out. I would, I think so.
Like, even the main chick in it, like, she looks totally like one of those 80s actresses, you know, like, she reminds me a bit of, can't think of her name right now, but she reminds me of the chick from The Stepfather.
Oh, yeah, I haven't
she
seen that.
Jill Sholin, I think her name is. Yeah, she reminds me of her. But, yeah, I revisited that just a few weeks ago. House of the Devil. It's a fun movie. It's got a lot of tension, and if you haven't seen it, Matt, I recommend it.
Yeah, the tension's
When
great.
will it come out?
The tension's great.
Yeah.
My only complaint with it is it that the ending doesn't live up to the tension, unfortunately. But it's
When did
Yeah,
it
I
come
would.
out?
Yeah, I
It's
would agree. It's
two-
09.
Oh, okay. I've heard of it. I did I see it? I don't.
Yeah, I would agree. The ending is a little bit of a letdown. It's like, this is what it's all about. Like, I don't know what else he could have done though. Like, I couldn't really think of anything at the time or even now that I could think of as more of a satisfying ending.
Well, that's the
so to
that's the
speak.
problem. Like the lead up to it or the mystery of what was going on, you could never have an ending that's so satisfying.
Yeah, that's I guess true. Yeah, I
Don't
agree
give
with
him
that.
an ending then.
Just we're out of film. Movie's over. Yeah.
Yeah, or just the ending is it cutting off before it ends. Like,
Or she takes a
Yeah.
shower. The end.
I might have seen this. It looks kind of familiar, but I don't remember it if I did.
Ty West has got a new one coming out. I don't know if you're aware.
Yeah,
He's got one called. Nate. There's one coming out called X.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
I saw the poster and I looked at the synopsis. I guess it's people making some low budget adult film or something and then getting into
Yeah, they're making like a porno. Yeah, and they get into
Yeah,
some sort of
was
situation,
Nate
yeah.
filming it?
I was waiting for that. I was
As
waiting
soon
for
as
that.
you said that, I was thinking of Nate's movie. Beth is gonna love this one if she hears this show. Is she listening to your show?
No, she don't have time.
No. That's good. That's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
No, Ty
Oh.
West. He's a pretty underrated director. I reckon he needs to get more chances.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen anything after the one, what the hell was it called? The Innkeepers? I don't think I saw anything after that because I didn't like it as much as House of the Devil.
Yeah, Innkeepers. I went back and forth on that one. The first time I saw it, I was pretty mixed, and I was like, it's not the best thing I've ever seen. And then I watched it again like a couple of years ago, and it grew on me a little bit more. I think it's like one of those films. Sometimes you got to see it maybe a couple of times before
Yeah.
grows on you a bit. But he hasn't done that many movies, man. I think like after Innkeepers, I think it was like a few years before he made a film after that. I think he did some sort of like Western movie that might have had like the horror element to it, maybe. And then I think that might have been his like last film before the new one that's coming out. 'Cause I remember jumping on his IMDb like not that long ago, and I think the new one he's done, X, is like his first film in at least like the last 5 or 6 years, sort of thing. So
Nate, were you, when the first Leprechaun came out, were you freaked out by that movie or scared at all?
Oh, no. It was a joke. It was a joke. Was that a joke, Matt?
When did it come out? What year was it?
Like 90.
but like 93 or something.
Yeah, I could.
You were
Yeah,
like a teenager by then.
16 and already doing the horror movie. It was a joke even back when it came out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like 4 when I saw it. Or
Oh,
5.
so it scared you.
Yeah. It's a fucking joke now. I remember when I was like,
That's a terrible movie and an even terribler franchise. I mean, I don't think I'd ever go back and watch those movies. Like, didn't they do a fucking remake like not that long ago? Like, remember hearing about that?
but I remember I don't know how I was really young. I was like 5. I was like really young when I saw it. Yeah, I must have been like 5 or something. And it was like, it was just so freaky. Like, I don't know, to be at like a 5-year-old, like just the
What's funny
Leprechaun
about
thing.
that movie is what's her name's in that movie? Jennifer Aniston. It's like
Well,
one
St.
of the
Patty's
first
Day, so we got to talk about it.
things ever did.
Yep.
Well, what do you do on St. Patty's Day? Everyone just gets drunk? Is that the?
I think that's what most people do.
Isn't that what they do every weekend or every night?
Right. Yeah. So they just do it. They get.
Leprechaun would be like the only like St. Patty's Day like horror film, I guess, wouldn't it? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think there's too many horror films that take place on that day.
Well, the end
Did
of.
it actually take place on St. Patty's Day in that movie?
Actually, I don't even know if it takes place on it. Actually.
Oh yeah, you might be right. Yeah. Well, I'm
Well,
working.
it's like St. Patty's theme. It's it's why he
I'm
put
working off.
Jennifer
I'm
Aniston.
working off a memory of like I haven't seen that film since probably around the time it came out. So I haven't seen it for years.
If anyone's seen the original Maniac Cop, the end of that takes place on St. Patty's Day. It's actually more. It might one up Leprechaun for actually taking place on St. Patrick's Day.
Now, Nate, do you like the original Chucky movies?
Yeah, I like the first three quite a bit.
Yeah, they freaked me out. But honestly, they freaked me out. But something about Leprechaun as whatever I was. Really,
I want to.
really
Can we hear a little bit more about Matt's horrific experience with Leprechaun?
I was so young that I don't remember. I was too young to even understand the damn movie. I just remember being freaked the fuck out by this little leprechaun, like more than even Chucky or any of those things. Like I don't remember really thinking the movie was great. I just remember the atmosphere in this little leprechaun just freaking me out, and it's it's kind of creepy. Like this little, like you know what I mean?
Well, I can understand to a kid, absolutely.
Yeah, like it got to my child mind more than other.
I remember the first Child's Play, like because all these classics from the '80s and stuff. I saw them when I was very young, so I remember Child's Play that kind of freaked me out quite a bit. I remember the part where she finally realizes that the mum finally realizes that he hasn't got any batteries inside him. He just comes alive and he's like, "Hey, Chucky, want to play?"
Yep.
Like, I always got freaked out at that part. I remember that freaked me out as a kid quite a bit. The only Child's Play movie I don't really like is Seed of Chucky, but I mean everyone pretty much universally hates that movie.
Yeah.
Just these little tiny dolls or whatever, leopards or these little tiny things that go around and kill you. It's just creepy, something about
if
it.
If you're freaked out by dolls, I recommend the movie Dolls if you haven't seen that. It's like late 80s.
I'm just saying it's creepy when like little things kill people. Like even if it's like a little kid going around killing them, it's just something about like little tiny. To me, that's creepier than like Jason. I don't know.
Right. Yeah,
like,
I think
just,
we.
Like a little
when I was
fucking thing.
I first saw Friday 2. It was pretty creepy with that friggin' sack on his head and shit.
Oh, okay. So verisimilitude, very briefly, what was the first Friday movie you saw, and what was your age?
Well, I saw them. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people. Yeah, when they're asked that question, they're always like, "Oh, like I first saw part 4, or I first saw part 6, and that sort of stuff." But for me, like I saw them all in order. To be honest with you.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure that's the way I saw them. Yeah.
So what approximate age verisimilitude?
Geez, man, I would have been like 5, 6 tops.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like my old man was pretty liberal with horror and stuff. Yeah, I mean there was a few things that he wouldn't let me see like right off the bat. Like I remember the original Chainsaw. He wouldn't let me see that until I was like 8.
Wait,
still
it
very
says
young.
Leprechaun? On YouTube, it says comedy.
Right.
Back to Leprechaun now.
Wait,
just briefly.
I thought it's supposed to be an actual comedy.
Yeah, I think so.
No, it wasn't supposed to be scary at all.
Isn't there like one part where he kills someone with a friggin' like he's on a pogo stick?
Yeah. I'd say it'd be more horror comedy, Matt.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
It's definitely not straight horror.
I haven't seen the movie since I was a kid.
For fuck's sake, you really make like a straight horror film called
I haven't
Leprechaun.
seen it since I was a little kid, so to me it was just a horror movie then.
Okay, so Friday, back to verisimilitude Friday.
Yeah. What was I saying? I can't remember what I was saying.
Thanks a lot, Matt.
Oh, what? What did you say?
He was trying to figure out what he was talking about.
Okay.
I was just you asked me how old I was when I saw them. Yeah, I was very young, man. To be honest with you, I was probably more of a Freddy. Like when I was really young, I was more into Elm Street than I was Friday. Like for a little while there, it was probably when I was about maybe 8 8 or 9 sort of thing, I turned more to Friday, and I was like, yeah, these movies are definitely better quality for the most part, and scarier, obviously, too, I reckon, than most things in Elm Street. But yeah, man, like I even saw Jason Goes to Hell. I remember seeing that in the theater and being like bitterly disappointed. And actually, I remember like for years thinking like, I wish there was some way that I could talk to the director and just tell him how much his movies sucked.
Oh wow!
And then I actually got the chance to do that just a couple of years ago. I was on a message board on Facebook, and Adam Marcus was on there, and I'm like, dude, like I wasn't really mean to him, but I was like, dude, like what were you thinking with that movie, man?
Oh no!
Did
you get a response?
Yeah, he's like, oh, have you seen the movie recently? And I was like, oh, yeah, I saw it like maybe 5 years ago, and no, my opinion has not changed. Like, it's still, I don't even consider that canon at all. I don't know about you, Nate. But
no.
I freaking hate that movie.
Well, for me, it pretty much ends at 7, but that's where I
knew you were gonna say that. I've heard you say that many times. Yeah.
I'll do 8, but you're right. I mean, at the absolute minimum, it definitely ends at 8 for me. I
mean, you're gonna hate me for saying this probably, but I really dig Jason X.
No, not at all. We loved it when we saw it in the theater. I don't know. I can understand the love for it. It's fun for what it is, but the funny thing is, after Jason Goes to Hell and nearly 10 years of nothing, it was just so fun compared to that Jason Goes to Hell at the time,
Yeah, that's very true. It was definitely welcomed for that reason alone. Like, I mean, Jason was actually in the fucking movie, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That, and I don't know. I mean, I think Jason X, in a way, it's a little bit misunderstood, man. You know what I mean? Like, if you kind of watch it for what it is, you can have some fun with it. I mean, yeah, it's not on the level of the earlier Friday films, of course, but for what it is, man, I can have fun with that movie. And I don't know what your thoughts are on Freddy versus Jason, but I dig that one too. But it doesn't hold up like as quite as well anymore. Like, I actually really, really dug it when it first came out, because like I'd wanted that film for years, since I was a kid. But yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that I like Jason X more than Freddy versus Jason, but is Matt with us?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He must be looking online at Leprechaun.
I'm not really a huge Friday guy.
Oh, okay. We're putting him to sleep.
Yeah, it's all right. It's your show. I'm watching this Leprechaun. He still looks so creepy, though.
Isn't the dude that played Leprechaun like the same dude that was like the main
Ewok
or some shit in Return of the Jedi? Isn't that
Yep.
I wouldn't even know.
I think it is.
I think it was in Willow as well.
Yeah.
It's so funny because if you watch the first Leprechaun movie, it was Jennifer Aniston was nothing. The guy who plays Leprechaun is the top billing over Jennifer Aniston.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, that was, I think, like probably the first thing she did, like even before Friends started. I think.
Oh, absolutely! Yeah. It was probably her first movie.
Isn't Friends like mid-90s sort of?
And that was prior to her nose job too.
All right.
I'm just saying, like, you can tell she's a different nose.
It's pretty funny when you get like these like sitcom actors and like even like bigger actors like Kevin Bacon and stuff. Like they all have horror roots. It's pretty funny.
Oh, let me actually address some of what Austin's saying. Me and him in chat were talking about Maniac Cops, and I said I've got the first one on DVD and the 2 and 3 on Blu-ray, and I never got the reason I never got the first one on Blu-ray is just because the DVD I got is one of them like Blue Underground, pretty high quality ones, so I just didn't want to double dip, but that's why I've got the 2 and 3 on Blu-ray and the first one on DVD, but no, I don't like the sequel. I don't like the sequels.
I think I have them all on DVD.
Yeah, I don't like the sequels better. I think the first one's probably the best, and second best, and third definitely third best. Austin says Jason Goes to Hell is a guilty pleasure if you watch the unrated cut, which I agree. I mean, if you're gonna watch a version of it, you got to do unrated. He says Jason X isn't.
Yeah, I mean the tent kill's pretty cool, and but I mean that's really the movie. All the movie really has to offer is like some decent gore,
Yeah, that's true. Austin says Jason X isn't too bad, but it feels more like late '90s movie that you'd see on Cinemax. And his thoughts on Freddy versus Jason is a bit too American Pie. Yeah, I kind of agree on that too. The character, because I watched Freddy versus Jason, I think not a couple years ago, and man, the characters are just so shitty. Like oh god.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like Kelly Rowlands. I mean, she's in the movie. She's not the best actress, and Monica Kino, who plays like the lead, like she's okay, but yeah, the characters aren't great. I mean, I pretty much watched the movie for Jason and Freddy. You know what I mean? That's what I'm there really to watch. But yeah, I can definitely see his point with that. But like, I mean, the thing is with Jason Goes to Hell is like you can't introduce new elements and mythology into like the ninth entry into a franchise. You know what I mean? Like they basically try to explain like why Jason can't be killed. Like they try to say that he's this little demon creature, and it's like what the fuck is this shit? you know?
Right, exactly. Hey, really quickly before we transition to something that Matt's interested in, what are your thoughts on those two women in like so Freddy versus Jason, and also I would imagine they're two separate women, and also the '09 reboot that briefly portrayed Pamela Voorhees.
I mean, in the '09 reboot, it's like what? Like half of one scene
the
actress had to work with, so I mean don't really get too much of an impression of her in that movie really. Like I think it would have really helped that movie a lot, like if they had like some sort of flashback sequence, like a bit more with Pamela in that movie. But Freddy versus Jason, I think that actress is pretty over the top, but I mean it's sort of Freddy's interpretation of Jason's mum. So, I mean...
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good... I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry to cut you off, but that's a good point. It's Freddy's interpretation of Jason's mom. I never really thought of that. Good point.
Yeah, that's... I mean, they actually... the writers actually wanted Betsy Palmer to come back.
Oh.
But, the studios just wouldn't flip the bill for it. You know what I mean?
Oh, man.
They didn't want to pay her, so... I mean, they even wanted Corey Feldman to come back, man. And have the cameo, and they wouldn't. Yeah, studios. Yeah, penny pinching. They wouldn't spring for any of that shit.
Yeah.
It's funny how like, even Betsy Palmer herself kind of forgets that she's briefly in the second movie.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean, like the ending and stuff. Like, yeah, like there's so many interviews where she never mentions that she was in that movie.
Let me read Austin. He says, yeah, the acting isn't very good in Freddy versus Jason, except for Freddy. He's always great. Yeah, I think we can all agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Robert Englund was really on point with that movie. I think it really helped, too, that it had been several years. I mean, like, New Nightmare was 94. So it was almost a decade that he went without playing Freddy. So I think it really helped, like, with the break that he had and stuff. The one thing about that film, though, is, I mean, every Friday fan will probably pretty much agree with this and say this, but that film was really hurt by Jason not being played by Kane Hodder.
Yeah, isn't that something?
Like, he really got fucked over. Like, he promoted that film for, like, a decade. You know what I mean? And, like, he even had, like, a meeting with, like, one of the producers or something, and he was shown a script, and yeah, they pretty much just ended up giving the finger and said, "Nah, you're not gonna do the movie now." And that movie would be even better, yeah, if it had been him. And he like, and he's like, I mean, not everyone probably even know this, but he doesn't just stop at like, putting the outfit on and being Jason. He'll actually like disagree like with certain things if he thinks like it's not right for the movie. Like, I remember on the documentary for Jason X, like there were certain things they wanted to do, and like Kane Hodder would just like stare the director down and be like, no, Jason wouldn't do that. So, like you probably would have got an even better movie. And like Ken Kersinger, who plays Jason, he's easily the worst Jason, I reckon. I mean, he's walking around like friggin' Frankenstein, and that's not really his fault, I guess, because I know, Ronnie, that was sort of like the direction you gave him. But I don't know why you get, an Asian director who's known for doing, Asian movies to direct like what would be one of the most important entries in like both franchises. That didn't make any sense at all to do that.
Well, welcome to Hollywood.
Yeah, yep, sure that.
Austin says he thought Jason Goes to Hell had much better actors in it, seemed more professional. Yeah, that's the first thing I'd ever seen John D. LeMay in. It's funny because I'm watching, Beth and I are watching the Friday TV series now, and it's just like, God, I wish I would have watched those before I met him at the, or not the premiere, but the opening day of Jason Goes to Hell. Because I didn't know.
Oh, yeah, I remember you saying something about that years ago on a video. Yeah, you actually like met him, like you're with like your girlfriend or something, and you're like, yeah, there's the dude from the movie or something.
Well, I didn't have a girlfriend at the time. I was with my buddies, but yeah, he was at the theater we went to see it at. He was, because I guess I found out later he's from Minnesota, so I was always wondered like why out of all places in the country on opening day he's at our theater, and that's probably why. He was probably just here at the time, but he brought a whole stack load of posters and was autographing posters and shaking hands before the movie. And, all of us, we didn't know who the hell this guy was. And one of my friend's buddies was like, yeah, you play Jason in the movie, right? And I was just like, oh my God. I knew he didn't play Jason, but.
So after just even seeing the movie, he looked that different in person. You couldn't spot him out?
No, we met him before we saw the movie.
Oh, okay. Fair enough then, yeah. Oh, interesting.
But yeah, like I say, we're watching the series now, and I'm like, God, I wish I would have known the series before I met him, because then I could have said like, oh, that one episode, but oh well.
Yeah, I wasn't even aware, because I didn't grow up with the series. I think maybe I saw like a random VHS tape of it like way back in the day, but I wasn't even aware that he was in the series until like a few years ago. I went back and watched a number of the episodes, like mainly from the first season, and that was sort of like how I like discovered that he was in that. But then to me, that's kind of strange that he was in that, and then like he's in the movie, and like he's playing a different character. Like, wouldn't it have made more sense for him to be playing that character?
Exactly. Isn't that really weird?
They should have just done that, man. He should have just been the same character.
That's just so weird. Maybe Leprechaun ate Matt. I don't know.
Oh, sorry. Just looking at stuff on that.
That's okay. Me and Verisimilitude can chat. We just don't want Matt left out, do we?
I don't know. Well, it's all right. I don't know anything about Jason.
That's true.
We can't talk about everything. We can't talk about everything, though. We've got to leave some of the juicy conversation for when we do the actual episodes about Friday, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, does that work better for you, like in your afternoon, or what time's better for you for that?
Yeah, the afternoons would be fine. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's like midnight or after midnight where I am. That's just insane.
That's crazy. Yeah.
What time do you go to bed?
Pretty crazy.
8.
Me? I don't know. Generally, between midnight and 1 or 2 or something.
There you go.
I mean, we can go a little bit earlier, maybe 10 a.m. my time sort of thing, which I guess would be, 8 or 9 o'clock your time sort of thing.
Yeah, that'd be good, yeah.
But get it better that way, at least then, you're not chatting to the wee hours of the night.
Yeah, what the hell movie were we talking about? Oh, Freddy. Yeah, okay.
Well, have you ever reviewed the Elm Street movies? I can't remember what your
Yeah,
thoughts are on
Matt and
those.
I did that when Matt was still a part of the channel, so you can check those all out. They should still be
Oh
up.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that's.
We got the
I haven't
little,
watched.
we got the toy glove that we're swapping between movies.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I watched. Obviously, I watched all that stuff way back in the day, but it's just been years, So,
Yeah,
and I remember you did the sleepaway camp ones as well. Yeah, that's right.
I've done the sleepaway camps by myself more recently. I think in 2018.
Yeah, yeah, I watched those. The biggest takeaway from the first one, that when you re-reviewed the first one, the Screen Factory edition, was it kept going on about, like, I don't know if this dude who wears all black like is trustworthy to do the 2K transfer and stuff like that. Had me rolling, dude. That was a crack up.
Yeah, I showed a picture of this guy. He's got black dyed hair, black undershirt, black cardigan, black whatever. Is it that this guy's fault about the screw ups on the Blu-ray? I think it is.
There's scrubs on the Blu-ray. I never noticed.
Yeah, you can watch my review of it. There's one. It's like, I don't know if it's a quarter second, half a second shot of Meg. Wait, no, not Meg. It's Judy, the bitch who's sitting on the bed. They cut to her for just a half a second, quarter second, and the framing is completely fucked up.
Okay. I must have blinked and missed that when I've only watched, I think, that Blu-ray like once or twice. So.
Oh yeah, you could have.
Yeah.
I mean, like I say, quarter second, half second. It doesn't last very long.
Talk about a movie that like is kind of ruined in a way by HD. That's another one, because like talking about it's in that actual scene, that scene where just before Judy's death scene, is you can see that's clearly Jonathan Tiersten standing in that doorway, hey, like with a wig on.
Well,
like,
especially on the Blu-ray. Oh my god.
Yeah, especially on the Blu-ray. Like it was obvious on the DVD, you know what I mean? But on the Blu-ray, it's like it's night and day. Like you can clearly see that, that it's him, and that would make the movie even more confusing, I reckon, for someone who's watching it for the first time. They'd be like, "Why is this like dude standing in the doorway with a wig on?" Yeah, on back in the day on VHS, like, you couldn't.
Yeah, that
couldn't
shot.
really notice
That shot was like perfect on VHS.
Yeah, I'm guessing Matt's never seen Sleepaway Camp. Have you, Matt?
Nope.
Yeah,
I won't say anything. You need to see that movie, man. I won't say anything. I know you're not like a big horror guy, but I reckon you need to see that one.
No, I'm not a big. I am a big horror guy. I don't.
not a big old horror movie guy.
No, I like a couple '80s horror movies, and
You should between now and the next show, you should check out Sleepaway Camp, man, so we can talk more in depth about it. That'd be interesting.
We've got a request.
Oh man,
It's
Just
you know.
don't do any research. Don't do any research on the movie. Just go and watch the movie. Man.
when did it come out?
83.
83.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let me read some Austin real quick. He says he used to have a screener copy of Leprechaun in the Hood. Was that on VHS or DVD, I wonder? He said,
Did you see that Leprechaun? In the
I've
Hood?
never gone that
Okay.
high. I've got the first 4 on DVD, and years ago, Beth and I were going to do all 4 of them, and after the second one, we're like, fuck it. I think I've only seen the first 2 Leprechauns.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I
Dude,
only
you gotta
made it
watch
through
In the Hood.
the
Looks
second.
pretty good.
Gave up.
Yeah, they probably get really good when they get to the Hood, right, Matt?
Yeah, I know. It looked funny. It looked pretty good.
I think there's 2 of them in the Hood.
Yeah, there's 2 of them in the Hood, man. He goes back to the Hood. He says he's back to the Hood is one of the name of the title. Leprechaun goes. I mean, they were going after it, man. Now those movies came out in theaters, like Back to the Hood. Like you could go to
No.
theaters
By the time they went to the Hood, it was straight to video, I think.
Okay, what about Leprechaun 4? Was that? Like
I think the second Leprechaun was the last one to be in the theater, but I don't know for sure.
Oh, okay. So they were just DVD releases after.
I don't even think the first one got a theatrical release here.
Oh yeah,
Like in the States, obviously it did, but I think it was straight to VHS here. I think all of them were, yeah.
Well, even Nate's
What about,
movie. Nate's movie got a theater release.
Well, it played in one theater, yeah, once.
Well, more than some of the Leprechaun movies. So that's good.
That's an achievement. What about you guys fans of the Hellraiser movies at all?
Never saw them.
I'm not the biggest fan of them, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of them or anything. But funny enough, like a few months ago, I actually dared a good buddy of mine to watch them all because I know there's like 10 of them.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch now. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, "Oh, I'll watch them all if you watch them with me." So we ended up watching every Hellraiser movie, and I'd tell you, like that really tested me.
I bet.
Some of those movies are fucking dog shit, man. Like they're so bad. You know what I mean? Like obviously you've seen like the first 3 back in the day, and like the first 2, like they have their moments that they've got some cool visuals and stuff, but definitely not favorites of mine on that. But by the time you get to like 4 and 5 and stuff, it's like, how do these movies even get past the script process? You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy.
Hey, Nate, I got a question. You there?
I'm here. I'm waiting.
Oh, do you like going to like haunted houses? Like you go to haunted houses in October, or I guess any time of year if they're around.
Yeah,
like going to.
Yeah, absolutely not. I don't trust those people in those dark environments not to jab me in the face with something. I hate them.
Really?
Yeah, I don't trust people.
I wish we had that sort of shit down here. Like we don't think like that.
Well, why do you Why do you hate them exactly? Because you're afraid.
I'm afraid I'm gonna get something poked or jabbed in my face. Like in the dark, I'm afraid I'll get injured. Honestly.
Really? Okay. I never felt like I was gonna. I never felt like I was gonna get injured. But, they're pretty interesting. Wow. Okay. I would have thought you were.
There's a couple of recent movies that are about like haunts and stuff. There's one called Haunt, and there's another one. I'm blanking on the name of it right now, but there's a couple of new movies about like teenagers and stuff going to like Halloween haunts and stuff, and it goes all wrong.
Well,
what about the ones where there's no human actors? It's just like you ride in the ride.
I'd be open to riding in a ride.
Okay.
Yeah, we have them here or we call them ghost trains and stuff. Like you're going like a little carriage thing, and people will try to spook you as you go through and stuff.
They take that shit to the next level in the States with those haunted cornfields and houses. There's some crazy shit.
I bet there's I've heard people saying like they're being chased with like fucking chainsaws and shit.
Oh yeah, that's like the norm. Some of the stuff they do, and you could look at it online. It's literally like Hollywood level movie sets of effects and gore. Like you'll see, like they really go all out. It's crazy.
But what's the one in? There's one in like LA. It's like. Around Halloween they have it where they like recreate like scenes and stuff from movies and stuff. Like it's
they do that all over the country.
It's pretty dope. Yeah, like
there's a good one.
Years ago they recreated like scenes from like Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I thought that was pretty cool.
They've got even like the theme parks, like Six Flags theme park and other theme parks like Universal. They have like a whole month of where they have, you can go there and ride rides. But like I just went to the Six Flags Fright Fest, they call it. Like, the whole month of October, it's like they have haunted mansions that they create. So you can ride your roller coasters and then go on a walk through a haunted mansion, haunted thrill ride or whatever. And but yeah, they really, America, man, we're psychotic, I guess. We like our America. I guess that's why most of the horror movies come from this country. I guess most movies in general come from this country, or at least they used to. But
so I
always found that interesting, like how most of the best, like entertainment and all that all comes from America. I've always found that pretty interesting.
So they even have
Americans are so fucked in the head.
Do they even have Halloween? Do they have Halloween in Australia?
Yeah, they have to, right?
I mean, yeah, we do. Like, it's definitely become a bigger thing. Like over probably like the last like maybe 15 or 20 years. Like, I went trick or treating a few times, like when I was a kid, like in the 90s. But I mean, a lot of the doors I knocked, well, not every door, but like some doors I'd knock on, like people would look at me like, "What the fuck?" you know?
Yeah.
Nate, do you give out candy, Nate, for Halloween, or
no?
You don't have kids or come to your neighborhood?
I do, like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
not since like the beep beep started. Before the beep beep, like yeah. Like, I mean, I'd have like sometimes like a good 20 to 30 kids like knocking on my door, like wanting candy and stuff. Wow. So I really got into it. But I was actually going to get a buddy of mine who is going to play Jason in my movie. I was actually going to get him to dress up in Jason garb and like stand in my front yard and not move and wait for the kids to show up and like scare the shit out of them. I might do that one year. That'd be pretty fun.
Take the chainsaw out too. Oh, dude, I wonder if it's still on YouTube. I gotta see if I can find it. I mean, I saw the fucking dude. These guys must have been psychotic. Like, I mean, I mean, I thought it was hilarious, but they probably went way too far. These guys did they do Halloween and you scare kids, whatever. There's so many of those videos where door cam footage of you scaring a kid on Halloween. I mean, it's just what you do, right? Yeah. But these guys took this shit to the next level. And they didn't hold back if the kid was 5, they didn't care. Like, you know what I mean? It wasn't like, oh, there's a little 5-year-old here. Dude, these guys, the kids would have to go. I have to try to find it. You guys would fucking crack up. I mean, these guys were like psychotic or something. I'm surprised parents didn't come back and try to beat them up or something. Like, these kids go into the garage.
Things like that, yeah, like that. Like, you look at the kid and he's literally in a fetal position nearly. That terrifying.
These guys,
yeah.
The one guy had a real chainsaw, right? And there's 5-year-olds showing up. So they go in the garage and he's hiding behind a car and he jumps out and he literally will he was fucking running after the kids with the chainsaw. And again, I understand if it's a teenager, do it for them, but there's 5-year-olds. He was just 6-year-olds. I don't know. They were really young, some of them. And
for me, to get me with that, I would have to be 5. If they tried that on me when I was 7, I'd just start smiling and be I'd be I'm loving this shit, dude. This is awesome. I'd have to be 5 probably, for that to really affect me probably, because I love horror, yeah.
No.
Yeah, but that's what Matt's saying. They were doing it to 5-year-olds.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, I have to see if I can find the video. I mean, and they were terrified. It was clearly it was not something that. I mean, as I'm saying, these kids were terrified, to the point where it was probably a little over. It was probably overkill, and these guys were just not holding back. They were just fucking. It was just. That's what I'm saying. I'm shocked. Maybe no parents were yo, what the fuck, man? It's a little, but yeah.
It makes you think also how you get some kids that are very young that are in some of these classic horror films, you know what I mean? It's the director or whatever must have had to have a pretty one-on-one conversation with the kid beforehand and be this is not real, it's fake. You know what I mean? But I mean, it's funny that you hear a lot of I mean, you hear a lot of kids that, real. Yeah, I guess. But you see a lot of.
I mean, the kid at 5 is not going to be able to really act well enough to be scared for their life. You're going to have to really scare them. Maybe they're hard.
I've heard the kid from Child's Play, the OG Child's Play, get interviewed, and they're were you ever scared of the doll? And he's no, I knew it wasn't real, But I mean, he was pretty young when he did that film.
I don't think people understand what goes into making movies. Most people, I mean, when you're on the set and people are standing around for hours before you shoot one 3-minute scene, I mean,
doing lighting and whatnot.
yeah, it's like you're not gonna. You see the doll sitting there for all day doing nothing. You're not gonna be afraid of it until they start.
Yeah, well, that's a doll. But what about when there's like real actors scaring the kid? You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
same thing. Those real actors are standing around without their masks on. You're eating lunch with them,
Yeah.
so.
There are sometimes though where an actor playing a certain character will
they don't meet.
that can to scare the shit out of the other actor. Like I know Kane Hodder as Jason's done things like that before.
Yeah, but some of the actors like not purposely not meet up with the person they're gonna scare just so it's you know what I mean?
Yeah, like Kane Hodder would do that. He wouldn't get friendly like with the kids who were playing like the teenagers and stuff. Like he would. I do know. Like I'm sure Nate has heard this before. I know Ted White, who played Jason in the final chapter. He hated Corey Feldman. He thought he was like such a spoiled little brat, and he like that one scene where Jason jumps through the window and grabs a hold of him. That wasn't acting. That wasn't acting. Like Corey Feldman shit himself. Like he grabbed a hold of him.
Yeah, there you go. Method acting. Or real acting. Not
Sure,
even acting.
you've heard that story before, yeah, Nate?
Yeah, so I think it's where he when he crashed through the window, it wasn't Corey Feldman wasn't ready for it or expecting it at that moment.
Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah. Like he thought he was actually supposed to like jump through it like a few seconds earlier and that, and then it didn't happen. And yeah, they were like, oh yeah, maybe something went wrong, and then he just randomly jumped through it and grabbed him. And Corey saying something like, let me go now. You know what I mean? It's not acting, it's real, man. Like, and when they yelled cut, like, I think, the director or whatever said, like, you okay? He's like, no, I'm not okay.
There's his American accent.
Funny. Huh?
There's the American accent. That was good.
They didn't even try to do that.
That was good.
Thanks. Now, I always thought that was pretty funny. There was even a panel that they did for the final chapter, like years later, and someone asked, like, Ted White, like, what he thought of Corey Feldman, and Corey Feldman was on the panel, and I don't think Ted White knew that was Corey Feldman growing up, and like he's like bagging him out. He's like, oh yeah, he was a mean little devil. He's like, I wanted to kill him for real. And shit, and like Corey's like just laughing along with it, and at some point I think he realizes that that's actually Corey Feldman like growing up now, and he's like, "Oh shit, sorry, dude."
Oh
like,
no!
Pretty funny.
Oh no!
Oh no, what, Nate?
Oh, just about his story.
Do you think it's more effective to try to terrorize and scare your actors and actresses in a real horror movie?
I personally,
Yeah. Oh, you go, Nate.
Yeah, my take on that is if I guess I'm too much of a nice guy to actually do that myself.
Yeah.
When I'm doing stuff, I want people to be as comfortable as possible because I figure, well, I didn't work with people who are getting paid tons of money, but I figure from my
Yeah,
standpoint,
that's true. Yeah, I think if you're paying them a lot of money, you're probably a different perspective. Like you're gonna give me my money's worth. You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? Like I don't know. Like if in a horror movie, if it's a horror movie, it's like I don't know. In my mind, it's like you're here to get scared. You're here to get terrorized. It's not going to be easy for you. You're gonna. That's why you're getting paid, and that's why you're here. So, you signed up for the job.
The new It movie. The kids actually like appreciated the dude who was playing Pennywise, like scaring the fuck out of them. Like I remember there's like one part where I think it's Finn Wolfhard was saying like, dude, I love what you're doing with this character. He's like, keep going. He's like, scare the fuck out of me. I don't care. Like, it's helping my acting. You're making me look like $1 million.
Yeah.
So, I mean, a lot of kids, they like being scared. They dig the shit out of it.
But, or again, you want to actually scare them so they're not acting. So it comes across better on the film. Like, oh, this guy was scared. So you don't have to sit there and act as much.
I'll be doing. I mean, I know I'm going to do that on my Friday film. I don't really want my buddy who's playing Jason. I really don't want him fraternizing with the cast all that much. Like
And
I want him to have.
I would do things like, I would do things. I don't. I'm not making a horror movie now or anything, but like you said, I would let them know. You sign on the dotted line. You're going to be going through. You're going to be going through a trip here. We're making a horror movie. We're not making a comedy movie. We're not making
definitely.
a romance movie. Like if you're making a porno.
I don't want to give too many details away, but like I've already mentioned to Nate before, like in chat and stuff, that part of my film's going to be an origin of Friday, and I've already told, like I've actually worked with her before on a short, but the actress I'm getting to play Pam, like I've told her, like you're gonna have to really go through an array of emotions playing this role. Like I just hope you realize that, like the scene where Jason dies, like she's got to be an emotional wreck for that scene, and I really want like what I want in that scene, and if she's not getting there, I have no qualms about having to talk with her about how to get her there. You know what I mean?
Well, you gotta get inside her head. You gotta make her tell you her dark secrets so you can get her, so you can taunt her and get her to hate
pretty
you.
Much, I'm pretty much like I'm a pretty laid back guy, but like on something that I'm passionate about like that, I'm gonna go a bit fucking
you
Kubrick
have
on
to.
her. I'm gonna go a bit Kubrick on her if I have to. Like I hope I don't have to. I hope she just is able to perform.
You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to do it, man. You're gonna have to do it.
Yeah,
I'm getting off on this.
What?
I think you're getting off on this a bit.
Oh, Matt, yeah, I think so.
Man. You have to. You gotta get the shot, man. You gotta get your movie good. You gotta get it as good as you can, man. You gotta get her actually having an emotional. You just have to catch it on camera. That's all.
Exactly.
Like you don't want her to act in that scene. You want it to be authentic. The less acting, the better, is how I see it.
Well, it's acting, but it's acting like you're going through that. It's still got to be an element of acting.
Well, yeah. I don't know the details of the scene, but yeah, I mean, she's not acting as much if she's having, she's crying and having an emotional outbreak. Like you could get her to that level,
Yeah,
Again, she's not gonna like it, but she's getting paid money and she's in a horror movie, and we want to make a better horror movie, and she'll be happy you did it. It'll be like a bittersweet, like, well, you know what I mean? Like no pain, no gain, kind of like, all right, that sucked, but we made a better movie.
I totally agree, dude. Yeah, and
it's like a trainer being like, you got to lift, man, you got another rep. It's like, well, you don't want to do it, but the trainer's like, you were going to do it, stop being a pussy.
But I mean, that's just, in my movie, it's really just for like, one or two scenes, but like, there is such a thing as taking that sort of thing too far, though. Like what Kubrick put Shelley Duvall through on The Shining, like, is pretty fucked up. Like,
I don't know exactly what he did, but
pretty much emotionally scarred her, man. Like he would like put her down almost on like a daily basis, man. Like, it's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, when I saw that behind the scenes, my opinion of him really dropped.
What was it like behind the scenes? You saw how he talked to her?
Well, there's actually behind the scenes footage, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was like a little documentary sort of behind the scenes that Kubrick's daughter actually shot. And yeah, like there's footage, man, of him like really like friggin' giving her shit, man. It's behind the scenes, and you can.
What was he saying?
I can't remember exactly. It's been years since I've seen that. She's pretty much talking about something, and he's sort of dismissing her, kind of thing. Like pretty much saying like, no one gives a fuck what you have to say. Like pretty much.
And he's doing it on purpose to get her.
Oh yeah.
He's
definitely
doing it. Yeah.
I mean, he did get a certain performance out of her in the movie. I will say that, but the lengths he went to get that performance is pretty fucking messed up,
Well, hey man, like you said, sacrifice, man. That's what this life's about, dude.
people. I mean, there was a time people died for your freedom. Not anymore. But I mean, it's kind of like
talking about a movie, dude, not war.
Okay, but my point is, she sacrificed and she didn't die, and it sucked for her. But guess what? The movie was better for it. You know.
I mean, I don't know if you've seen. Nate, have you seen like that new interview that Shelley Duvall did, like the service a couple of years ago?
No.
And she seems like she's crazy though. Like she legit just seems like a nutcase.
She is really mentally unstable now.
Yeah. So I mean,
and a buddy of mine like will go as far as to say he blames it all on what Kubrick did, and I'm like, I don't know. That's
not. Yeah. There's no, dude. No.
I'm like, that's a bit extreme, but like, I mean, maybe it contributed a little bit, but you can kind of look at her though, and I don't know, you just.
You can see in the movie she was
nothing. She's not. Yeah, you kind of get a vibe there.
Yeah, she wasn't all there, and that
but especially if that was the case, though, like he probably shouldn't have cast her in that role.
Well, dude, I mean, if I was gonna cast a horror movie, I want crazy people. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, like depends on the role, but in a role like that, I would want to kind of I would cast a crazy chick. Yeah. That would be, that's I you know what I mean? Depends on the role and character, but yeah.
I mean, I see what you're saying, but like, I mean, it's called acting for a reason. You know what I mean?
But if I were making a movie, I want to take out as much of the acting as possible. I would want the most authentic. You know what I'm saying? Like because the more you have to act, the more work, the more it becomes what it is. That guy's acting. He's not. You know what I mean? I'd rather have the guy that's who he is almost, and he's just kind of saying some lines.
So basically, it sounds like you're a fan of method acting and stuff.
Oh yeah, I think that's I mean, to me that's the only way. Yeah, that's like
I mean, it has its place, but I mean,
for the main roles, yeah.
I think there's plenty of performances out there though where a lot of the actors didn't really have to do so much of that, like. I mean, Robert Englund played Freddy how many times, and he didn't kill anybody for the role.
No, I'm not saying you have to, but I'm saying my point is you get someone who's you get someone who embodies you know what I'm saying. They don't have to I there are things that come to me very naturally that you could say it's an act, but it's like it comes so natural in who I am that I'm not really acting. And that's just how I see it. Like that. Oh, this character. You know what I mean, dude?
Yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from, and I agree. I agree to a point, but I don't know. Like when it gets to a point though, where you're as a director, I guess, or whatever. Like if your direction or how you're treating this person is really starting to affect their mind.
I'm not saying I don't even want to have to treat anyone different. I'm saying you get someone that you literally you want. I guess if you want to if you want to hire a stripper or movie and there's a stripper in it, what better to me? I'd rather find a real stripper. Okay.
Maybe if there's no acting involved. Like if it's just a scene where she's just whatever.
No, I'm saying a woman who has some acting chops, but she's also a stripper. I'd rather have her because
how many strippers have acting chops?
More than you think. I mean, their job is to perform and entertain. And a lot of those women, more than you would think. Absolutely.
You speaking from personal experience there, hey?
I'm going to plead the fifth, but I'm saying. I mean, just think about it logically, dude. These women are out there dancing and entertaining and having to bullshit guys all day. You know what I mean? For money. They're gonna have some skills in terms of bullshitting and putting on a show. I mean, that's literally their job. And putting on an act, right? They literally have to pretend and play nice, and so I might, you might shit. I might just, that might not be a bad thing to do to recruit women in general for certain roles. Just go to the strip club because, you're going to have some out of the box kind of, maybe wacky, attractive women that, like I said, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's how I view if I were to sit there and have to find people being a movie, especially a horror movie. So you gotta have some.
I've talked with, I don't know if you've heard him, we did a lot of shows with Matt on Skype, Verisimilitude, but Matt has mentioned in the past, like his, I don't know, it sounds like if Matt ever tried to make a horror movie, he'd never be satisfied. Like he's got some kind of undescribable thing that he'd want to do and just have it be, I don't know. I just feel like, first of all, what he's saying, like maybe he shouldn't be allowed to try to make a horror movie, and secondly, like, oh my
Well,
God, I don't think you'd ever be satisfied with it. What do you think, Pat?
Just imagine he's a direction. Now I want you.
No, I'd be sad. I'd be
I want
satisfied.
you to actually chainsaw her arm off.
Yes.
No, seriously, chainsaw her arm off.
No, I would be sad. I wouldn't do it unless I was going to be satisfied with it. The way I see it, I wouldn't even do the project unless I could do it.
Well, how do you know before you start that you're going to be satisfied with the ending?
Well, no, I'm just saying I would know at least if I'm not finding the right people, or if those things aren't adding up, then I wouldn't even make it. I'd be like, I'm not going to compromise.
So what you're basically saying is like you've got a perfectionist nature about you.
Oh yeah, 100%. But that's how you have to, and if you want to make.
Yeah, on that front, I can totally relate to that. Like that's how I'm going to be with my movie. You know what I mean? I mean, it might just be like a little indie thing, but like I'm gonna treat it like it's a professional movie set. You know what I mean?
At least the big things. Like I understand from making stuff now, music and my stupid, making stuff now. Again, there's always going to be mistakes. There's always going to be things you go back and go, oh, wish I could have done that better. But I'm saying that the big picture stuff, like, not going to compromise on. You know what I mean? If this guy is not up to the par of playing this killer, then I'm not going to make the movie if I can't find. You know what I mean? Like I said, a little totally side actor. I'm not going to throw away the movie of it. But yeah, the big stuff, the big picture stuff, it's got to be 100%, or it's not. To me, it's just not even worth making.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I think that's why like a lot of movies don't work now, like even big movies, because they just they settle for subpar shit.
Yeah, they don't care. They just care about the money. They don't care about the creation. They don't give a fuck. All they care about the shekels.
What do you think? Like, what's your stance on this whole thing?
Regarding what aspect of it?
I don't know, like
perfection.
When you were making your movie, were you like? I haven't seen the movie obviously yet, but like, were you like really fussy like with the performances and things like that, or did you give it a lot of direction?
Let's see here. I don't think I really gave a lot of direction to the actors, but in regards to perfection, I mean, for me, I found that you have to, I had to let some things go. I mean, you got to let some things go, otherwise you're never going to stop filming it. So that was my experience. Like, there'd be an instance where I hired some actor, and if he didn't work out, I hired someone else, and maybe that actor wasn't even that great, but it got to the point where, well, you got to just roll with this, because I'm never going to finish the movie if I'm on this never-ending hiring actors thing. Like, at that point, I was into my second summer. I didn't want to make it a third summer. So, I definitely found where you got to compromise. But in my opinion, especially with the kind of movie I was doing with that movie, is that if you've got some actors that are really good, it's okay if you have some that aren't that good, because it's kind of gives a charm to it, like that muscle man in Sleepaway Camp. I mean, he wasn't that. A lot of people in Sleepaway Camp weren't that.
Yeah, Ronnie.
He's
a crack up.
They weren't that good of actors. So in my opinion, I kind of, I'm also kind of perfectionistic and obsessive and stuff like that, but part of me wrote off some of the things that, as being like, well, maybe this can add a little charm to the movie and stuff. That's how I kind of wrote off certain things that maybe weren't exactly how I'd want them to be,
So did you cast like when you say you didn't give it a lot of direction, did you try to cast people who were like as closest to the characters as possible, so you wouldn't have to really try to help them create a character more, or
Yeah, I think that, like I got a goofy guy to play the goofy guy, so I think that I'd say yes to that. And I think Matt can attest to this. I mean, I was really surprised at the acting chops that a lot of the people in the movie had, so I didn't really have to do much. The only people I gave direction to more was just people that maybe weren't possibly the best actors, so I kind of like tried to pull the best performance I could out of them with some direction. But yeah, it's kind of like, a lot of filmmakers say, like, if you get the right people for the job, you don't really have to give them direction, and that's what I found.
yeah, I mean, I made one short years ago, and yeah, I can agree with a lot of that. Like, I think it's also in the script. Like, if you really flesh out a character pretty well in the script, and you get at least a half talented actor, like, they can pretty much get what you're going for in the script, and they can create the performance on their own pretty much from that. So, I mean, yeah, when I made my movie, actually, yeah, the girl that I'm going to get to play Mrs. Voorhees, like, she was in my short, and I didn't have to get her to, didn't have to really give her that much direction. Like, she kind of just really got the character. Was pretty amazing. Like, she just really got it. But a few of the other people in the movie, like, I really had to give a lot of direction because they just weren't getting it,
Yeah, it sounds like pretty much the same experience. Yeah.
You were gonna say something, Matt?
No, I just got. I just, in my mind, you got a vision, and you gotta bend the rules. You gotta go outside the box and do things unorthodox, and to do what it takes. That's how I see it. I mean, to get shit done. I mean, like I said, horror movie. I would try to. And again, I don't want these people to have to act. Say your lines. Maybe even improvise a couple things, but you want to be, in my mind, you're going to be scared. You're going to be fucking scared in this scene, man. Or you're going to be very distressed, and we're going to get you to that mental level before that camera even turns on. If we're going to have to make you not go out without sleep for 24 hours, hey, you sign on the dotted line. I'm not going to force you to. You're not a slave, but like I said, if you're cool with it, let's make sure you don't sleep for the next 24 hours.
You're not going to stand over them while they're trying to relax with a bullhorn every time they close their eyes.
Well, no, I would. Yes, I would do that if they agree to. Again, it's like, you want to make the best movie, you want to be the best actor you can, and you want to trust me. It's like, we're not going to let you sleep for the next 24 hours. I'm going to keep you up, and are you cool with that? Sign on the dotted line. Here's a contract in case something goes wrong. You know what I mean? Like, whatever. Again, maybe we need to get you drunk for this scene. Hey, you're not going to be, just because it'd be more believable as you stumble around, even though, just whatever it takes, man. Yeah.
If you look at, like, a lot of the horror films and that from the 80s, like, even the Friday films, like, a lot of those actors, like, it doesn't seem like there was too much acting involved. Like, they kind of did play characters that were not too far removed from who they were in real life. Like, I don't know if you know, Nate, but even Amy Steele, like, in real life, she's a real life psychologist. Like, her character was in Friday 2. So,
did she become that before or after Friday 2?
I'm not too sure about that. I'm not sure, like, if the movie itself maybe could have influenced her, but I don't know. Like, she was already in their mid-20s then, so she could have been studying it back then. Or if you look at Shelley from, like, Part 3, man, like, he pretty much was that character.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he pretty much in real life, that's the sort of dude he was. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I made a horror movie, Nate knows it would be very fucked up. I mean, that's the whole. That's in my mind. I'm going to scare people and fuck with their mind. So, to me, it just that's in my mind. A horror movie. That's what I. That's what I want to
how in your like vision, how would you go about that? Would it be more through psychological or through the gore, or like a mixture of both?
Yeah, whatever it takes. Mixture of both. Maybe no gore. It depends on the movie. And, just whatever it takes. Just whatever.
and then amplify that, even more, just keep amplifying the tension, the psychological, the mind fuckery, you know what I mean? Like
I was saying last week, Ari Aster really knows how to do that with his films, like Hereditary and Midsummer and stuff. Like he really knows how to fuck with your mind, that guy.
So the short film that you did, is that on YouTube or is that not something we can see?
No, it's not on YouTube currently. I don't think. I had it up there. I had it up there at one point, but I don't know, man. Like, it's okay for what it is, but I don't know. Like, I look at the film now, and I think to myself, like, I could have done this way better.
Oh, so you don't want it to be out there.
And then I've told Nate this. My biggest complaint with slasher movies, and it's something that I just want to see, and I've never really seen, and maybe there is a movie, I just haven't been told about it. But I like slasher movies, but like I've never seen them done how I like in my mind. And I told Nate this.
Oh yeah, this was the conversation.
What?
Yeah, I was saying this was the conversation I was referencing earlier. Yeah, where you just like, it's like you can't vocalize what the hell you want to put in it.
Well, no, I'll try to vote. I kind of can vocalize a little bit. Yeah, I can't 100% because I've never seen it done before. I have it in my head, but I've never seen like a slasher where like they're always. I've never seen it where like the killer just has this ferocious like energy. Like I'm trying to express in my voice, but just fucking killer psychotic energy, just fucking aggressive, like to another, like again, amplify what you think it is by 100. I've never quite seen that before. You know what I mean? Like it's just a.
Yeah, this is the talk we did weeks ago. Yeah, it was just like Matt saying, "I never could find the. I've never seen this. What I have in my head, I've never seen it before."
Yeah.
The closest thing to like what you're saying that I can think of off the top of my head is like maybe like the O2 Bundy movie, like the movie it's about Ted Bundy. That's kind of that's sort of full on in some parts.
Think of it like what I'm trying to why I picture it. Think of like how the zombies in 28 Days Later were, like how they were raging out and aggressive. Think of like that aggression. Turn up the dial up even more than that, like more rage than they were even expressing. Like, and then also think of a person who has all their mental faculties, and maybe they're very intelligent, and they just have, they're also completely psychotic and scary, and you know what I mean. That's the kind of image I have of like a serial killer, a slasher. Just this psychotic rage. It's just unmatched. And it comes out through the killings and the way that they taunt their victims and harass them, and you know what I mean, on a level that's just so, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, never seen it, and I guess because it's in my head, I don't know. That's what I want to see. I just want to see, well, I think it's more realistic.
What about the end scene of Texas Chainsaw Massacre at the dinner table?
Yeah, like that, but times 10.
That's pretty.
Like that, but we're gonna amplify like times 10. It's not gonna be unrealistic either. It's not gonna be like, oh, that's totally comical because it's not even realistic. It's gonna be like, holy fuck, I didn't know people like this existed. I'd want someone to come out of that theater and be like, Jesus Christ, I didn't know evil like this would exist. Like, holy shit, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, yeah,
that makes
it does.
Me think of a question I can I guess be probably more suited to Nate. What do you reckon would have been a worse set to work on, the original Chainsaw or Evil Dead?
Yeah, probably Chainsaw based on how that sounded.
But again, that's a great example I'm talking about.
You know much about like the behind the scenes of both movies, Nate? Like the struggles they went through to make.
That's good though. That's how you make the best movie though. There you go. Great example.
I'd say, yeah. The more
wasn't for that set,
the more I think
have the same movie.
The more I think about it, yeah, they're probably equal, but Yeah, Chainsaw just seemed like the last scene on Chainsaw just seemed pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean the heat alone would have been bad, and then like the rotten meat that was laying around and that sort of stuff. But I mean, on Evil Dead, like that was no picnic, you know. They were
Freezing.
filming like in really freezing their asses off, and they had no heat, and I know like they couldn't even like have a shower or anything. There was no running water.
Oh.
And the what they used for contacts back then, it was basically like putting glass
Yeah.
in your eye and shit. So like you got someone putting like a glass contact in your eye, and their hands aren't even clean. Like their hands like they got covered in like dirt and shit. Like
Fake blood.
it sounds like a pretty miserable experience as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. They're probably equal, actually, the more I think about it.
Yeah, probably. I'd probably put them on equal terms.
Yeah, horror movie. You want the set to be a miserable, terrifying experience. Yeah, exactly. The more the better is how I see it, and the actors will know. It's like so that's how I see it.
You actually make a movie like out of like behind the scenes, like of both of those films, or it'd make a pretty good movie.
Yeah, that's true. You mean actual behind the scenes footage, or just people talking about it?
No, like an actual movie, like you know what they did with Hitchcock, the one they made about the making of Psycho and stuff.
Oh, I guess I'm not familiar with that.
Like an actual movie.
So a movie that's made that's about the making of those movies.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because both have like a pretty rich, story there. Well, you've never seen Hitchcock, the making of Psycho?
No, who's in that? Who plays what the I haven't heard of it.
It's Anthony Hopkins. He plays.
Oh, okay, yeah, I think I heard of that. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's the. I didn't know. I don't think I knew it was the making of Psycho though. I thought it was just a biopic.
No, it all takes place like during the making of when he was trying to get Psycho made. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes it a little more interesting. All right.
Yeah, it's pretty good for what it is. It's a decent flick. It's interesting.
Yeah, I didn't know it was about Psycho. I thought it was just something about his life and some crap.
No, it's definitely about making the movie.
Well,
I mean, you get stuff in there about his life and stuff like you do kind of with every film like that. But a lot of it is about the movie, though.
well, that's a good heads up for that. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Silence is golden.
Word silence.
Yeah.
But yep.
You still watching Leprechaun videos, are you?
No, just silence, man. Silence is golden. Silence in radio is not good, but
Yeah.
but these people have 1 second with their thoughts, that they never do. They're always blasting something in their fucking head.
Oh, those people that in Australia? I don't know if you're ever on any bike trails or go out for walks, but people on my bike trails will be riding on their bike with a Bluetooth speaker blasting some music. It's like, oh man.
Oh yeah. I get that up and down my street. Yeah, pretty regularly. And there's a fair few bike trails here. I haven't ridden a bike in a while, but I used to ride all the time. And there's some decent trails and stuff around here.
Yeah.
Well, you got to stay inside. You got to stay safe. You can't be doing that shit.
Yeah.
Get in your pod and eat your goddamn bugs.
Okay.
Nate's like, all right, I got my VR goggles on right now. Oh man.
Well, what do you guys think about that? You think they're gonna convince the world to just give up real life and live their life in VR?
They're like 80%, 90% there already.
Just
it's not just VR. It's like because it's like the VR.
But you think it's gonna be like Ready Player One?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the plan they have for us. But
That is.
But the thing
plan.
is, it does seem hopeful. There's a lot of hesitancy, but it makes me wonder if they're going to make real life so horrible that the hesitancy
Yeah, that's
will.
what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
You have to escape it. Yep. It's
Well-
not going to be like you want to do this. It's going to be like real life is so terrible and you can't do
That's
anything.
scarier than any
just-
horror movie, isn't it?
Well, we're living in the most scary dystopian horror movie that you could ever think of, and it's just going to get worse.
So Matt, there's a video on your channel that it's really kind of creeped me out, where you throw something against the wall and then like it's starting to run down the wall, and then you like reverse it and back and forth. And what the hell was that? What's that called?
What do you? The video or what's what called the blood? What do you mean?
Well, no. What's the video? What's the name of that video?
It was just one of my neighbor revenge videos, I thought.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. That part was just.
Neighbor revenge.
It was the demon one.
Yeah, Matt's big, highly viewed videos are these neighbor revenge ones.
People hate their fucking neighbors, man.
What do you do to your neighbors?
Just for how to get revenge on them, just.
I don't think
they're just comical.
You don't do anything to them. You're just making noise, right?
Yeah, just making noise. Yeah. Did you watch that whole video, or did you just watch the beginning?
I may have just watched the beginning, but I told you weeks and weeks ago that just that imagery of that stuff, going down and up and down and up.
I don't think you told me weeks ago about that.
Well, no, I told you. Oh, you know what? I was in one of your. I was in that live stream of yours, and I typed in chat that something was creepy. I was referring to that. I think, yeah. It's just like, oh my God, some of that stuff, and then you got that makeup on with those X's over your eyes or whatever. It's just like,
yeah, that was that was the X's were I couldn't fully, again, kind of a no budget thing, and I was on a time, but that was inspired by a really fucking crazy nightmare I had.
oh,
Like those X's. Yeah, I've had some really fucking crazy nightmares. Jesus Christ! If I could just,
I think I got you beat in that avenue.
well, I'm not trying to make anything a competition. I didn't want to give anyone my fucking nightmares.
Oh, it's not a competition that I want to participate in. I've been having these things. Like I've had some really fucked up, like normal nightmares as well. But I've been having this experience over the last 6 months where I don't know exactly what you would call it. It's sort of like a waking nightmare where I'll actually be like in an almost like I'm awake. It's not a dream, right? And I will see like something fucked up, like a fucked up, like even more fucked up version of like Pennywise or something like that, like standing in my room, and I'm awake and I can actually see it.
so this is a dream that you're awake, or you're really awake?
No, I'm actually awake. Like I'm awake.
Oh,
and I can actually see it.
You called it a waking dream? Is that what you said?
Like a waking dream sort of thing. Yeah, it's like sort of like where I guess like where like the lines get blurred between like your subconscious like sleep state, I guess, and your like actually like awake state.
But so
that's called there's a name for that. What's that called? Sleep paralysis? Is that the right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like sleep paralysis. Yeah, it's a very terrifying experience. So the first time I had it, I saw like this demonic like looking clown thing like just outside of my bedroom door, like sort of standing in the hallway. And I literally leapt out of bed and like threw myself on the door and like held the door shut and said to my girlfriend, "You need to call the police. Call the police right now." Like that's how real it felt to me. And like it wasn't until like it happened like 3 or 4 times that like I could actually like train my mind to be like, yeah, that thing's not really there. Even though I can see it, it's not really there. But I actually think it might have been brought on from playing VR games, funny enough.
Oh, wow.
It never happened to me before that. And, yeah. it's friggin' terrifying. It's scarier than any dream I've ever had or any movie I've ever watched. Like, it's really like, it's intense shit.
Yikes.
But Nate, I was saying, I was thought about that from a dream I had of it was a very short one, but just I was walking in a city, and I can't even remember the whole dream now, but I just remember seeing these kind of like in It Follows, but how like the guy was standing on like a rooftop, but there was just all these just multiple people standing on a rooftop, and they all had those. It was basically cuts through the eyes, but they didn't have eyes, and they were just staring at me.
Ugh.
And I think I think in that dream that there were people in the street that were like, fuck, it's been so long, man. I've had so many. That wasn't even the craziest thing. I've so many goddamn nightmares in my life. It's hard to keep track of. But
I've had a lot too. It's probably because you're like, I saw Friday Tonight when I was 5.
I think it's just my life and my brain. I produce them because of I don't know why.
I remember
Depends on
one
what's going on in my life.
Really friggin' scary nightmare I had like years ago where I was like in this really like country town somewhere, and there were these really like creepy like demonic vampires. It was really fucking freaky.
What were they doing?
I can't remember, man. I just remember like seeing them, and they were like really creepy, man. Like blood like dripping off their fangs and shit, and it was. I just remember like it was really intense. What about you, Nat? You ever had some like very visceral nightmares?
It's crazy because I don't. There's probably a term for this, but I do a lot of waking myself up screaming shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it'll be embarrassing when Beth's sober. Like, oh man, I'm sorry you had to experience that. So I'll just be like, I can remember, way back in the 90s, like, just being asleep and having some dream. It's funny because what's in the dream really isn't that scary if I were to tell you what it was, but it was just like the feeling in the dream. Like I can I can remember I had one and I woke myself up screaming to this. It was just really simple. It was just like some suburban house, and like Michael Myers was just standing there looking at me completely motionless. That's all it was. But I was listening, and I can remember this is what it was. It was just like a until I get loud enough to wake myself up. It was. But it doesn't sound very scary. But like Matt just understood just then, it was just like the feeling was much worse than what I just described. Just this horrible unease.
Yeah, I've definitely experienced that. Yeah, from a nightmare like that horrible unease you get. You actually just reminded me of a nightmare I had. I've always remembered this. I've never forgotten this from when I was a kid. I actually had this one dream where Michael Myers was after me, and he was like chasing me. He's like chasing me through the woods or something. And I remember how I got away from him. I jumped in his hot air balloon, and I like took off. He's like trying to get at me with his knife and shit. And I'm like, hey, you can't get me now, mate.
Oh my god,
it was pretty funny. But you guys ever had the opposite though, like where you have a dream where you're like living like a James Bond kind of lifestyle, and like this is great, and you wake up and you're like,
you wake up to the nightmare.
It was a fucking dream.
Yeah, I thought, those are the worst. The really good dreams, and your life sucks, and you wake up to a living nightmare.
Yeah, like you have a dream where like you win the lotto or some shit. Like
usually my
very common. Sorry.
My good ones that I wake up to are mostly sex related, where it's like I don't know if I can even say this, but yeah.
You're saying Beth's not listening to this.
Well, you say Beth might tune in.
Yeah, I can't control what I've dreamt in the past, but let's just say you're doing foreplay or something in a dream, and you're just like thinking to yourself, I'll just take time with this. This is fun.
Yeah.
And then you're taking too much time, and you wake up before you even like get to
Oh man.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I think every dude just about's been there at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd plenty of like weird dreams like that. Or you ever had dreams where you're not you're somebody else?
I don't think I have. Not that I can remember.
Yeah, I've had those sort of dreams before. They're pretty weird.
Nate, have you had the dreams of because I know you hated school as much as I did, if not more. Did you have nightmares?
Right there with you. I freaking hated the shit out of it too.
Did you have nightmares for? I mean, we're talking years after school was done of like still being in school and maybe missing a test or the worst one was I wasn't going to graduate high school and I had to go back. Those were the worst.
Oh yeah,
I had those. I had those. I think we talked about this thing, didn't we? Like having them for almost a decade later, even some of it. Like it's.
We did talk about it. Yep.
Yeah. Talk about something that traumatizes you.
Yeah, they're very common. That's like one of the most common dreams, and usually for me, it's not usually like having to go back to school or doing a test. It's usually like I'm bottomless. Like I'll go to the bathroom or something, and I'll somehow lose my pants, and like I'm bottomless. Like and everyone's like laughing and shit.
Oh, that's pretty common too.
Mine were going back because my fear was because I almost had that happen. Like I almost didn't graduate.
Oh,
I literally graduated by one fucking class. I got the literally it was something out of a movie. It came down to one paper. Like I almost had to go to summer school for my senior year. So that was like that fucking fear and stress was just like became my fucking worst one of my worst nightmares. Like it stressed me out, and I told Nate I'd have days where I fucking thought the whole day I had to go back to school, like high school, and I was like 25. You know what I mean? Like I mean that's how fucking bad it fucked with my head because that's how bad that stress
even now and, like when like I'll be out like really early in the morning and I see like the kids
bus?
going to school, school bus or the kids going to school. But it sort of makes me happy in a way because I'll be like,
you're free.
Yeah, thank fuck I don't have to do that shit. Like I'll feel happy and I'll feel like bad for them at the same time. I'm like, those poor fucking kids.
Well, they have no idea how. Like it's not till I like left. It's not till years after school that I feel like you really realize how fucked that shit was. You know what I mean?
Oh like, yeah, I remember being in like I know you guys call it elementary school. Like here we call it primary school. Like I remember being in like first and second grade and shit and thinking, like I still have like way more than a decade of this shit left.
That was like, the worst. Yeah.
This shit's gonna go on. This shit's gonna go on for fucking years.
Yep. In high school, it wasn't as bad because it's like, I'm getting out of here in a couple of years, man. It's like, fuck yeah, you know.
Yeah.
The high school, the school dreams were just, oh my god, that was such a fucking slave prison. I mean, that's all it is.
I mean, school. I mean, yeah, obviously has its benefits and shit. You know, like you learn things and that.
There's benefits of Freddy Cougar's, terrorizing you. You might learn a few things.
But I've always thought though, like the main purpose of sending kids to school is so the parents get a fucking break. They get a break from your ass for 6 hours a day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's indoctrination. So
keep society going as well. Yeah,
it keeps society going and someone in evil fucks image of how society should be going because they're the ones that hold your mind.
Well, it's training for the slave, the slave
life. Yep.
Grind. Yeah. So.
Definitely.
What was I gonna say?
They teach you what?
I was gonna say my school nightmare was very similar to probably what everyone's was just like. Mine, and this I've had this so many times, not so much these days, but it's been like, okay, so it's like
it only took 20 years, right? It only took 20 years.
Yeah, it was only it was only 20 years after the
after
graduation. But what was I gonna say? So it's like the last week of school and graduation is like in a week, and I remember. It's just like there's some class that I haven't been to the whole semester, and I was like wondering if I'm gonna pass it, and it's just this worry,
Oh, I had that too, Nate. I had that too. Yeah, I had that too. Like you didn't go the whole fucking semester, and you're like, "Am I gonna pass this class? I haven't gone the whole semester." And it's like, you're not gonna pass, dude. You literally didn't go for the whole semester, and you didn't do any of the work.
But maybe
You're
I
like,
can.
I don't know. It's so scary.
But maybe I can squeak by your.
What kind of part did you guys play at school? Like, were you the popular one, the class clown, like the quiet guy?
I was the one that stopped showing up in high school. I skipped. Well, I was everything. I'd make people laugh, but I also was pretty introverted and keep to myself. But then I did have some. I was all over the place. I mean, I played in rock bands, and so people knew me. But I was a mix, man. You know what I mean? I was, I never really fit in, but I didn't like not fit in either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's similar to my experience. Yeah, I mean, a lot of my best friends were like kids I didn't go to school with. I mean, if I brought up something like I don't know, friggin' Maniac Cop or something, like people look at me like, the fuck is that movie? And it's like, okay, yeah. Like
I was because I started playing guitar at like 12, so a lot of my school years I was really into music, and so I would just walk around with my headphones on the whole day, dude. I'd be daydreaming in class about like guitar shit, like amps and guitar amps, and I would daydream. I wouldn't fucking listen to a goddamn word they said, and for the better. Like I was rejecting useless bullshit. I had this condition that most people don't have, is if something is useless bullshit that has I don't learn anything of value and it has no effect on my life, my brain just fucking tunes it out.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm exactly the same.
It's a condition, man. It's a disorder, man.
If I don't have I can't get good at anything or really learn anything that I don't have like some level of passion about. Like for the most part, you know what I mean? Like I just. If I have no interest, it's like, dude, just fuck this shit. What about you, Nate? What was your school experience like?
Yeah, I was basically really pretty much under the radar. Definitely if anyone knew me, they knew I was the goofy guy who liked horror movies and stuff. But in high school, there was like this art department where a lot of the artsy fartsies hung out. But I was even under the radar there. I was a quiet guy, so pretty much under the radar. Had a couple friends, and that's about it.
What did you do right after?
That's pretty much my experience. Yeah.
What did you do right after high school, Nate? Like, did you just have a job? Did you go to tech? I know you didn't go to tech school or anything, but did you? Do anything after high school that was like
in regards to what? You mean like trying to get a job or?
Yeah, like job or a different career. I don't know. Like,
okay.
I went to tech school after I got out.
So after I got out of high school, by the time I was out of high school, I already had a decent kind of a little bit of a what do you call it? A demo reel for just videos that I made. So I sent some of those out thinking I was going to get jobs and conquer the world and become a filmmaker. But
of course, yeah.
After you send out like 4 or 5, 6 of those and get no response, I quit that. And it wasn't long after I graduated that I got in that car wreck. So
right. Yeah, I remember you saying that.
You were in a car wreck?
Yeah, like 6 months. Like 6 months after I graduated, some woman drove head on into me on the road at night.
Oh, shit.
So
and then
so I had to recover from that. So I guess that's the answer to the question. I recovered from the car wreck.
And Nate, your last day of high school, to me, it was one of the best days of my life. I remember it. I remember feeling so free. Like you just got out of, like, it just, like, you couldn't put it in words because, like you said, we didn't know any better. That was our whole life. But to me, it felt like probably like what a prisoner would feel like, literally getting out of prison after 13 years or whatever it was.
Yeah.
How'd you feel, Nate? Or
yeah, because I remember, I think we were talking about this weeks ago, and I shared to you how I got the diploma, and it turns out we got the diploma the exact same way.
Yeah. Nate and I have, the more we talk, Nate and I have so many similar. I don't know if we can discuss all the things that are similar, but
nope.
We have a lot of similarities of, like, we own the same car, and we got our diploma the same way. Like, we both didn't go to graduation, and we just walked in like a week or two later at the office, at the school office, and
that's how you got it, right? You just walked in the school office to get
Yeah,
your diploma?
just walked in after school was over and got the diploma from a secretary.
Yep, same here. Yeah, it's just funny. Yeah, I said, great minds think alike, or fucked up minds think alike. I don't know. Or just people that don't want to be in the slave system.
Well, you know what really pisses me off is I don't think I've ever had anyone wanting to see proof of the diploma or even ask to see.
No, exactly. I was like, dude, I didn't even have to fucking graduate. I could have fucking. I guess it was 16. You could legally not go to school anymore. I think in most states it was like 16. You could just stop going if your parents signed on. It's like I could have fucking stopped at 16. Yeah, and never had to have. Yeah, no one ever asked for that stupid fucking piece of paper. Like, yeah, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, my biggest regret is not dropping out of high school.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I'm happy that I skipped the. I started to get some balls because again, my biggest fear was my parents because they wanted me to do good, so they'd always ground me or bitch at me. But once I got into junior year, I just stopped giving a fuck. I skipped so. Did I tell you, Nate, how much I skipped? I skipped so much.
Yeah.
That they didn't even. And I was so good at it that they didn't even know how much I skipped. Like I skipped enough that my parents would have literally probably gone to jail for truancy if they really knew the exact amount. Like my mom was scared that she was going to get in trouble for truancy. That was my junior year, and then senior year I skipped a lot, but not as much as junior year because I got in all that trouble for skipping. But yeah, but the thing is, I couldn't just drop out because my parents wouldn't let me. So I did the next best thing. I just stopped going in junior year. I just would be late, and yeah, I did the best I could. Those are the best days, man. In my junior year, dude, it was crazy. It's like the first time in my life, which is really fucked up. I'm like 17 at the time, right? And it's like I remember it being like May, beautiful weather, And I remember like just skipping school, and it was like the first time on a weekday. It's like a beautiful day, and I don't have to go to school, and like for multiple days, I'm just like outside enjoying the weather, the sun, Like we're really prisoners, and I just remember, feeling so free, and I was like, I don't want to let go of this, like you know what I mean, and I guess I always felt that way, even after. Yeah, even when I got a job, I'd feel the same shit. You feel like you're in a prison, same exact shit.
Yeah, I can relate to all that. Yeah, a lot of that sort of stuff. I mean, anything where you're kind of forced to do it because of like financial reasons and shit. Like it really does feel like you're in jail, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a form of it's like a form of I mean, I am willing to quit a job. Like this is how much I fucking just. I am willing to walk out of a job just because it's a nice spring day. You know what I mean? Like to me, like because again, how many fucking spring days do you really get in your life? You really don't.
Yeah, I mean
really
that's why I love the movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off so much as a kid. Like like if it was a bright sunny day, I was like, fuck this shit, man. I'm not going to school, man. I'm going to the beach. Like my buddy. I'd even try to convince at least one buddy, like, come on, dude, that's not going to class today. It's way too good of a day to get fucking stuck in class. Or, we go to the mall and watch a fucking movie or something. But I remember, like, especially like in elementary school when I do that shit sometimes, like, you get stared down by all the adults because they
because like why is this kid not in prison?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like fuck you, man. Like I remember this one lady like started questioning me. She's like, why aren't you in school and all that? And I just like made up some bullshit like how I wasn't from here. I was on holiday. Like I was like, I'm from New Zealand or whatever.
Yeah,
like shut her up,
And the worst thing is you're only young one fucking time. So those beautiful days and experiences, you'll never get them back again.
Well, I actually used to think that, like, I mean, a lot as a youth, I was like, why don't we start school when we're like fucking 20? You know what I mean? Like let us have our youth. You know what I mean? Let us have our moment in the sun, so to speak.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, your mind is the most moldable at a young age, so they got to get you when you're young.
Right. Definitely.
They gotta get that. They gotta crack that whip when you're young, man. You know.
Yeah, I spent as little time at school as I possibly could. You know what I mean? Obviously, like, you know, had to go to a lot of it, like all of us did. But
Oh yeah.
any time when it was a really nice day, or yeah, I just couldn't be fucked. Like I'd skip, dude.
Yeah.
I dropped out. I went to what we call year 10 here, and then I dropped out after that and just got a job. But my old man was cool. My old man was cool about eating.
See, that's the thing. My parents were not cool about it at all, dude. I had my fucking after I skipped in junior year. All those days, my parents were so fucking mad, and my dad flipped out so much. I had with my own money. It might have been a birthday money, to be fair, but it was still like my money. Like, you know, I had built my PC that I played games on. It was my PC. I played games on it. I used it for my computer. I built it myself. I was happy. I liked it. And my dad smashed it. Like, he jumped on it and smashed it.
Oh.
So fucking mad that I skipped school. That was it. I'll never forget that.
Yeah, I mean, I've often thought about that. You know, like if I had to grew up like in a really strict home, like my mum's like a lot more strict than my dad, but like I didn't grow up with her all that much. Like mostly my dad, but I think if I had to put up with that like the whole time, dude, I don't know, man. I think I might have murdered my parents.
Oh, dude, trust me.
Honestly, dude, like I don't think I could put up with that shit, dude.
You would have had the urge. Trust me, for sure.
It reminds me of like how fucked up his mum and that is in like, you ever seen John Carpenter's movie Christine?
No.
Good fucking movie. I'm sure Nate's obviously seen
Oh
that,
yeah,
but,
that's awesome.
Yeah, just like how fucked, like the guy buys the car, right? The teenage guy buys his car, and just how like much of a bitch his mum is about it. Like doesn't want him keeping it at the house and putting all these rules on him, wanting him to take certain classes at school and all that sort of shit. And I'm like, man, if that was me, if I was him, I was sitting there and she's going on about this, I'd be like, bitch, just shut the fuck up. Like, seriously, like, I don't care if I have to go and live on the street. I will. I'll do it if it means I don't have to listen to your bullshit. You know, like, I just couldn't deal with that shit, dude.
Yeah,
it was funny, like, even as a kid, like, it was like such a out-of-body experience in a way. Like, when I go to hang out with some buddies and stuff sometimes at their parents' houses and that, and just seeing, like, how different it was for them, you know, like, all the strict rules and that. And I was like, dude, like, how do you survive here, man? I don't get it. Like, it sucks. Shit.
It sucks. Yeah, it's terrible.
What about you, Nate? You brought up strictly, or were your parents pretty liberal, or?
Yeah, I not very strict at all. So I was lucky. Because I was always wondering why Matt hated his parents. Well, now I've got a better idea. That's.
Oh, there's so much more, man. I can't even discuss that. I privately, I'll tell you everything that I can't.
Well, after we end the stream, if you're comfortable with it, I wouldn't mind hearing.
Oh, I had no problems telling anyone. I just, yeah, it's just a matter of like.
I think the worst.
I say a lot of it. What?
The worst I copped as a kid was probably my mum like confiscated my Super NES for like 6 months, and that really sucked. But yeah, man, I got away. She confiscated my Super Nintendo for like 6 months. Like that was pretty shitty. But I mean, yeah, I got away with a lot as a kid, man. Like I pretty much was like doing whatever I wanted pretty much at like 10 or 11 years old, you know what I mean? Like my dad would even like let me, like the 90s was a different time, you know, like especially, I don't know what it was like in America, but here it was like, you know, it was pretty liberal, man. Like by the time I was like 10 or 11, like I had girls like staying over at my house. My dad was, like, these girls are like sleeping in my room, like on a mattress. Like, yeah, it's all like, you know what I mean? Like, and if you tell like a millennial that now, they look at you like, what the fuck? Like that would just not fly nowadays, you know?
Didn't fly back then for most people either.
I mean, I'm not going to go into details, but I was doing stuff with girls when I was far too young to be like. It's crazy, dude. When I think about it now, you know what I mean. Like, it was a different time, man. It was a different world back then, man.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I won't go too much of it on public record, but my mom went to the mental hospital 3 separate times.
Oh.
And it wasn't for like bullshit reasons either. It was like, you know, she should have stayed there. She should have come back. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and I pleaded that case many of times. Like, I don't. Yeah, she should have stayed in there.
Oh no.
Yeah, I won't go into details, but I have a similar thing with my mum. Like, my mum's certifiable, pretty much. Like,
yeah,
she's crazy.
I had to call the cops the one time. The one of the few times I've ever called the people, you know, the police that I would never call as an adult ever. I mean, I was a child, so, but yeah.
Yeah.
Your story about your PC, though, your story about your dad smashing your PC reminds me of, like, a lot of these, I don't know if you ever watched them, but if you haven't, I recommend both of you check them out because they're pretty priceless. Like, some of these videos where, like, parents are going nuts, like, smashing their kids' Xbox.
And I always hated those videos. Like, I liked watching them, not because...
They're pretty funny, though, man. Like, there's this dude, man, like, there's this guy, like, he's probably, like, 18 or 19, and, like, him and his girlfriend are, like, hanging out in the living room. Like, I think they're gaming or something. And his dad's like, you going to come and help make the cake? And he's like, yeah, maybe, like, soon. And then, like, 5 minutes later or less, the dad comes in the room with, like, a baseball bat and just smashes the TV and, like, the Xbox and shit. He's like, I told you to come and help make the fucking cake.
Yeah, some of those are fake, though.
Yeah, some of them are. Like, there's one where, like, one dude, like, runs over his kid's, like, console, like, with, like, a ride-on lawnmower. And I'm like, come on, man. Like, this has to be set up.
Yeah,
either way though, they're pretty funny.
Even if
like,
they're fake.
There was one where this dude, like, he's already smashed like 3 or 4 of his like son's Xboxes and shit, and like the other son like snitches on him. And he's like, oh, his games are digital now. You've got to like do in the actual system. So he like smashes his system again. Oh, dude, funny.
Yeah, it's hard to say how much of that's real because why are they recording in the first place? But yeah.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
But even if they're fake, like you say, it's still funny.
Dude, it's fucking hilarious.
I get triggered by those because I just have, you know,
flashbacks.
About my computer.
What was like? Obviously, it's a painful memory, so I don't know if you want to talk about it too much. But like, when he did that, like, what was your reaction?
Oh, that wasn't that. I mean, that wasn't compared to what I went through in my childhood. That was no big deal, to be honest. I mean, it was like, oh, that fucking sucks. But no, compared to all the other shit, that game, so
he literally jumped on the computer.
Oh yeah, like he was like a 5-year-old having a temper. Yeah, literally like a 5-year-old having a temper tantrum, just jumping up and down on my like, you know, think of like a tower. Like a computer tower you build, like, and it was a nice fucking tower too, man. It was like even the tower. I picked it out.
So while he was doing that, like, what was your reaction?
I was just like, dude, I think that was the day. Yeah, we almost got into like a fist fight we almost started throwing blows because not long after that we were like shoving each other, and I was ready to fucking. I'm not gonna say it publicly, but I was 17 at that time, so I was old enough to be like, like I'm not putting up with this shit, you know.
Yeah, that's pretty.
And in my mind, it's like over what? Literally nothing. Like fucking the slave system. But yeah,
so like people... what? You missed like one day of school or something?
Oh no, I mean I missed a fuck ton, dude. Like I said, they could have gotten truancy if they really knew. I missed like fucking 20, 30, 40, no, over 20 days. It was like a crazy amount.
What, in a row, was it?
Not in a row. No, it was throughout the year. Yeah.
Okay.
It was, it was probably like over 40 days I missed, but they couldn't account for all of them because I was doing a bunch of shit to make it seem like I was there when I wasn't, and I was messing with their stuff, their records, but yeah, like,
yeah. The only time my dad got on my ass about school would be like if the school kept ringing at the house, man. Like, you know, he hasn't attended in like a week.
You want to hear a funny story though of
No.
something I discovered because of my skipping school, actually.
No, I don't.
Because of my relentless skipping school, and also I would skip school. Did I tell you this story, Nate? I might have told you this story. I don't know if I did. It was fucking funny though. So I would skip school, right? And then so they would give you a Saturday detention. Now I think have you guys done a Saturday before? Like it's like 2 or 3 hours. You have to wake up in the morning and go to school.
Yeah,
they tried to get me to do that so many times, and I would not show up.
Yeah,
like I would never go. And then they try to get me after school, and I'd still I'd make sure I'd go like out the back door and piss off.
Yeah, Again, I think I did it like maybe 1 or 2 Saturdays before my junior year, and I was like, I will never fucking do this again. This is the 3 hours in the morning. No, it was the worst thing ever. So I would skip school junior year, right? And then I would get a Saturday. So, and then I would not go to the Saturday. And so if you didn't go to the Saturday, guess what your punishment was?
Sunday.
No, you got suspended on Monday. You didn't have to go to school on Monday. Like,
I never got suspension. Like, I never got the concept of that. It's like,
you're rewarding me. Yeah,
favor. Like,
yeah. So
I never got it.
So I would. So I was like, oh, this is the best shit ever. But the only downside is they would obviously call your whatever phone number they had. They would try to contact your parents to let them know you're suspended Monday. So they didn't have my parents' cell phone number, thank God. So I would make it so that like I would unplug the house phone like around 10 in the morning when they would call. But I would make it look like it was still plugged in, just do it a little bit. So they would leave a voicemail and I would delete the voicemail, and then I didn't have to show up to school Monday. So anyway, while one of the Saturdays I was doing it, like I think they got a little bit wise and they managed to get my dad's cell phone number. Or I thought that they might have had my dad's cell phone number, and at this time, my dad was he was always going on, let's just say, business trips up to Boston, like a lot. Like he was always on business at this time. He was quote unquote on business. So
I think I'm getting the hint.
Yeah. So I was like, all right, I gotta. Because like I don't know if like even today, you could go online. Like this was back in like 2006, and you could still do this 2006, whatever year it was, like 2006, I think 2006. Like I went online. I had a spare cell phone. I went online because I knew the Verizon account. Like you know what I mean. I could log on to it. So I changed the number. Like I changed my dad's number to I put his number on this old cell phone I had. Just temporarily for like an hour. Like when they'd call, I'd delete the fucking voicemail and give the number back to his cell phone. You know what I mean?
Jesus.
So I was going through all this work. Like I was going online, putting the serial number of this phone. So I was like, all right. So it was like 10 in the morning. I've got my dad's number on this phone, and I'm like, he's not gonna, like, because I know my dad. He doesn't use the fucking cell phone much. It's like he wouldn't have even noticed for like an hour, So I'm sitting there like, oh fuck. Like someone's calling. I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm like, is it the school? Is it the school? I was like, this is kind of a weird number. It might be his work or something. But it's like Saturday. I'm like, what the fuck? So I just ignored the call, and then they called again. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? I don't. For some reason, I answered, and I was like, hello. Like I tried to disguise and this Asian woman was like, hello, and I was like, what the? Why is this, like this Asian woman saying hello? I was like, I just hung up because I was like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Like, is this like a work thing? I didn't know. So then I just I literally hung up on this woman.
It sounds like a business call.
Well, Yeah. I was like, business. I didn't know, man. So then, like, I'm sitting there because I'm hiding out in the bathroom. Just wait. All I'm doing is waiting for the fucking phone call from the school so I can delete the voicemail, delete the shit, and then he can, put the number back on his phone. So the short time I had this fucking phone number of my dad's. So then I hang up on this woman, and then, like, right after, she texts the number and says, "You're hurting me." And that's when I was like, oh, shit, that's not a fucking business call. I was like, oh,
Heck?
fuck.
Oh, no.
I was like, oh, fuck, dude. I was like, at that time, I was like, I gotta tell my mom.
I knew, as soon as you said business trips.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Yep.
He's on the sly.
Yep. So apparently he met this Asian woman when he was on a business trip that ran a bed and breakfast. Like, and so anyway, so I ended up having to tell my mom, and I had to, like, lie to my mom because I was like, yeah, because how the fuck you been telling me? I'm like, why do you have your dad's number? And then when this was all going down, my mom was like, your dad's at the Verizon store. He's freaking out because his phone's not working. And I'm like, yeah, because even my mom was like, why is he freaking out about his phone, like, being off? Because my mom thought it was strange because he's not really that, you know what I mean? Like, he drove to the Verizon store, like, immediately when his phone got turned off. And I was like, yeah, Mom, about that. Like, and I told my mom, like, oh, I accidentally changed the number. Like, I just bullshitted her. And I was like, look at this.
You didn't snitch on your old man about, like, the affair?
Oh, I 100% did. Yeah, I told my mom. I would say I had to tell my mom that I had to lie about how I put the number on my phone. I had to tell her I did it by accident. You know what I mean? So I just told her, oh, I did it by accident. And I saw this, look, Mom, you hurt me. Like, and I got a phone call from an Asian woman. So yeah, I told her, and he was fucking pissed. I was like, yeah, you fucking cheated on her, dude. You were going up there fucking cheating on her. And so my neighbor up the street that I hung out with, like, my dad also would hang out with his dad. So ever since my dad got caught cheating, they would always, the neighbor dad would always make fun of my dad and say, like, oh yeah, you was getting bed breakfast and something else too. Rag on, I'm like, yeah, he was getting bed breakfast.
Did your mom, like, I don't know how much, like, you want to go in detail, but, like, did your mom, like, full on skits it at him and shit?
Did she all what? Did she what?
Did she, like, skits it at him, like, when you told her and when he come home?
She was just upset and pissed, and yeah, I mean, it didn't go over well for him. It's like, like, she was pissed. She was upset and pissed.
Yeah, understandably. Yeah.
And then obviously he that ended his relationship with this woman, and he blamed me, like the fucking shitbag he is. But yeah, isn't that funny how I caught him from trying to fucking skip my Saturday?
Pretty stays, bro.
I just thought that was hilarious, like how that just, oh man. Was Austin referred to?
Yeah, I think so. Read that out loud. Do you want to read that?
Yeah, Austin says, would you like to hear about our timeshares on our new Quickie Mart?
Referring to the bed and breakfast.
Yeah. And it was even funnier because it was an Asian woman too. Like, they were always cracking jokes. Like, even it was just you couldn't make this shit up. You know what I mean? And then my mom what?
I used to date an Asian girl, like, years ago, man. They're different people. I'll say that.
Oh, for sure. And then my mom found pictures of this woman on his PC, like, after, and she was like, we were making fun of the woman because my mom was just like, we were just pissed at him. And I don't know, it was a funny situation all around. Like, after the dust settled, like, Oh god,
that's pretty funny.
Oh man, I dude, the lengths I went to skip school. Like,
I'm surprised your old man, like, didn't try to kick your ass though after that.
Oh, he was pissed. But, like, that was just one of many things I would do to, like, skip school. Like, I fucking put so much work into not going to school. I mean, dude, I would literally, because I would have to, like, my mom was starting to catch on that I was skipping, so like I had to get more fucking creative and stealthy.
You have to, in other words, you have to Ferris Bueller the shit out of it.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I was literally like sleeping in closets till my mom, like till my mom would leave for work. There were days where it was like, dude, it would be like 30 degrees outside, and like it depends on how long it took my mom to get to work. Cause she'd get to work, she'd leave for work, and then I would be able to be like, cool, the house is mine for the day. So there were times where I'd have to pretend that I left for the bus, or I would walk to school. So I'd pretend that I was walking to school. So I would walk halfway to school. I'd have to cross this big ass field, and this field had like an abandoned house in it. And there were quite a few times when it was like freezing out, I would just pack like a sleeping bag in my I would put a sleeping bag like in my fucking backpack and blankets. Well, not a sleeping bag, but like blankets and shit. And I would just sleep in front of this fucking house for like an hour, dude. Because it was like a driveway. It was like an abandoned house in a field. No one was around. And I would just pass out for like an hour outside. And I would walk back with my fucking parents. And then there were times where my mom would knock on the door. Because I would try to do the easy way. Like I would try to just sleep in my closet. You know what I mean? So there were times where I could just get away with just like literally I would just close the door to my closet. My mom would come in and just be like, all right, he left, cool. And I'd just be in the fucking closet. And then she caught me one time being in the closet. So then I had to go downstairs to this closet in the fucking basement. And then one time, dude, I literally was just outside of in the backyard, just hiding out. And I remember I had to take a shit. Because I was outside, I couldn't go in the house because my mom was still in there, and she was getting wise to me skipping, so she was really checking. So I remember I had to take a shit outside in the backyard because I had to take a shit, and I was waiting for my mom to leave, and I just took a shit outside. I don't know. I just endless shit, dude. I like.
Fuck, man. I think you hated school even more than I did, man. That's really saying something.
What, dude?
Huh?
And then I would
No, I was saying I said I think you hated school even more than I did.
Oh, dude, I hated it.
That's really saying something because I really fucking hated it, but I never did like that shit, like sleeping outside of like abandoned homes and shit. It's hilarious, man.
Yeah, and then I would because I could walk to school, so I had VOTech in the morning, and then like my bus would show up like right before lunchtime, so like that's how I was able to like skip so much because I would just also like I would never go to VOTech. I missed way more VOTech because that was in the morning. So like all the kids at VOTech knew I was skipping, and they were cool. They would help me out. So some days I would show up at like right before the bus showed up. And I would walk in with all the VOTech kids, and they would be like, "Hey, we're here." Like you would have to tell them, you're here, like attendance wise. So I would be like in the back and be like, "Yeah, Matt here." You know what I mean? And then I would just fucking walk out of the school. I wouldn't go to any of the classes.
Shit like that, like show up. Like sometimes I would literally like give two fucks. Say like I would literally like walk into a class, like
say you're there and then leave, right?
Yeah, just be like, yeah, how's everyone doing? You know, that was hilarious.
Yeah, I think I did that also with a couple of the classes too. Like, I think I would also show up to the class and then be like, hey, can I go to the bathroom? And then I just fucking walk out to school and walk home. So when I did show up to school, they would always give me a principal slip. Like, oh, you got to go down and talk to the principal because you've been skipping school. So they never would walk you down. They would just assume you were a good boy. And
not too fucking lazy to do it, that's why.
Yeah, so they would just assume that you'd go there yourself. So I would take the slip, and then I would walk around for fucking 20 minutes. Just walk around the school, talk to people. I would do anything but walk to the principal's office. So I kept avoiding the principal literally up until this happened junior year and senior year, because I also skipped a lot in senior year, and I did the same fucking trick. But in junior year, near the end, they literally had to escort me down there because they're like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
What about you, Nate? Did you ever get up to any shenanigans like that, or you just didn't have to? Or
No, I probably honestly it was easier for me to just go than concoct all that stuff Matt did to get out of it. So
Oh, it was fun though. To be fair.
Oh, okay.
I'm the same. Yeah, I'm the same. Like, yeah, I mean, like the sort of stuff he's talking about, like packing sleeping bags and blankets and shit. Like, dude, like that. I don't know. Like that's pretty like out there.
Yeah,
like,
I
usually like if someone got on my ass enough, I'd be like, fine, I'll fucking go. You know, but yeah.
No. I hated it so much, dude. I put so much work into skipping, man. Again, I was having fake fucking notes written that I was sick. I mean, I was doing all sorts of shit, man. And
one thing about school though, like I never missed like what we would call inter-school sports days and shit. Like any day when we were like playing sports against like competing against other schools and shit, like I'd always show up for that shit. Because I used to love sports as a kid and that, so.
Well,
yeah, it makes sense.
That's understandable. I was going to ask Matt, like you were into music. Did you ever get involved in any school music stuff or too cool for that?
No. In 8th grade, I was pretty decent at guitar, so I joined I tried out for the jazz band and I got in it. So I was doing the jazz band stuff. That was fun. That was 8th grade. And then high school, I didn't try to join the jazz band. I didn't care because I wanted to just be in a real rock band. I didn't want to do the jazz band anymore. So in 9th grade, I got into a rock band with kids in my grade, and we played out a few times. We'd practice every week. So I did the fucking I think the better route, like getting in your own band, rock band, playing rock music and metal and whatever. But I was, after 8th grade, I wasn't.
Who were some of your rock heroes?
When I was younger?
Or like now or whatever, yeah?
Well, I mean, Metallica was like the main reason I started playing guitar.
Yeah, so I'm a Metallica fan.
I liked Guns N' Roses.
They're great.
Guns N' Roses, like Nirvana, Soundgarden. Jimi Hendrix, I loved. So it's like when I started playing guitar, there was like a whole nother chapter of different bands that I got introduced to because it was like, now I'm a guitar player, and I just found new music through that, and like I had a new appreciation for guitar playing. So there was like all these other guitar players that I like. So I remember like really liking Yngwie Malmsteen when I started to get better at guitar because I was like, he's fucking awesome at shredding and. I remember when I was learning guitar, I hadn't heard of Slayer before, but I remember being on the fucking best shit ever. I was on like do you know about these, Nate? I mean, I know Verisimilitude might know, but remember Yahoo Messenger?
Yeah, I guess it sounds familiar. Yeah. I think I was on MSN.
So they had chat rooms, and I actually learned a lot how to play guitar through those chat rooms because they had a guitar player's chat room. And you could go on the mic. There was like a mic that you could go on and play for the whole chat. So it was like a first come first serve thing. So if you had the mic button pushed, then no one else could go on the mic. But once you let off the mic button, someone else can click it. You know what I mean? So I would just hear these guys playing guitar. I was like, what the fuck is he playing? That sounds badass. I'm like, oh, that's Slayer. That's this band. That's that band. So yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm going on a tangent, but. Yeah, Oh, like Ozzy.
I always wanted to join a band and like learn an instrument as a kid, but like, like none of my buddies were into that sort of shit. Hey, like I remember one time I was hanging out with my buddies is like in like 5th or 6th grade, and I was like, hey guys, we should start a band. Like that'd be cool. Like, and
it's the coolest thing ever, dude.
And obviously, like it was also like, I mean, obviously I wanted to learn an instrument and be in the band, but I was like. Yeah, to also be an avenue to meet girls as well,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And like no shit, dude. There was no shit. Like there was like 4 of us, like we're all hanging out. And I say this right, they all look at me, and they just laughed. And I'm like, "What's so funny?" And they're like, "That's the stupidest thing ever." And I'm like, "No, man, it'd be cool. Let's join a band. Let's make our own band." And they just didn't have any interest in it, dude. Like, it really was shit.
Yeah, it sucked.
Wow, that must have been a
One of the few
heartbreaker.
things of high school that was really fun for me was being in a band. And everything that came with it too, you know what I mean? Like, because it's like I was in a band, and guess what? We had other rivals. We had other bands that we would, you know what I mean? We were rivals, like we hated each other. And
yeah, that's cool.
on our first time that we played, like my 9th grade rock band, it was like something out of a movie. I think I might have told Nate about this. Did I tell you about this? The fight that broke out.
I don't think so.
So the first time I ever played, besides like the jazz band and like school bands, the first time like we actually played in front of like kids our age and like we was our own band, we went to this big fucking party, dude. Like my bandmates were like, yo, there's this big ass party, like let's go. It was this big fucking house party, dude, like in high school, like literally out of a movie. Like the basement was packed. There was kids outside. It was so packed. It was like, and so the band that we hated, like my singer and the bass player of this band were like fucking enemies, dude, like mortal enemies. And then obviously the rest of the band didn't really like. So it was like we just hated each other. Like they played kind of emo, Blink-182 type shit. And we were more like rock, metal, you know what I mean? So we were like, you know what I mean? They were like the emo pussy band. Anyway. So they were playing at this party, right? And these two really hot girls, like probably the hottest girls in the school, like our grade at least, were friends with my singer, the singer of my band, and the drummer of my band. But these two hot girls were also friends with the band that we hated. You know what I mean? So it was like, am I still live or?
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So it's like these two hot girls are friends with both of us, both of the bands. So obviously, like they're the middle, you know. So they gotta whatever they say kind of goes because obviously they hate us, but you know you're not gonna, you know what I mean? Like you're gonna. So anyway, so we're at the party and they're playing and we're like we're like, yo, let's try to play a song. But we would have to use their equipment because we weren't playing there. We didn't bring anything to play. We weren't supposed to play at the party. So obviously the band they're gonna be like, yo, fuck, we're not gonna let you use our equipment. We hate you. But so the two hot girls that were friends with them talked them into letting us play a song. Right? And I remember like, dude, packed house. The hottest girl in the school I'm like fucking nervous as shit. Like, holy shit. She's like they're like the two hottest girls. They're like sitting on the floor just right in front of me as we're about to play, and I'm like, oh my god, this is crazy. And like I said, the band is not happy.
It must have felt like Gene Simmons or some shit.
Yeah, dude, it was crazy, but it gets better. So like the band wasn't happy. Like they were fucking still pissed that we, you know, they went along with it because the two hot girls asked them. So like, fine, because again, they don't want to fucking piss off the hot girls that they want to get with too. So they're fucking fuming that we're using their equipment, right? Actually, the only one that was semi-cool about it, who was kind of neutral, was the guitar player. Like, the guitar player seemed to be, like, not really having a problem with us. And so I was like, I got kind of lucky because he was like, yeah, man, here's the amp. Here's how you use it. Because I didn't really know the Marshall that he had or anything. So he kind of, like, showed me. He was cool about it. I was like, all right, cool, thanks, man, whatever. So anyway, we start playing the song. Like, it's like, yeah, and the two hot girls are right in front. The whole basement's packed. And then like about you know, halfway through the song, the bass player that hated my singer, something was going on between them. So my singer's singing in the song, we're playing it, and like halfway through the song, whatever, I don't know what the fuck happened, but like my singer is fucking pissed at I think his name was Drew, the bassist, and because he was instigating him. And so the singer's literally instead of singing the lyrics to the song, he starts singing like, "Drew is a fucking," I guess I can't say it, you know, the bad F word, you know.
Yeah, I better not.
Drew is a fucking F word, you know. Like I guess
three letters.
Yeah, but OT, 3 letters, OT.
Okay.
So he just keeps singing it, and I'm like, this is kind of funny, but like it's also like they're getting really fucking mad. Like I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm playing guitar and it's loud as shit. We're playing in a band. Like I'm like trying to like, because we're all like, yo, Keith. His name is Keith. It's like, yo, just
fucking chill out, man. But Keith was like fucking pissed. Drew is a fucking pervert. I'm like, we're playing, and then Drew just fucking snapped. He shoves my singer, and he's like twice the size of my singer. Like, he's just a lot taller. He's not big or anything, but he fucking shoves my singer right into the drum kit, and we're still playing, right? So then he fucking runs out right after him because he's like in the crowd, and then they start fucking scuffling, and then my solo comes, and I start fucking soloing and shit, and I'm just like, soloing, and like the song was near the end because I'm just doing my solo, but we're still playing. And they're like, a fight's breaking out because they're like kind of ganging up on my singer, like his friends now. So then my singer was friends with like the fucking one of the biggest fucking dudes in the football team, like fucking 6'3", like linebacker or the lineman, like fucking huge. And I'm playing, right? I'm soloing. I'm like, this is crazy. Out of nowhere, my singer's friend, the linebacker or whatever, fucking just. I see him just fucking charge this guy, this Drew guy. So he just fucking just right into him, just lays him out. And then he starts like pushing off. He starts just fucking pushing off all the other guys. And then once he started getting like he was ready to throw down, all of them just pussied out. They just were like, all right, like fight's done. You know what I mean? This fucking big behemoth guy showed up to back him up. And then the song was done, and we were like thinking that we were all gonna fight them afterwards, but
were the chicks impressed?
I don't remember, dude. I don't remember. I think they were just like, "What the fuck is going on?" Like anyone else. Like, I don't think they were impressed. It was because they were like, they liked both of us. I don't think they wanted to see. They were friends with everyone. They didn't see us fighting. I think they were. Yeah, they were impressed with the song. Yeah, they were impressed with the song, but I don't think they were impressed with the fight and what the fuck happened there. But. And then afterwards, we were just so hyped. We were like, dude, that was the coolest fucking thing ever. Our first fucking time playing out, a fight breaks out. Like that
after your solo, and the fight's like just like
it was something like out of a movie, bro. Like they're fucking fighting.
You should have quickly jot like your phone number down and gave it to the chick and be like, call
dude,
me.
I was the pussy. I was too much of a pussy, and she was way too hot. I was too much of a pussy, but. It was like something out of a movie, man. It was fucking crazy. But yeah, I'm saying I had some good times like that in high school. But I'm saying, like, you were like, oh, were you popular, this and that? It's like, I mean, I played in rock bands. Like, I had girls. I mean, I don't know. It's like, but I also was kind of did keep them. And I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, that was funny, man. I don't know if that story was.
That's a story, bro. Sure.
Yeah, it was like something out of a fucking movie, man. It was like, it really didn't even feel real. And all my bands were saying the same thing. We're like, that's like something you would see in a movie, not like real life. That was crazy. Because the way it just happened, it's like, what the fuck, dude?
Do you still hang out with the guys from your band?
Oh, no. Actually, the singer killed himself after high school.
Oh, shit.
Jesus.
Actually, the really hot girl that I like, they're both smoking hot, but the hotter one ended up dating the singer like years after, right? Like after high school. And he was dating that girl, the really hot one, and I don't want to like go too personal, but like I stopped talking to him after high school. I wasn't really close with them. I was just in a band with them. They broke up and they had some fights or whatever. Long story short, the guy killed himself over like breaking up with her. So that was, I think I was like 20.
Man for a guy to ever get upset about is a girl.
Yeah, I think we were like, I don't know how old we was. I was like 20. I was in my 20s, 23, 24, 22. I don't remember exactly. I just remember seeing it like on Facebook or something. Like, oh my God, he killed himself. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, I was in a band with that kid. Damn.
That's messed up.
Yeah, and I remember actually reading because she ended up becoming like a journalist or something. And I remember like years later, like I stumbled across her fucking online journal diary thing, and she wrote what happened in vivid detail. I just thought the kid killed himself like on his own, but apparently he was living with her and she found him hanging and he was still kind of alive. He was basically gonna die. Like she had to get him off the rope. I was like, what? I didn't know that because I didn't know the details. And she wrote
the whole Kurt Cobain shit right there, dude.
Yeah, dude, it was fucking crazy. She had to like call, the ambulance came. She even said in her thing she knew he was gonna die because like she knew enough about I guess, the human body and blah, blah, blah. Like, she knew that, like, you know, she knew, like, the symptoms he was having was, like, he was going to die. Like, he wasn't, you know, because he had been, like, knocked out for, like, a couple minutes before she found him. Like, he was, you know, apparently they got into, like, a big argument, and she just went to her room, and she thought that he was just going to go out to smoke a cigarette, like he usually does. And she says, like, after, like, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, she's like, she didn't hear him come back in. She got the hunch something was like, let me go check on him. And that's when she found him hanging on their, like, over their step floor. You know, I guess some apartments have those steps, and there's, like, that tall, whatever. He was hanging over that. Yeah, I was like, that's fucking crazy shit.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, that's like, reminds me of this dude, man, that was like my dad's buddy, like years ago, it was like 10 years ago. I didn't know him that well, but like, hung out.
Sorry to cut you off. Wilson says, who kills himself over a woman? Anyway, sorry, keep going. This woman was hot, though. Like, I gotta say, she was really fucking hot. So, like, you know, I mean, it would be hard to lose her. I kind of get what I mean, I wouldn't have killed myself, but, I mean, damn, dude, like, I kind of fell for the guy because she was like, yeah, she was probably, you know, again, I'm saying this publicly, but like, they'll never hear it. Like, yeah, she was definitely out of his league, so. Anyway.
Yeah. And you reminded me like a little bit of yeah, this dude, man, it was like my dad's friend like years ago, it was like 10 years ago or something. I only met him like a few times, but like I actually did go to his house like a couple of times with my dad, and like we were all hanging out watching TV and shit. And yeah, man, like I remember like I was with my girlfriend and we like saw him like when we were like out and shit, like in town, and we're like talking to him, like, you know, like, and he's all good, like, you know, normal conversation and stuff. Yep. And then like literally, dude, it was like less than 2 days later, like my dad like ran into his girlfriend and she's like, oh yeah, he hung himself the other night. Like I found him dead in his apartment. Damn. And yeah, pretty freaking creepy, dude, because like I would have been one of the last people to ever see him alive. Like I could have, like, yeah, like me and my girlfriend could have been like the last people to see him alive, because like I think he was like hanging there for like more than a day before anyone even knew he was fucking there. So, yeah, pretty creepy.
You know, and Nate, anyone, dude, it's what's crazy is there were so many fucking kids that I went to school with that were in my grade or like grade above, grade below. There were so many that fucking either killed themselves or died of a drug overdose. Like it's like when I think, because I'm 32 now, like, because it's like throughout the years, oh, another one died. Like, I don't even know the number, man. Like, it's fucking 20, 30. I mean, maybe even 40 now. Like,
gee, that's crazy number.
Crazy high number.
I don't know that many people. There was like about 3 or 4 years ago. I actually there's this theater that I go to where they show like old classic movies and stuff, like, yeah, all the shit from the 80s that me and Nate love and that. And anyway, long story short, like I met this guy there, right? And it was actually, I was there to watch like a Tarantino marathon. Anyway, like ended up striking up a friendship with this dude, and like he found himself like in a pretty bad situation at one point. So I let him like stay at my house for a while in my spare room. Like, big mistake. Like, never lived with someone that you know, like a friend and stuff. And like it just didn't work out. And he was like, yeah, a big pain in my ass. But anyway, he was only here for like a month or so. But anyways, like we had like a couple of mutual friends and stuff. Like mostly like American people that we both knew, like from like horror movie forums and shit. And like I remember being out one day and this mutual friend of ours like texts me and he's like, hey man, did you hear about what happened to this guy? And I was like, no. And he's like, oh yeah, he's like found him like dead of a drug overdose. And this guy was only like 25, man. Like he was a fair bit younger than me. He was younger than me. But yeah, dude, like I remember just thinking like fucking, like it's sad and all, but like thank fuck that didn't happen, man, when he was at my house, because it was only like a short time after, man. It was like it would have only been like maybe a couple of months later, man.
Yeah, man, you gotta be careful with that shit. I mean, drug addicts, dude, they'll lie to you, manipulate you. I mean, it's, you know, it's. Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's scary as shit. What about you, Nate? You got any grisly stories like that you want to share?
The only thing, not really. The only person I knew from school that I knew, me and my dad used to get this pizza at this pizza place, and all of a sudden one day we went there. Well, we probably went once a week, and one week we went there and there was this flyer hanging up for this guy I used to go to high school with. I guess his girlfriend put it up or something, that he had died. And the thing was, he was all into like physical, fitness and muscles and shit. The picture of him, oh my God, he must have died because of, too much steroid usage, but his neck was like, the size of my waist. I mean, him in the picture was just like, oh my God, he was roiding big time.
So he looked like Ronnie from Sleepaway Camp.
Oh my God, his neck was thicker than that. It was really crazy. So yeah, that must have been roid related, I would imagine. But that's the only person that I'm aware of that I went to school with that's no longer with us. But I mean, I don't do Facebook or anything, so I have no way of knowing.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, apart from those two, but they're really the only two that I can think of. I mean, like a friend of mine that I don't really see anymore, like his brother died like a while ago, but he was pretty old, but like that was just like natural causes sort of stuff, but like stuff with like, yeah, whatever, like freak accidents or like suicide or whatever the fuck, like, yeah, I mean, nowhere near as much as Matt here. Like, he's talking like 30 or 40 different people, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, we're talking from different grades. I mean, it's not like I knew of a lot of them. I didn't know them all personally, but yeah, it's a freakish high number, and it just goes up every year. There's like another one. It's crazy, man.
But how do you find out about all these? Just Facebook?
A lot of them were from Facebook. Some of them were buddy told me, the one of the first ones, like, cause this was not long after high school, maybe like not even a year. I was out of high school. So when the first one, cause the first one's always the biggest shocker. Like, holy shit, I knew that kid. Like, what the fuck? So the first one was it was the craziest way I found out. I was with my buddy, we're just out of high school, not even a year. We were driving to the diner, and this kid that I went to Votech with, and I was cool with him. I didn't hang out with him outside of school, but like, he was cool. I knew where his house was, right? Because we went to Votech, and yeah, I don't know, like we're going to the diner, right? My buddy and I, like, because my buddy knew who he was, but didn't like know him like I did.
It's around Jersey, because didn't you grow up around Jersey?
Not far from Jersey. I lived in PA. But so
when you say diner, like, I knew it had to be like somewhere on the East Coast.
Diner, yeah. So we're driving. It's at night, like a Friday night. We're driving by his house, and there's like a fuck ton of people in his yard, and they didn't look like they were there because they were happy. Like, we knew right away something was fucking wrong. Like, people looked sad and pissed, and like, it looked bad. And I was like, dude, what the fuck happened? Like, you know what I mean? I was like, dude, like, did he die? Like, I think he died. Like, you know what I mean? It was like pretty obvious, because we didn't know if he killed himself or he just died. Like, we didn't know. And I think we found out. I don't know if he found out the next day, or like, we found out that he killed himself. But yeah, that was the first one, and that was like, that's how we found out. We drove by and we saw that, like, there were a bunch of people out there that were, he had just killed himself not long before. Like, that was the night he killed himself.
Yeah, I just remembered one thing. There was one time, this is like back in the 90s, right, when I was like really young, would have been like 10 or so. And one night it was like really late. It was like 1 a.m. or something. And me and my old man were like watching a movie. And like out of nowhere, because we used to live like right off this main road, right? Mm-hmm. And out of nowhere, like, we heard like this car like tearing down the road. And then this really loud like, and then bang. Oh. and then like my dad looks at me, I look at him. My dad's like, "Well, that guy's dead."
Oh, it was that loud, like that noticeable.
Oh yeah, it was. And like he crashed like a good probably like half a K probably. Well yeah, in my country's measurement like half a kilometer away, which would be like I guess quarter of a mile or something.
Right.
You guys
it
like
was
away,
so
like
fucking loud that it was like
like a
bomb.
decent ways away, and it was so loud. And then like the next day like we were walking down the street and there were like flowers, like a little memorial thing and shit. And I was like,
what was it? Was it like a guy speeding or was it?
Oh yeah, definitely, dude. Like he wrapped himself around a pole, dude. Like he had to have been going like pretty fast, man. Like it's almost like it was deliberate, dude. Like
a lot of people will drive like suicidally aggressive. You know what I mean? Like they may not intentionally do it, but they'll just be so suicidal with their driving that
that's like a buddy of mine, man. You know, like I've known for years. Like I remember like way back in the early 2000s, like he had this like pretty nice Ford. And like friggin' I remember like driving with him like really like late at night up to like the ATM like for him to go get his work pay and shit because he's still like going up there to get it like as soon as it went in and shit like so he could try to get it all out and then like try to fucking like keep some of it away from his missus and shit like it's just like what he used to like to do. And like no shit, right? Like we'd be going down like this pretty narrow road. Like it was a 2-lane road, but it was like like those sort of roads where it's 2 lanes, but like it's pretty narrow still, right?
Yeah.
And we're going down this road, dude, and this happened way more than like we did this like almost on the regular, dude. It was like almost at least fortnightly or so. And like he would go like 220 sometimes, like down that thing, man.
I wonder what that is miles per hour. So that's
like probably 150, I would say.
It's at least it'd be at least like 150 or maybe even a little bit faster, man.
Yeah.
Like it's probably the fastest I've ever been in a car. And anyway, like I remember one day like he's driving down this road, right? And I remember just like saying to him like
it's suicidal to drive like that.
Yeah, like well what I pretty much said to him was I was like, one day you're going to be driving down here or we're going to be driving down here and a car's going to be coming the other way. Because like if a car, because it was like, it was a road, right? But there was like, obviously there was like side streets.
Yeah.
So like
out. Yep.
Yeah. So if a car pulled right out like of a house or of like another street, like it would be head on collision.
Or if a fucking animal came out.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and I said like, one day you're going to be driving down here and, something like that's going to happen. And his only response was, yeah, probably.
Yeah, because I mean, he's not, like, yes.
Yeah, and like, dude, like after that, I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna take a pass on this one for now on. Like,
yep.
I mean, he's still alive to this day, but obviously, like, he's a different kind of dude now. But like when he was young, man, he's like just.
Reckless.
Like crazy, like reckless like that. Yeah, dude. And it's amazing, dude. Like all the times that we went down that road, that like nothing happened, man. Because I'm telling you, we were going so fast, man, that it would have been the worst wreck you would have ever seen, man. Like
you would have been pretty much dead.
Oh yeah, and I was really young at the time, man. Like I was only like 13, 14 sort of thing.
Yep.
So
yep.
Like,
or you could have wrecked in someone else, and they would have been dead too.
Yeah.
Did you want to, Nate? Did you want to end the stream and continue on Skype, or I don't know if we're in the stream with our talk, or
well, it sounds
I think Wade's got like a whole heap of questions that haven't even been answered. Like, I know, he's talking about like sleepaway camps, like release on DVD and stuff.
Yeah, I do feel bad about these three-way talks. It kind of leaves chat behind, so I don't know. I try to chat with them in the chat with typing. But yeah, I don't know. It sounds like Matt wants to talk about stuff off air, so we can talk about whatever.
Well, we should make some sort of rule, like when it's the three of us on here, like maybe at least every half an hour, I'd take a break just to answer the chat, because I mean, if they're gonna take the time to write, like it's only fair.
Yeah, I was thinking about that after last week. That's a good point, like chat break or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Too late to catch up now, though.
Yeah.
But
JoJo's his old username was Wade, wasn't it? Wade Wilson. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yep,
Wade.
Still had it.
Okay. Yeah. He's got one part here where he's talking about his uncle and stuff. If you want to read that out, maybe, or you don't want to read that out, I don't know.
Or you can.
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
I'm good.
What?
It's your channel.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, well, yeah. I'll just simply say he was talking about relatives that may have ended their lives, and yeah.
Wow. Shit. Yeah, it's. Oh, I had my cousin overdosed too.
See, with those kind of things,
What?
with those things, you don't really ever know necessarily if it was intentional or not.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So on some level, you know, that kind of stuff. It's like on some level, it's always a little intentional, because they're going. They know. You go down a road like that, it's like.
Well, it's like, you know what dosage you're supposed to take, don't you? So, like, I mean...
I wouldn't know.
They know they're playing Russian roulette, and they know they have to stop, or it's just a matter of time before they take too much, or, they don't wake back up from their slumber. I mean, it's, so it's like, it is like, kind of intentional a little bit, always, to an extent. At least this sense that they, I don't know. I guess... They couldn't stop, but it's just like the guy driving 150. He knows it's suicidal.
Yeah.
He just got lucky. Just like, someone does drugs and they get lucky and they don't overdose. But
Austin says, back when we were talking about schoolmates that have died, he barely remembers anyone from school. I'm pretty much the same way. It's just like, holy shit, this far along, it's like, it feels like a different life.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it really does, yeah. I mean, the only person that I have any kind of contact with at all from school is one of my good buddies who's gonna play Jason in my movie. Like, me and him went to tech school, but yeah, that's really it. Like, he's really the only one that I keep in contact with. Like, I don't even, like, I'm on Facebook and stuff, but I don't really like do too much of that. Like, where is everyone now kind of thing. It's just, I don't know, I just don't really see the point of it, like, to be honest.
Right. I mean, for me, it was years that I just as soon forget.
Yeah. I mean, every once in a while, like, I've had like friend requests and stuff from like people that I went to school with that I wasn't friends with, or like even people that like try to give me a hard time at school, and it's like, why the fuck are you like trying to be friends with me like on here? This doesn't make any sense. Like, fuck off.
Oh God, you know what I've had happen? I've had assholes from school, like back when I was working retail. They'd show up. You haven't seen them since high school, and they'd show up, and they were assholes to you, and they'd be all friendly. It's just like, what the fuck are you being friendly for? You were an asshole.
Yeah. Well, my same buddy, I was just talking about that I still know from school. Like, he actually confronted this guy who like really bullied him really bad at school. Like, actually, I was with him once. We were actually, this is kind of a like funny little side story. We were actually at the movies one day, me and my buddy, right? And we both went to the restroom after the movie and shit. Like, and we're coming out of the restroom, and out of nowhere, like, my buddy just like hip and shoulders this other dude, like this random dude, and like grabs a hold of him and shit. And I'm like, I was almost gonna like step in and help the guy. Like, I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Like why's my buddy attacking this dude? You know what I mean? And like my buddy grabs a hold of him. He's like, man, I want to smash you so bad. Like, you gave me so much hell at school, like, fuck you, and all this shit. Like, and at the same time, like, this guy's buddy's, like, trying to intervene, like, trying to stop my mate from, like, smashing this guy. And the thing is, like, my buddy, he's a big dude, man. Like, he's, like, 6'6". He's sort of like that dude that, it was like the linebacker, man, that tackled that guy, that party you were playing with. Like, he's a big guy, man, right? And, yeah, man, like, fucking, I kind of just got clear and shit and just was like, yeah, like, letting my buddy just sort it out and stuff. And then, yeah, my buddy didn't end up, like, beating him up. But, like, I remember we were leaving, and we were actually with, like, another friend of ours, was like more of a friend of mine, and this girl that we knew that my buddy, who actually was going to beat this guy up that bullied him, ended up dating for a while. But anyway, like, I remember we were leaving because it was at a mall, right? So we're leaving the mall, and, like, as we're, like, casually leaving the mall, we see, like, 5 security guards, man, like, rushing past us to, like, get to the, like, obviously someone reported the fight or they saw it on the cameras or something. It's like, it was, like, way over by the time they turned up. It's like, man, by the time, if something had kicked off, like, by the time they got there, it would have been, like, too late, you know. But, and then, like, like, years after that, my buddy, like, talked to this guy on the phone and all this stuff. And he's, like, telling him how, like, he made his life a living hell. And yeah, basically the bully was like, I was going through a lot of stuff at home at the time, and
usually always how it goes.
Sorry?
That's usually how it goes. There's always
and he's
someone
like,
bullying him. It's like
and he's like, I didn't realize I was doing all that to you and making you feel that way and shit. And it's like, dude, like, you know what I mean? Like I said, man, like, my buddy's, like, he's a big dude, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna be a bully at school, man, you want to be, like, someone who can handle yourself, because years later, man, I'm telling you, man, like, you could run into that person, man, and they're just going to end you, dude, you know?
Yeah. Dave, did you have anyone really bully you at school?
I think so. I think everyone does, you know, but I think I was
levels of
yeah, right. I mean, everyone experiences it to some degree, but I do count myself as lucky. I think that goes with being mostly under the radar. So a lot of people, I wasn't on a lot of people's bullies' radars, but I got I guess my fair, or rather unfair, share of it, I suppose, but not as, it wasn't anything that really ruined my life. I mean,
I was more or less like the anti-bully at school. Like, I would bully the bullies who would bully kids. Like, if I saw a kid, like, trying to fucking, like, take another kid's lunch money or something, like, I'd step in, even if I didn't know the kid. Even if he was a new kid, I'd be like, dude, back the fuck up, man. Like, this kid's done nothing to you, man. Like, fuck off. Like, I mean, obviously, like, I had bullies that would try to bully me and shit, like, from the higher grades and that, but I didn't care, man. Like, if a kid was, like, 1.5 foot taller than me, I didn't care, man. I wouldn't take his shit. Like, I would go at him, man. I'd be like, come on, bro, let's fucking throw down if you want to, man, because I don't know, man, like, my dad just, like, from a very young age, he instilled in me, like, don't take shit, man, from anybody, man. Don't back down. Like, my old man would say, like, you might get your ass kicked 9 ways a Sunday by, someone who's bigger than you, got the advantage, but at the end of the day, if you don't back down, like, they're going to learn that you just, push over, and they'll leave you alone after a while,
Yep. They want the easy target, of course. They want
to... Oh, yeah. For sure.
Anything in the chat?
Well, here, I can read a little of Wade's more recent.
A little, yeah.
He says, my school was filled with bullies. He hated school. Remember being bullied by teachers. He remembers when a teacher accused him.
Oh, yeah, teachers, yeah. Some of the
steroids. I'm trying to read fucking chat. It's a lot of chat to get through. One quick sec. He says he remembers when a teacher accused him of steroids because when he was in high school, he was into working out. The reason he even got into lift weighting is because of bullying he went through in school. Another teacher sexually harassed him and was making sexual talk about ding-dongs, talking about large pencils and small pencils.
What the fuck?
He should have just said, all right, lady, let's get down. She's probably some old bitch.
Let's
Ooh,
see
that's
here.
so sad.
Well, it doesn't even say woman, so maybe it was a man who.
Oh shit, you're right. Who am I to assume their gender?
Matt, how dare you? You just actually assumed this person's gender, man.
Yeah, that
Come
would
on
be
now.
even
You
fucking
can't, you
crazier
can't
if
do
it
that, bro.
wasn't- If it was a guy, yeah, and here I'm thinking it's a woman, it's like probably some guy. It's like the most traumatic thing Wade's been through. Yeah, because it probably was a guy. Because if it was a woman, like,
Yeah, it wouldn't be so difficult necessarily, unless it was a big.
it'd be
Yeah.
like a fat old bitch. But even then, it's like, oh, shut up.
Well, nowadays
Some
she'd be.
guy.
Isn't that funny? Like, sorry to like interrupt the chat, but like, isn't that funny though? Like, if you hear a story about like a girl getting like sexually harassed by a teacher and stuff, like, yeah, we think like, oh, yeah, that's messed up. But like, if you hear the same thing about like a cute teacher or whatever, like, sexually harassing some dude, like, you'd be like trying to give the dude the thumbs up, man.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, you're like, oh,
People
you've got a hot woman harassing you for sex. I can't even get them to fucking call me, dude. They ignore me. So it's like you got so many guys that are like, yeah, dude, like that's a nice problem to have, Like, I mean, for a lot of guys.
It's funny that kind of mentality, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys watch Curb Your Enthusiasm,
No.
but there was like one episode where the main guy is like, this one guy like is like going on and on and on of like how he got sexually harassed by this older woman like when he was a teenager, and like the dude's like, dude, you got nothing to complain about. Like, she wanted to fuck you, man. Like, I wish that would happen to me. And this dude's like looking at him, he's like, but I'm traumatized. He's like, yeah, I wish I could be traumatized like that too.
Yeah.
Like, it's just
Because in a lot of ways, I mean, not every time, but a lot of ways, it's like, let's be real, it's more traumatizing to never get the woman, to never have any woman for a guy than to, to have
that would be, yeah.
to have, the option of, oh, this woman's harassing me for sex. It's like kind of annoying and shitty, but.
Well,
And
I
it's
remember
also a matter-
that actually it happened to me once, like years ago. Hey, like this chick, man. That was when I was like really young. Hey, I was like 18 or something, and she was like in her mid-20s, and she was like a family friend, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like she was harassing me, dude, like really harassing me to like fuck her, dude. But I just wasn't interested. Like, I'd already been with a fair few girls before that, but like I just didn't have anything for her, dude, at all.
Yeah.
Like, and it really got to a point, man, where it was like, fuck off, like this is annoying. You know what I mean? Like, I remember one time we were at a party and like I got pretty wasted and shit, and like she started trying to touch me and shit, man. When I was like on this chair, I'm like, the fuck are you doing? Like, the fuck out of here. Like, it was weird, dude.
Yeah. You ever had that happen to you, Nate? And Nate's like, I wish. Or no.
Yeah, I had quite the opposite problem most of my life with.
Oh yeah, the women are like, Nate's harassing me because he looked at me. I'm just kidding,
No, not me harassing women, but women doing the opposite of harassing me.
Oh,
Nate's
ignore
like looking at him like, come on, arrest me.
yeah. Damn.
Well, I
Yeah,
guess I could
okay.
do a little more Wade Wilson chat here. He says one of his dad's friends took his life by jumping from a building. He was depressed about his wife leaving him. There's a man killing himself over a woman again.
There's a trend here,
Yeah. Let's see here. Wilson says, I was one of the few people to see him before he took his life. He watched a horror movie with him about death. I forget the name of the movie, but now I wish he hadn't watched it with them.
Damn.
Actually, there's actually one other thing I just remembered, man. I haven't thought about this in quite a while. When I was in elementary school, we went on like a field trip, and we were on this highway, and like the traffic just like stopped to a crawl. Hey, like it was taking forever to get through it, and like there was some car wreck, man. And I remember seeing like this guy's body like getting zipped up in one of those body bags, man.
Ooh.
That was fucked up. I only saw it for a second, but it really left an impression on my very young mind at the time. Like, I remember thinking like, dude, that's really different than what it's like in those Friday the 13th movies.
Oh, yeah.
I was with my dad and my brother. We were driving to the shore. We were on the highway, and right in front of us, like it could have been us getting hit, like literally fucking right in front of us. Some woman, I didn't see what happened. I wasn't driving, but I saw the accident. Like whatever she did, she like hit someone as she merged on the highway, and her car like was just got fucked up. Like and she was like spinning out doing a 360. Car, the front of it was all fucked up. It was like a 3-car accident. Like her car was the worst, but yeah, there were like other cars she hit, and it happened so fast. And I was like, what the fuck? All of a sudden, I see a car just fucking smashed up doing a 360 in front of you on the highway. And then, obviously my dad had to stop, like, and my dad was driving by her slow. And I didn't think anything of it at first because I was like, all right, because when the car stopped, a guy got out of it immediately, like he was completely fine. So, we were driving by, and I'll never forget this image, dude. It was so creepy and crazy. We're driving by, and I'm like, looking at the car to see what's in it, and the girl who was driving, like, she looks at me like, dude, it was like fucking crazy, and she's got blood just going down her mouth, dude, like just gushing out blood down her mouth. Like I guess she just fucking bashed the shit out of her lip or whatever, dude. I don't know. Like it was just blood coming down.
Got internal bleeding, maybe.
Oh, I don't. It could have just been, it could have just been like, I don't know. I think she just fucking probably hit her mouth really hard, or I don't know. But she had this look when she looked like she was so scared, and just she had this horrifying look, and she like looked right at me, dude, like with this helplessness. It was fucking freaky, dude. I was like, I'll never forget that look. It was like, what the fuck?
I'll tell you something that's creepy.
So
not something that happened to me, but I remember on this podcast I used to listen to years ago. There was this one story this guy told about, like, I think he was on his way to school. It would have been like probably elementary school or something like that, right? And he remembers like waiting for his bus, and it was like a really, really like snowy, cold morning, right? Like it was like a pretty hellish winter somewhere in the US, right? And like this one morning, right? Like he's waiting for his bus, and there's this car like parked like on the side of the road, right? And he goes up to it. And, like, there's this, like, family in there, right? Like, dad, the mom, and the kid in the back. And, like, it looked like they were asleep.
Mm-hmm.
But like, he's thinking, they're very still.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they did not look like, they had any signs of life, really. And he remembers, like, he got on his bus, went to school, and he came back, like, home later on, and the car was gone and stuff. And like it was probably like a family that was like traveling, and they pulled over for the night, and the heater failed, and they just kind of all died in their sleep of like extreme cold weather. I always thought that was pretty creepy.
Oh damn, verisimilitude. It looks like a buddy of yours is in chat.
Oh, okay, that might be my buddy Ryan, man.
Wow.
I was telling him about the stream before, yeah.
Wow, okay.
Wow.
Just in time. Just in time for the finale.
Just in time for it to end.
Yep.
Does your buddy want
he's slack as fuck. I told him to get on earlier.
Jesus, yeah. 5 hours later. Oh, man. Just, ooh. I saw, I had another buddy who lived in the worst part of, Philadelphia, verisimilitude, one of the worst cities in America.
Oh, is this the stabbing? I'm curious.
It's where you grew up, isn't it? The home of Rocky, man.
Yeah. I grew up like outside of it, but my grandma lived in Philly. So
Is this about the stabbing?
Yeah, I was saying, did I tell Marissa to do about I saw my buddy get stabbed.
Well, you didn't really tell me about it.
Kitchen knife.
You didn't really tell me.
Tell you
I think you mentioned it. I think you did mention it.
But
it was before I joined the show, though. I think it was like a few episodes back now. I remember we were talking about Philly and stuff, and I think you did mention it.
wasn't really detailed, though.
Yeah, I don't think it was detailed. I just remember it being mentioned, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was, it was a guy I met going to, because I went back to tech school for mechanics, and I met him at school, and he was a good guy, man, heart of gold, but he was into some shit, man. He was dealing coke, and he grew up in fucking one of the worst parts of Philly. I mean, he was a Cambodian guy, and one of the guys he used to deal drugs with, like his partner, and they had a falling out. How these things go. I remember going to school, and this, I thought I had problems, right? Like here I am, like, fucking 21-year-old white kid from suburbia, right? I thought I had problems. You know what I mean?
White privilege. Guy, check your privilege, sir.
Well, I mean, I had some fucked up shit happen to me, but I mean, this guy comes to the school, and he's literally worried this guy's gonna fucking murder him, and it's not a joke. It's not like, no, like, this is fucking Philly. He's coming and he's legit worried this guy's gonna try to murder him. Like, not a joke, not like hyperbolic. Like, that's his worry for the day, for the week, till this gets resolved. Like, this guy might try to kill him. Like, very well, the guy wants to kill him. You know what I mean? Like, and he's trying to figure out how to, you know what I'm saying, not get killed and defend himself. I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, what? So I hung out. I went to go help him one night with his car, and we were working on his car, and this guy was trying to, like, that was ex-partner of his, showed up and was trying to, because I don't think he lived far from him. I think they were in the same neighborhood. He was walking up and down the street trying to piss off my buddy, and my buddy would, like, snap and be like, "Yo, what the fuck, bro? You know what I mean? What the fuck you doing?" Every time he'd walk by, because he was trying to get a rise out of him.
You got to do it in that Philly accent, dude.
Yeah. He didn't really have a strong Philly accent. He kind of had a normal accent. He was, So anyway, so it's like,
is it true? All right, sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to quickly say, is it true though that people who are from Philly always brag about Philly, like when they go like to other states, like Philly's the best shit ever?
Yeah, a lot of them do, yeah. But so I didn't think anything was gonna happen, because this guy just kept doing this. Like, he would do it periodically. We'd be working on the car, and an hour later he walks back up the street. I was like, I guess this guy's just nothing's gonna happen. But Brian would get pissed every time. That's his name. Like, every time he would get a riot, he would fucking yell at the guy, and he would scream at him, and because again, they really hated each other. Like you said, the guy wanted to murder him. So it got dark out. Like, it's dark now. And the guy comes back again, and I'm not thinking anything of it. There was another buddy helping him as well, so I'm with the other buddy. And we're working on something, and I hear him yelling at the guy again. I'm not thinking anything of it. Just it's been happening all night. So next thing you know, I hear it gets pretty fucking serious, because I start really hearing some yelling. Because this time Brian's mom came out to try to stop it, right? And Brian's mom's like this old lady, this old Asian lady. And Brian's mom kind of intervenes because she's tired of seeing her son freaking out, whatever. So, so then I look up. I'm like, all right, shit's going down. Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, they're really starting to yell, and his mom's out there. Next thing you know, like a fucking horror movie or some shit. Like a fucking kitchen knife gets pulled out. And, like, it was kind of dark. I couldn't really see too well, because I was, like, maybe 20, 30 yards away. And next thing you know, like, apparently, like, Brian's mom tried to stop him, and he ended up like slicing Brian's mom's hand.
Ugh.
So she wasn't too injured, but then Brian freaked the fuck out, because he just accidentally sliced his mom's hand, and then I did see Brian get stabbed like a couple times, like in the back.
Ugh.
Like, I did see he got stabbed like 3 times, like in the back, like near it. One of them almost killed him, because it went almost like a kitchen knife. He almost hit his heart, because I had to go to the hospital. So Brian got stabbed it was like 3 times, if I remember correctly. And after he got stabbed, he got stabbed, but Brian still was able to, he had adrenaline. He threw him on the ground. It was like, you fucking stabbed me, motherfucker. Like, he was just screaming because he was so fucking mad. He just stabbed him. And then so that guy ran off after Brian threw him down. Brian got up because he just got, now Brian's starting to lose it because he just got stabbed. He's losing blood. And, you know what I mean? He was just, freaking out. I just got stabbed. You could just tell, he was starting to lose it mentally. It was bleeding out, and he's freaking out, man, fucking just got stabbed. What the fuck? And just walking around in a pace, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I'm sitting there, and then Brian's buddies come out with fucking Uzis, dude, straight up, and I'm sitting there oh, dude, I might die tonight. Holy shit, that's good stuff. Yeah, his buddies come out with Uzis because he has backup too. He was alone, but he ran off and. He might have come back with his boys with guns too. We didn't know if he was coming back because he ran off probably to get his backup, obviously. You know what I'm saying? So Brian's buddies had their Uzis and we're waiting there. Brian's just got stabbed and, I'm just standing there wow, holy shit, I might get shot tonight or something. I was I might die tonight. Fuck. I was damn. And then, we're just kind of waiting. The cops were called, and we're waiting to see if this guy comes back with his posse. And I'm just kind of standing there, I kind of just accepted my fate. I was all right, I don't know. I was scared, but I was yeah, no, it is what it is, I guess. So the guy never came back. The cops showed up. I had to go to the hospital. Then I had to go to the police station to take a statement down and try to ID the guy. And I ended up having to go to court months later, and yeah, it was pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy.
You never ran into the guy again?
That guy ended up going. He ended up. Yeah, no. When I went to court, he got caught. He was in jail.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
When I went to court, for some reason, I didn't have to. The case never happened or something. The guy. They couldn't get the guy out of jail. I don't fucking know. I drove down the Philly for nothing. I had to go to court and nothing ever happened. And I went back home and I didn't even testify or anything. So that was kind of a wash. But because I had to show up because I was subpoenaed or whatever because I was a witness to the stabbing.
You were gonna testify, showing up to court looking extra fat.
Because I saw it. I was a witness. I ID'd the guy. Yeah, that was the gangster life, literally.
Ew.
But yeah, man.
So since you spent so much time in Philly, you must have went to most of the Rocky sites and stuff, I'm assuming.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Have you been to his apartment? I've heard that's a really rough area.
I think his apartment was in the area my buddy lived, don't quote me. But I don't know I didn't go to his old place, but they're all kind of the same fucking row home shithole. But let me Google that. Because my buddy literally lived in the worst part of Philly. I mean, if you just Google Kensington,
there's one locations video. I think I mentioned this. There's one locations video for
where they're all dipping out. Where they're all dipping out. All the zombies.
There was this dude he's at Rocky's apartment and shit, and he's talking about the movie and shit, and then you see his attention gets drawn somewhere else.
Yeah,
and he's yeah, I just saw a drug deal go down. Get the fuck out of here.
That's no big deal. Seeing a drug deal go, that's nothing. Where my buddy lived, dude, it was the worst part of Philly. I mean, there were.
Have you ever been to Detroit?
No, I haven't. But Philly is just as bad as Detroit.
Really? Yeah. Detroit's supposed to be one of the
Well, it technically has. You got to understand. It technically probably has a higher crime rate, but Philly is a more populated city than Detroit. And a lot of crime doesn't get fucking reported too, so you don't even know how much crime is technically even happening in either of these cities. But I'm saying this because I've never been to Detroit, but I'm taking also a word from someone else that there's a guy that drives around ghettos, that's his channel. He literally drives through ghettos at night and during the day, and like he has a lot of people are really interested in looking at ghettos in their prime. So this guy drives through like all the ghettos in the fucking country. You know what I mean? And he gets out and goes into the stores. And he said in the comments, his words, not mine, because I've never been to Detroit. This guy actually grew up in Detroit. This guy apparently that has his channel actually grew up in Detroit. So he's very familiar with Detroit. He said Philly is worse than Detroit. And he said because, and I can speak for this part, Philly is a lot more condensed and dense. The density is a lot higher, which is true. It's not nearly as kind of spread out as Detroit. Like all the action, like the city, you see how the city streets are. And if you look at all these ghettos, like there's just shit, like there's just a lot of people, more dense. And he says like it's just more dangerous. He's like it's worse than that's what he said. He's like I feel I feel it's a more dangerous city than Detroit, and it's not really kind of reported on. But yeah, and he says because of how there's more people and it's more dense and not as spread out the crime. Or he kind of explained it like better than I could. But either way, they're both really bad. Like if you take Philly, Detroit, Chicago, if you go in any of the bad neighborhoods, man, they're all really fucking bad. It's like, yeah, you might get a little bit more crime in Detroit or here and there, but like you don't want to be in any of those cities in those areas. Really, anytime.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I've heard stories about Chicago, but it's not really. It seems like a posh, city to me, compared to some of the other ones.
Yeah, the bad parts of Chicago are just as bad as anything else,
Okay.
It's like a
buddy of mine. His brother, man, like went on a holiday to the US like just a couple of years ago or so, man, and he actually like walked around Compton, dude. Like went to like where all the rappers grew up, and that like went to Dr. Dre's old home.
Yeah, that ain't shit anymore compared to some of the other places in America.
Yeah, I've heard Compton's died down a lot now. Like it's not as bad as it used to be and shit.
No, New York. Yeah, Compton's New York, right? I'm getting mixed up.
Nah, it's in LA, dude. It's like
LA. Okay.
Like,
that's right.
It's like is it like East LA or something? I think.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. LA in general is not nearly as bad as like the East Coast and Midwest, like Detroit and Chicago and Philly and Camden and all these just.
Do you still live on the East Coast, like near Philly, or?
Yeah, I live right out. Yeah, I live like 20, 30 minutes away from Philly.
Okay.
Dude, there's cities.
Where you live? Is it okay where you live?
Yeah, it's okay, but I got cities that are 10 minutes down the road, not even like towns that are really fucking bad, just as bad as Philly. Like I got towns surrounding me. I have like a couple towns within 10 minutes of me that are really bad, and in this past year, the crime is creeping in. There's been like carjackings at gas stations that are 2 minutes down the road from me that never ever had crime, but it's how it works. It creeps in, so. It just spreads.
Yeah, my area is like, it's sort of like picture perfect suburbia in a way. Like, there's not a lot of crime around here. Like, the only thing that's ever happened to me, like I've been here like 15 years, and the only thing that's ever happened to me, like there's a skate park like right up the road from my house, and that's like the only place where you might get like a little bit of like gang kind of like activity or something. And I remember one night I was walking along like really late at night, and these two kids that were like these two teenagers that were hanging out there, as soon as I looked at them I knew they were going to be trouble. And they came up behind me and they're like, give me your money and shit. And I swear, dude, I'm not trying to sound tough, but they looked so pathetic that I started laughing. And they're like, "What's so fucking funny, dickhead?" And I'm like, "You?" And I'm still laughing, man. Like I was almost on the ground, like rolling. It was that funny to me. And he's like, "No, seriously, give me your fucking money." And I'm like, "Dude, you don't even have a knife. Like, fuck off. Just fuck off, dude, honestly." And I just like turned around and kept walking, dude. It was hilarious. But it's pretty safe around here. Like I can walk around at like 3 a.m. if I want to, and like nothing will happen.
I laughed at Wilson's comment, Democratic cities.
I guess Wade is he believes in the left-right paradigm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are cities that are worse, and I guess they would be into the, he's right in a sense that they are considered blue cities, but.
I remember when I first saw Jason Takes Manhattan when I was a kid, and I thought that's like what New York was really like. Like, a gang member on every corner wanting to shoot you up with heroin and
It used to be. New York got a lot better. It used to be a lot worse. It used to be like, I don't know if it was ever as bad as Detroit, but New York back in the day was pretty fucking bad.
What about where you live, Nate? Is it pretty safe around there, or?
Yeah, so far so good, I'll say. That's what I'll say. So far so good.
Yes. So far so good, that's always up for change.
Is your buddy from, he says he grew up in Florida. Does he live in, is he an internet buddy or a?
Yeah. I've known Ryan for quite a while. Yeah, I met him on message boards and shit. He's a massive movie guy like we are, man. Yeah, he's he's from the States.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Florida's a crazy state.
Yeah, I remember my mom took me down to Disney World when I was a kid, and I can still remember seeing this guy pissing in just broad daylight just on the ground. And yeah, that was Florida. My that's like the biggest memory I have of Florida is this guy, homeless guy, just pissing in broad daylight.
Yeah, that would be compared to what goes on nowadays. That would be that'd be like a good day. Like, oh, I just saw a guy pissing.
You just reminded me of the funniest shit. The same buddy that I said was like driving down that narrow street, like going like 220, right? I remember because I still see him, right? Like we're still good friends, but he lives like almost like just outside of like Melbourne where I live, right? So he's like a few hours away now, but we grew up together. But anyway, I was visiting him it was like a couple of years ago, right? And we're like coming back from the shops, and like this random dude, this like random bum lad dude, like comes up to us, and he's just talking shit, like he's saying something like political to my buddy. My buddy's like, dude, just piss off, and like he keeps going on, and my buddy like starts taking him off. He's like, blah, 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 blah. Oh, dude, I tell you, man, like I was on the ground, dude, like rolling. I was like, oh, dude, I was laughing so fucking hard. And this dude, like, my buddy just like totally like demasculated this guy and like made him feel like such a fucking buffoon, man. It was hilarious. I mean, I couldn't stop laughing.
Toxic masculinity right here.
It was so funny. I like what my buddy Ryan just said in the chat. He reckons we should call the podcast or whatever you want to call these chats we do sanctioned buffoonery.
Yeah, well.
How was Wilson not getting censored by YouTube, man? He's surprised his comments are still showing up.
Lucky us.
I'm kind of having a hard time reading Wilson's comments. It's got a little bit too many pixels on it. I can't really read his comments.
His comments really pixelated.
Yeah, it's really pixelated, Wilson. Can you fix your comments, dude?
I can't even see the comments' faces.
What is with like I don't want to call like the listeners out, dude, but like what's with Wade and his political stuff, man?
He didn't get his channel deleted because of that?
Yeah, he says so.
I mean, I saw his channel and I was shocked that it wasn't deleted, like it wasn't censored sooner. So he had a lot of political stuff on his channel, and YouTube I think banned it. So he's pissed. He's still, obviously he's still mad, rightly so. And I think that's where a lot of it's coming from. I'm guessing, or just maybe having to wear that beep for 2 years. That would get gets anyone fucking heated up.
Yeah.
I'm waiting the new thing that you reckon it's going to make the beep look mild, Matt.
Oh, you're waiting for it? I mean, we're in. I mean, again, this like COVID. Oh, I almost said it.
Holy shit!
I mean, it's not gonna happen, like you said. Just like the other thing, it was, it's a process, dude. Like it's a phase. It builds up. It doesn't just, we're building it up right now, man.
Hey, you live not that far from where they shot the original Friday. Did you know that? No?
Yeah, I know. We talked about that before.
Yeah, they're like a couple of hours or not even that away from.
What's so funny?
I'd love to go to Jersey, like eat at all the diners and stuff down there too.
Yeah, they're pretty good. The Jersey Shore is nice too.
I talked about this.
Mate?
I talked about
No,
this
what?
with Matt back when we were talking about that. It's like we've got 3 of us on Skype now. One guy's super close to the location, but he's the one who could care less about that.
I know. I'm like, I looked it up.
I've totally thought about that so much, man. Like I've totally thought of, like even my buddy Ryan. Like I remember, I think he's in like Virginia. I think he lives like somewhere near there. And that's not too far from like
not too bad.
Jersey and stuff. Like I remember, I think he's like a 4-hour drive or something. It's like, and he's a Friday fan, and it's like, dude, like how the fuck have you never been there? Like I don't even get, like, not judging you, Nate, but I don't even know how you've never been there, man. Like if I was in the same country, like dude, I would have been to all of those locations by now.
Yeah,
he might come out here. Who knows?
chalk it up to laziness.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the gas to be $8 a gallon, then I'll do it.
I mean, I've been to Jersey a lot, and I've been to the woods. And again, I'm not a Friday fan, but I've been to Jersey and I've been to the woods of Jersey. So I in the beach. So I kind of, it's all the same. I mean, it's like not all, you know what I mean? Like it's Jersey. It's the woods in Jersey. They have the Jersey woods feel. It's like I don't know.
He's bored of it.
I've already been there because I've been to Jersey. So.
He's bored of it.
It's funny. There's there's a few videos. I don't know if they're still on YouTube now, but like I remember this one guy. He had a channel like years ago, like a horror channel and shit. Like he actually showed up at the camp like randomly, like a few times. Like most of the time he get left alone, but like there was one time he tried to get in and he got turned away by like a staff member or something. So it'd be interesting to because I remember Nate saying he'd like to go just on his own instead of going with like a group of
he can stay
people
with
like
Wilson. He can stay. Wilson is in South Jersey, and I don't know where in South Jersey Wilson is because South Jersey is a certain size, but depending on South Jersey, Wilson is in theory Wilson could only be 20 minutes from me, 30 minutes from me. At most, Wilson is no more than an hour away from me right now, which is crazy to think about. But he could be as close as 20 minutes from me. Isn't that weird, Nate?
That is weird. What was Verisimilitude saying about?
It'd be like sort of interesting, like nowadays, like since they do like the tours and shit, like if they still monitor the camp like in the off season and stuff. Like I wonder if it's still possible to like sneak on the property and have a look around without having to like officially be a tour. Because like I mean I don't mind going on a tour and like hanging out with other horror fans. For me that's fun, but the only like issue I have with that, like from what I've heard from people, like the tour lasts like maybe an hour or 2 at the most. So it's like you go all the way there and it's like, okay, we're showing you around the place now. Like, you can piss off now. Like, I don't know, man. Like if I was going to go there, like I'd kind of want to, if I could, like I'd want to kind of hang out there for like at least half a day or something would be pretty cool. But
yeah, I mean, a tour would just be, here, this is what we want to, look at this, look at that, keep moving, please, keep moving, and it's just like,
you want to soak in that lake.
You just want to be there and take it in, and check out nooks and crannies.
At your pace.
Exactly.
The tour guides.
Well, I know some people that have gone and done the tour and that, and they reckon they had a pretty good time. So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
If it's the only way I can go there, then obviously I'm still going to do it. But
so
like, you can't even just buy a ticket. It's like a lottery. You've got to like put your name down, like on their the Boy Scout website, Camp Navy Bosco, and then you got to wait for like
Dude, you're gonna wait like a day, dude. No one watches Friday. Come on, man. You're being a little pessimistic. You'd wait like a day. People don't care about Friday the 13th, man, like they used to.
Yeah.
I'm just being real with you. Man. You wouldn't have to wait long.
Don't agree with that.
You wouldn't have to wait.
Wilson's only like 20 minutes away, I think.
So that's cool.
He put in his township in the chat.
Yeah, I haven't Googled it yet, but it sounds, if he's not far from Philly, then he's...
Matt can go check his eyes for us.
Check his what?
Eyes, vision.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to go give you an eye test. No, it was probably his monitor, but I could give him an eye test. Check his eyes.
I know where the camp they shot Jason lives in, Nate. Like, I think if you go there and like you talk to the like the people who look after that camp and stuff, they'll just give you a key, and like you can go check out the camp like on your own.
Damn.
Like I've seen plenty of YouTube. I've checked out like plenty of YouTube videos where just like fans are allowed on there and just they check it out. It looks nearly exactly like it did too, like back in the day, that camp, like just like the first movie.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
If Nate ever wants to come down, you could hang out with Wilson, check out the camp.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out with Wilson.
Why not?
I love how Nate's got this deadpan way of sounding like so, like sarcastic, but not sounding sarcastic at the same time.
It takes years to master.
You could sleep in the shed if you got if you want to sleep. I'll let you sleep in the shed, Nate.
All right.
You could sleep on wherever you sleep on the bottom. This is not sounding good.
No, it isn't.
Just don't ask why he has all the torture stuff in there. It's his
I couldn't.
We won't talk about that.
I couldn't even fit it in here if I wanted to.
So Wilson says he's from South Jersey.
Yeah, it's not far from me. It's great, yeah. He's eating those cheesesteaks, man. He's getting that pizza from Jersey, which is pretty good.
Dude, I can't die without having a Philly cheesesteak. I've got to go have one of them today.
Yeah, they're good, man. They're good. Wilson can attest for that. They're good. Not even Nate's had one. Like, not even Nate has had one. We talked about this. He's had, like, knockoff kind of, I don't know what he's had, really.
That's true.
So if he came here, like, yeah, he might be blown away by the sub sandwiches and the hoagies and the pizza. Because, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he's used to for sandwich wise.
Well, I don't really do sandwiches.
You don't do you don't even know what you never had a cheesesteak.
No, I haven't.
You are very dry with.
You don't like sandwiches, Nate?
Yeah, you don't like any sandwiches? Or?
Oh, I didn't. I don't think I don't know if I said I didn't like them. I just said I don't eat them.
Oh, okay. Just because you probably don't really have the selection or maybe I don't know.
Unless a hamburger is a sandwich.
Yeah, hamburgers are like a sandwich, I guess.
No, I don't agree with that. Hamburger's completely something different to me.
Well, what about
bread and meat?
What about BLT?
Let me a burger.
BLT's a sandwich, yeah. BLT's a sandwich.
Well, then I eat sandwiches.
There you go. You'll like a cheesesteak. You'll like cheesesteak.
Why you say something about in May there's a Friday the 13th special? I know in May there is a Friday the 13th coming up, so
he's gonna watch all his Friday Laserdiscs that day.
Oh, is that when Wilson's watching?
What about you, Verisimilitude? Do you make a big deal out of the Friday the 13th that happened on the calendar?
Absolutely, it's what matters the most. Is what the calendar says.
The last few years, I kind of have, because like I mean, don't get me wrong, man. Like, I love Friday to death, but I've sort of seen the movie so many times now that, like, I try to sparse out viewings. You know what I mean? Like, I try to just sort of keep it to that like 1 or 2 times a year, like where I'll like binge the entire franchise pretty much. Like all the ones that I like anyway. But like just the other night, my buddy hit me up. He wanted to watch the original, and he wants me to watch go through them all again with him. And we only did that like about 4 or 5 months ago. We watched them all. So. But yeah, it's definitely cool when you can watch them on a Friday. If like it was wasn't it like just like 2-3 years ago or something? There was like a Friday and it was a full moon. You remember that, Nate?
I can't remember. I guess I wasn't aware of the moon, but yeah. Okay, that's cool.
Nate,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
And apparently it was the only, like it was the last time that was going to happen for like the next 80 years or something. Like I remember hearing about that. Like there won't be another full moon actually on a Friday for like the next 80 years.
Oh, because
So I
that
thought
was
that
the
was pretty cool.
full moon in the movie. I see. Okay.
What about
Yeah.
the Jason noises? Ooh, ooh, cha, 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 cha. What's that? Cha, 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 cha. What's that sound? You can tell how much.
How you do it?
You can tell how much I don't really watch.
Well,
Jason.
it sounds like, but it's actually.
What
Come
is
on,
that?
you got to admit, Nate. Like it doesn't sound like how Harry Manfredini like wrote it and shit. Like, and even later on in the movies, I swear it's not even anymore. It's definitely the ha ha ha. Like they definitely changed it.
Chi chi chi
They
ha
def-
ha ha.
they definitely-
It's like he's going to a Chinese buffet. Chi chi ha ha ha.
How about this verisimilitude at the very end of New Beginning when Tommy takes that thing out of his arm? It sounds like it's going ta 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 like T.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
You think he did?
That's one of the Fridays I'm least familiar with because I don't know if I mentioned it before, but I really don't care for that movie, dude.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
Well,
that's blasphemy. That's my favorite one.
yeah, because it sounds like he's doing the noise with a T, maybe because Tommy's going goofy at the end of that movie. So I thought that was cool.
Are you a fan of Part 5?
I like Part 5. Yeah.
Me too. It's my
Yeah,
favorite one.
I've never been a fan of it. Like, anytime you say you don't like that movie, though, it's always, you just don't like it because it's not Jason, it's not the real Jason. It's like,
Well,
no,
what do
I
you mean
just
it's not
don't
the real
think it's
Jason?
a very, very good movie.
Who's in it? It's not Jason?
Well, it's a Jason copycat. Like, it's a dude pretending to be Jason. Like, you don't
Whoa,
find that out.
that sounds like a good twist. Whoa.
It really
I gotta watch
it really
this
is.
movie.
It's not worth it. Like what the stupidest thing about that movie to me is like number one, Roy never kills the dude that kills his son. He kills everyone else except for the guy who killed him. And number two, who the fuck got a mugshot of Jason? Like there is a newspaper clipping of an actual picture of Jason. It's like, what did the photographer say? Hey man, just stand still for a minute so I can get this picture of you before you kill me. Like, doesn't make any fucking sense at all. But I mean, a lot of things in the Friday films don't make sense, but that really doesn't make any sense.
So what do you think, Nate? Part 5? Good or not?
Yeah, I enjoy it for what it is.
Oh, man. Blasphemy.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like I don't like the characters. I'm not a fan of the plot. It's just, I mean, people go on and on about the kill. Like, there's so many kills. Like, it's got one of the highest body count and how good the kills are. But to be honest, like, I don't even think the kills are even that good. But
Well,
I guess we'll talk more about it. We do a cast about it, but yeah.
definitely heavily censored. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, and the whole film's got like this like over. It doesn't even feel like a Friday film that much to me, man. Like it's got this overly sleazy feel about it. You know what I mean? That's because Danny Steinman came from porn and shit, obviously. But,
Oh, this sounds great. Now, does Jason ever get the woman in the end?
No.
Why not?
No. He's about killing bitches, not about marrying bitches, bro.
Oh man. You would think that maybe, I don't know. I don't know. So does the same guy always play Jason?
Man, never seen. I don't know how you grow up, man, like, and not ever have seen like the Friday films, like, especially since
I saw a couple of them. They're all right. They're just, I'm not like a huge slut. I mean, I like pumps. They're all right. Like I saw a couple of them. I have seen a few of the films. I'm not a fanatic of them. I guess I think they're okay. Kind of.
This is huge movie fanatics, Australia. What's like 5 of your like favorite like horror movies then?
Shit. I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
Tough on the spot.
Yeah.
You talk about follows a lot, so I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's probably in the top 5. Yeah.
What about VHS?
Ooh. Shit. Maybe, because I like.
I've never seen those.
I like VHS 1 and 2, but I kind of lump them as like one movie though.
Isn't there one VHS story, like, I remember some dude, like, who was reviewing it, was talking about it, like, where this chick, like, crazy chick is, like, obsessed with this dude or something? She's, like, stalking him?
I don't think that's VHS.
Okay.
And then, the original Halloween's got to be in the top 5.
See, that's surprising to me, Matt, because it's, from the 70s, and usually you don't...
if it's a good movie, it's a good movie. It's, the time period doesn't matter.
I agree. I'm just.
You know what I reckon would call? You know what I reckon would call for a good video we could do together, Nate?
What's that?
Like Friday, like the original Friday versus the original Halloween.
Oh, okay.
What's better, and like why the other film's better and whatnot.
Yeah, that'd be.
You, Nate? Do you like the original Friday more, or the original Halloween?
Oh, Friday, yep.
Oh,
yeah, I totally agree. Like, I mean, I'll say this: like Halloween is like a more sophisticated movie. It's a better looking, better made movie. But if you're gonna go straight off like what I think is a more effective horror film, it's easily Friday. I think, like, I was way more scared like when I saw the original Friday than when I saw Halloween. Like, I think it's scarier that there's this middle-aged woman running around the woods like pretend to be her son than just some crazy guy like killing teenagers in the neighborhood. But that's me. I mean, I still love the fuck out of Halloween though, especially that OG film, that original film.
Looks like possibly verisimilitude. Your Yank buddy loves Friday 5.
Yeah, he's a big Friday fan. Friday 5 fan. Yeah, he can go fuck himself with that. But yeah,
the original Fright Night, probably top 5.
Oh, okay.
That's one that's got to be like top 10. I'll say this much: it's my favorite vampire flick ever. Like, I'll choose that any day over Lost Boys, and I mean
Lost Boys is overrated. Lost Boys is overrated.
That'll piss my mate off.
Lost Boys is a good movie. It's fucking overrated. Overrated.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I really dig it, but it's
overrated.
Its reputation kind of it's put up too high, I think.
Yeah, I love vampire movies, so definitely gonna.
For me, the like my buddy Ryan's gonna laugh his ass off at this, but for me, the thing with Lost Boys that really hurts the movie is Jason Patrick is an awful actor. He's terrible. He's one of the worst actors ever, I reckon. I do not like him at all. Like, he could have got almost anyone else to play that role. You guys like Jason Patrick?
I don't even remember. I mean, I haven't.
What else has he even been in? I don't know.
He was in Speed 2.
Oh yeah, okay.
When Keanu wouldn't come back. He's like you're familiar with Lost Boys, aren't you, Nate? The movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the older brother. He's Corey Haim's older brother in the movie.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I just think he's a lousy actor, and his performance really hurts the movie. I think especially like when you got like Kiefer Sutherland like putting in one of his best performances. Like he can't handle.
Sinister was another really good horror movie. I don't know if it's top 5, but it's definitely close. Sinister.
Yeah, I did see that once. I thought it was okay. Ethan Hawke's in that, yeah?
Yeah, he's great, yeah. Did you see Sinister, Nate?
Yeah, I think the first one's pretty fun.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I don't think I ever saw
the atmosphere was just so tense and creepy. And when he was watching those fucking movies, man, it was like watching... Oh, man, remember that? Like, it was so creepy.
Yeah, that was a cool aspect to it.
And then that one shot that was pretty fucking generic if you think about it. It's really not like something. Remember when he's like, he just sees the what was the guy's name? The killer. Remember he just sees them outside randomly? Like pretty generic shot, but I just thought it was so effective.
Yeah, I just saw it once.
You a fan of Fright Night, Nate? Go back to Fright Night for a minute.
I'm not very familiar with that. Not enough familiar enough to talk about it. I can't remember if I've seen it or not.
Really?
But the thing is, I'm not big on vampires though.
Yeah, he's not a vampire guy. Do you like werewolves?
I like.
I mean, I'm not the biggest vampire guy myself. I mean, there's a handful that I like. That's really about it. And Near Dark's another one. You ever seen Near Dark, Matt?
I don't think I have.
That's pretty good. It's got like Bill Paxton and Lance Harrison, and it's like a late '80s. It's pretty good vampire flick.
Hey, do you like werewolf movies?
Yeah, I'd like werewolves more than vampires.
Do you like?
You like Silver Bullet?
Another.
Yeah, Silver Bullet's fun.
American Werewolf's my favorite, and then probably Silver Bullet.
Oh, you know what? 28 Days Later or 28 Weeks Later, they're both really good. And they're definitely in the top 5. Sure.
Yeah, they're fun films.
Dawn of the Dead,
the
remake was really. Dawn of the Dead, I really liked the remake. Zack Snyder did.
I only like the remake. I don't really care for the original, to be honest.
Yeah, the original. I never even seen the original.
What about you, Nate? You like the original Dawn of the Dead or the remake?
I prefer original.
What? You don't like the remake?
I didn't say I don't like the remake. I said I preferred the original.
Did he prefer the original?
Wow. Okay. I just thought the remake.
It's hilarious how the chick in Dawn of the Dead, how she was in Madman, but she used a different name, Alexa Dubin, in Mad Men. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, wasn't that something?
I think actually, yeah, they finally answered that. Like, I think I was listening to a stream the other day, and I always thought like she used a different name because like she was ashamed of the movie or something. Apparently, it was because it was a non-union film. So I think that's why she used a different name.
That okay.
Yeah. How about that hot tub scene though, eh?
Oh yeah.
So, gotta be the best hot tub scene ever in a movie.
Yeah.
Dawn of the Dead.
Oh, Madman.
Madman. You would have never heard of it. It's like a really obscure slasher, 80s slasher.
Okay. And then
what do you reckon, Nate? You reckon Adam Green had to take inspiration from Madman when he made Hatchet?
Yeah, probably.
Such a similar character, isn't it? Like Victor Crowley's a lot like Madman Mars.
Yeah, now that you mention it, that's true.
You know, the original Texas Chainsaw, again, it's hard to make a top 5 because that's definitely in the top 10, the original Texas Chainsaw.
Yeah, I mean, Texas Chainsaw isn't my favorite horror. It's not my all-time favorite horror movie, but it is up there, like, as one of the best. But it's the scariest horror movie ever, I reckon. Like, it's the one that scared me the most. Like, that movie fucking... When I saw that as a kid, that movie fucking terrified me. Not to mention that, like, at the beginning it says it's based on a true story. And, like, yeah, this is back in the 90s when we didn't have internet. And there was a part of me that was like, nah, no way, man. There's no way there was a real story about a dude going around, like, chainsawing people up. But then there was the other side of me that was like, oh, maybe
well, there's dudes that are skinning people and they're, you know, skinning them and eating them and shit. I mean, that happens.
Yeah.
Wearing their skin, you know, just wearing them like clothes.
Yeah, that's what
I dug the new chainsaw. I thought it was fun.
Oh, the most recent one. Yeah, it had fun elements.
Yeah, I thought
It was
I mean,
woke
yeah,
and, it was woke and progressive. I love that.
But they kind of, I don't reckon it really was that woke though, because
It
was like they were making fun of it, dude, because Leatherface started killing all the woke folks. So
I mean, that's
you
like
know,
the
like
new, that's like
that
a
one,
new.
I love that part on the I love that part on the bus where the dude starts filming him and he's like, "You're cancelled, bro." Leatherface just looks at him like, "Yeah, well, you're dead, bro," and fucking cuts him in half. I love that.
Yeah, it's more like making fun of it than being a part of it.
That's a new trend with these horror movies. Remember Halloween Kills? It's like the It Chapter 2. They're like killing. You're like rooting for the killer now. It's like not even a horror movie. It's like a hero movie.
But it's been like that for years, though, dude. Like the Friday, a lot of especially the later Friday films were like that, where like Jason became like the hero, where you just wanted to see Jason, you know, murder folks.
Kill these fucking assholes. Yeah.
My mate Ryan says it's a hot dog sandwich. It's funny.
Now nothing good comes out because you know it's all dead. Watching the same old freaking movies over and over again until we die.
Oh well.
What do you mean? Oh well, I need new content, Nate.
You know, the funny thing is, though, like, I mean, obviously Nate's like me, you know, he loves, like, revisiting, like, films that he loves and shit. Like, sometimes, I don't know about you, Nate, but sometimes it's really hard for me to branch out and, like, watch something new, because I'm like, you know, why take a risk and watch something that I know I'm going to like.
Yeah, I can identify with that.
No, I'm not like that. I like revisiting old movies, but I need to watch new movies. It drives me nuts not having new shit to stimulate.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I do watch a lot of new films. Like, you know, I even go to the theater and stuff like that. Like, I actually gave myself a challenge. I don't know about you, Nat. I don't know if you make an extra effort to watch more horror during Halloween, but I do. And I watched a lot of horror films like last October that I'd never seen. Like I watched The Hunger. I'd never seen that before.
Oh.
I watched Vamp. That's another one I'd never seen before.
What about that?
Yeah, some of them are good.
What about that kind of indie movie? I think it was pretty fucking good. The ending could have been a little better, but I think it was called Clown. Have you seen it? I think it's literally just called Clown.
I've seen Clown. Yeah.
With the guy that can't take off the costume.
Yeah, that's the one.
Nate, have you seen that?
Decent.
Yeah, this might have come up before, and it's possible, but I hate clowns, so the last movie I'm going to see would be called Clown.
I thought it was. I wasn't expecting.
Oh, yeah, like
much,
my friend, he's got a big clown phobia. He hates him.
I wasn't expecting much, but it was pleasantly surprised at how well it was done for him.
So
what? You know what's funny about that movie? You know how that movie got made?
No, I don't know.
Like the dudes who made it, right? They basically made like a fake trailer for that movie, and at the end of it, they put directed by Eli Roth, And then, like, one of Eli Roth's buddies, like, saw the trailer and went to Eli and said, "Are you making this new clown movie? Like, you didn't mention this to me." And he's like, "No, I'm not making any clown movie." And then, he showed Eli the trailer, and then, he liked it so much that he tracked down these guys and helped them get the movie made. So, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna make a trailer for a movie that I'm gonna make, then say it was directed by Eli Roth. Then.
That's not a bad idea. It's
Yeah, maybe you should do that for your fan film. You'll get it to be a real movie.
Yeah, yeah. It's a good idea.
Anyway, I think I'm going to get going. I got to go to bed. It's my bedtime.
Yeah, I mean, let's see here. Bedtime. Yeah, okay. So your sleep schedule's all... So it's 8 o'clock, correct?
Yeah, it's way past my bedtime, so...
You go to bed at 8 p.m.?
Go to bed at 5, 6 p.m.
I think his sleep schedule is this constantly evolving, changing thing.
It's always evolving, yeah. It's always changing, yeah. It's always just keeps getting pushed back and back and back. So,
okay, Matt.
All right, yeah. So talk to me in a month, and I'll be... I don't know. My sleep schedule will be something different.
You'll be going to bed at 10 or 11 p.m.
Yep. Exactly. No, I'll be going to bed at like 3 in the morning, or 4 in the morning, or 8 in the morning, maybe 10 in the a.m. I don't know. So, all right, I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for having me on, mate.
You bet. Thanks for showing up.
All right, later.
No worries, man. Catch you later, man.
See ya.
Later.
Hello.
And then there were two.
Yeah, that's for sure. So what are you thinking? We've been talking for quite a while. You want to...
Yeah, geez, how long has this stream been going? Over 5 hours, it says on there.
15 minutes away from 6 hours.
Yeah, I think that's longer than we did last week, isn't it?
I think it was 6 hours and 16 minutes or something like that last week.
Okay. Fair enough. What about you? Anything you want to talk about, or you want to end it here? Or?
Yeah, I was going to ask you the same thing, but let's see here. Yeah, we don't really want to start the Friday talk. We want to save that for...
Yeah, definitely want to do that when we're more fresh too, probably, I'll prepare a little bit for that too, I want to make sure it's a really in-depth conversation, so we'll definitely,
okay.
up on things a little bit.
Okay. Austin says this is your longest stream so far. I think last week was, like I say, 6 hours and 16 minutes, so I don't think it is, but maybe I'm wrong. I think I'm pretty sure it was over 6 hours last week.
Yeah, I remember just when I was just another one of the listeners in the chat, it was long when you would do a 2.5, 3 hour show now. You've doubled that now, man.
Well, that's because when you're reading chat is what gets really really strenuous, or it just gets, I don't know what the word is. It's taxing on me. I can only do it for 2 hours, but talking, you can talk for a lot longer.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Definitely reading after a while. Yeah, when you've been doing it for ages, it starts to get frustrating and stuff. It's hard to. You use so much concentration doing it, So.
And not to mention, there's oftentimes 3 different conversations going on at the same time, and.
Yeah. And just think about it though, that's chat from just a few people too, you know what I mean? There's some channels I watch, man, where there's so many people in the chat, it's not even really any point in you leaving a message. It's well, the person doing the stream's never even going to get to this question.
Right, yeah.
There's no point.
I wonder, I don't even know why. It's mostly I guess them talking to each other when it's a huge, when a lot of people are there. It's almost no point even writing anything, and it scrolls so fast.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't really get to even half of it and stuff. That's why some the bigger channels and stuff, they do those super chats and that, because it's like, we've got to find a way to prioritize things and stuff, I guess. But
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, man. Like, what were you thinking? Do you want to do like the first 7 Fridays, or do you want to do them all? Or
Well, I've got no idea like how much you can talk about one of them. So I was, yeah. Well, how long do you think you can talk about like the first movie, for example?
There's really no limit, dude.
That's what I mean.
I
thought we'd just start with the first one and see how long that goes, and if we're able to finish that in one day, we could decide if we want to do the second one at that same time, or.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely finish talking about the first movie in one day. There's so much to talk about, but we don't want to make it, I guess, like a 6-hour episode about one movie, do we? I mean, that's going to get a bit. I guess that's a bit getting out of hand, but I don't see why we can't do. I don't know, like a 2, maybe 3 hours like conversation about like each film. Like, I mean, at least the first 4, I could easily talk that much about those ones. Like, there's a lot to talk about with those. Like, they're the best ones in the series, in my opinion, for the most part. Like, they're the most serious, like, core of the series, I guess. But yeah.
Okay, what are your thoughts on like are we going to talk about everything like after 8, or do we not care about anything after 7 or 8, or what?
Well, I mean, I'm down to do them all if you want to, like, even if you want to talk about the bad ones. And
yeah, I guess it
round out
it only makes sense to just keep it fair and complete.
And like, I can throw out like little anecdotes here and there about the game and stuff, because like, I'm very familiar with the game, and so we talk about that a little bit. And it's a shame you don't have access to the game, man, because like it's any Friday fan's wet dream. I tell you, I've had so much fun playing that game over the years.
Yeah, see, I'm not a big online gamer guy.
Yeah, I never was either, man. Like, to be honest, man, like that was really the first game I ever played online. But like, yeah, I enjoyed the shit out of it. And like, even to this day, though, there's only like probably a handful of games that like I play online. Like, I'm not the you just online gamer myself, man, but just that one game, just for obvious reasons as well, just really clicked with me. And yeah, like I made some good friends that are playing it too. But yeah, I can throw out anecdotes about the game. And yeah, man, we should just talk like all things Friday, maybe I'll even watch like maybe I'll go back and watch like a few episodes of the TV show and stuff, so I'm a little bit more familiar with that. And I know you're already doing those shows, but yeah, that is like we could at least touch on it, I guess. But yeah, man, I'm sort of down to talk about it all, like talk about obviously, like the little cool behind the scenes stories and stuff that guess most Friday fans know about. But hey, they're cool stories, and they're always good to rehear and stuff if you're really hardcore into the franchise, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in things like just your history and things. Obviously, don't answer it now, but in things like why as we go through the movies, like why this one means like this, or why this one you don't care about. So I'm interested in that kind of stuff, and I can share mine as well.
Yeah.
You might know a little bit more of mine than I know of yours, but yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's obviously very cool part of the conversation to have, because what, because like I've said, man, it's
like what they mean, personally to us, and why is kind of interesting to me.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, that's very interesting to me also. Yeah, it's like I've said, it's my favorite franchise. So it's very near and dear to my heart for a lot of reasons. You know what I mean? And I've experienced the films a lot of different ways with different people and that. So definitely a lot to talk about just on that front alone, you know. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, I can't see us doing like anything less than like a 2-hour episode probably on each movie, probably. But yeah, we'll just have to see where the conversation goes, I guess. Yeah.
Yep, that's pretty much it.
Yep.
Maybe it'd be good to like start do it starting this time or something like that. It's like because it's like 8 p.m. where I am. So that means it's 9 p.m. where Matt is. It's 9 where Matt is. Never mind.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock here now. So yeah. I mean, any time that's like, not the crack of dawn is best for me, I guess. I had to like literally set my alarm and stuff to make sure I could get onto the stream today. I didn't want to miss it though, so
yes.
I
sorry about the
purposely got up early.
Sorry about the technical difficulties at the beginning. I'll just have to not schedule streams anymore and just start a fresh one, which is fine.
No, that's cool. But you can still let people know, like, or most people should know by now, I guess, when the streams happen anyway. So
yeah, I don't know how many people watch or look at the little I can't remember what it's called right now, the community section where I can just write like a post, where I can just write something out on with words, that'd be a good place to keep up on whatever the status of the show, also the about tab and stuff.
Yeah, they they just pop up in my main feed. I don't know if I've ever seen one from like your channel on that, but I know there are some of the channels that I watch every once in a while. I'll see like a post like that like while I'm scrolling through videos and stuff on my feed. But I mean, I guess most of the regular listeners and stuff, I guess they know, about
the start
what days the streams are and that.
Yeah, start time and what day. Yeah.
One thing I was gonna ask you, are you cool with me like sharing that we're gonna do these shows? Maybe try to grow the listenership a little bit, or?
Well, they're not going to be live streams, are they? Or do you want to do live streams?
Nah, they're not going to be live, but I'm just like, I don't know, promote the episodes a little bit. So
well, absolutely.
Absolutely,
yeah. I appreciate you asking first, but it'd be absolutely fine, with me. Your channel doesn't look quite as pathetic if there's 20 clicks versus 10.
Yeah. I'm a pretty cautious guy, man. I always ask people stuff like that. It's your channel, dude. It's not for me to, do anything, to attract whatever attention you may not want. So obviously, I'm going to ask about that first. But that's cool, man. I'll share it on my socials and stuff. I'm really only on Facebook, so I belong to a few groups on there. So I'll just share the video, and whoever wants to check out the stream can, and all those sort of things, man. But when you can get at least a few more views or something, it's always good, But I totally get though where you're coming from, where you're sort of glad that your channel's not really big, because when you got a really big channel, a lot of politics come into play, and you get a lot more trolls and stuff that way too.
Oh, okay. So that's where you're coming from. You didn't know if you wanted me to, or you didn't know if you wanted me to have you share it because of that. Okay.
Yeah. That's pretty much why. Yeah.
Well, now you got me worried.
I'm sure it'll be fine, man. I don't have by any means a huge reach on Facebook and stuff. So I mean, I might be able to gain this I don't know, 5 listeners maybe.
Okay, yeah, that'll be fine.
It's not like suddenly you're going to be getting 10,000 views or something. Put it that way, But,
okay, yeah, then that's pretty unthreatening.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to do these shows, we don't want to just be, it's just us talking, and like don't get me wrong, it's cool to have a conversation, but if we're going to upload it on the channel, we want to at least have some people check it out, I guess.
I think I think just having Friday the 13th out there, I think a lot of people, or possibly more people, will click something that's got Friday the 13th in it, because there's a lot of contrary to Matt's beliefs, there's a lot of Friday the 13th fans and growing. So
yeah, I was gonna really get like stuck into him with that, no, I'll let it go. I'll be like, dude, no, actually, it's a very big thing, Friday, man. It's like its own industry on its own, dude, in a way. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very big thing, especially since the game came out, man. Like, it was already huge before the game, and now that the game's out, like, I'm telling you, man, like, when obviously because it's an online game, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how many times I've been playing it, and, like what we call squeakers, which is like, young kids that are playing, like, you'll hear them on the mics and stuff, and, like, they're, like, some of them are clearly younger than 10 even, you know what I mean? And, like, they're all discovering the franchise for the first time, and like who Jason is and stuff, and like there've been times when like they'll be having a conversation, like wondering like things about the franchise, and I'll jump on and I give them my 2 cents, but I won't tell them too much because I'm like, you guys should just check out the movies for yourself. But I'm telling you, like, that game, I'm telling you, like, it's created like a whole new generation of Friday fans, man. So it's only going to get more popular from here on out, I'd imagine.
yeah, that's interesting. Just that little tidbit of information about the game was a cool little factoid. I never really thought of it that way, but not being an online gamer, I wouldn't really know anything about that. That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, the game it's huge, man. Like, I mean, a lot of people just talk about, like the game's shortcomings and stuff. Like, it had bug problems and stuff, and it's got some warts on it and that, you know what I mean? But, like, it's still, like, a lot of people played the shit out of that game. Like, I've played that game more than I've played any other game, like, easy, like, heaps, man. I know I have. I've poured, like, thousands of hours into that game, man, since it came out.
Shit.
And it's been out, like, 5 years now. Oh, yeah. Like, back in the day, like, when the game first came out, like, that's all me and my buddies used to do. Like, if we didn't have to work or anything, we'd just all jump on Friday and we'd be playing it, like, all through the night. We'd be playing for hours. You know what I mean? Like, we'd play for so long that, like, you wouldn't even remember what the fuck your name was at the end of the night. Like, that's how long we just played that game for. And, like, not only was it, like, just a great, like, gaming experience just to play, like, a game like that with your buddies, but, like, to throw on top of it that, the game's, like, based on my favorite franchise of all time, just made the game all the more enjoyable, you know what I mean? So, like, I've spent endless amount of time, like, playing it. And then there's also, like, the other fun side of it where, you get, like, little rivalries going and stuff with, like, other players and stuff, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's got that side to it too that can be fun, as long as it's with all in, like, good fun and all that, So, I mean, like, there's a lot of avenues to the game where you can just have a lot of fun with it that way, but yeah.
Well, very cool. I think I'm getting towards the end of my. I'm getting hungry and basically sleepy from hunger and stuff. But I definitely appreciate. I don't think I knew until just today that you set your alarm for the show. So yeah, so I appreciate that, and also because I don't imagine you're normally like a morning guy, or I'm sure as hell not.
Nah, like, I mean, like, early morning for me is, like, get up at, like, 9, like, maybe 10.
Oh, my God.
Depending on, like, what's going on,
Yeah, we're exactly the same then. Yeah, like, if Beth wants me to get up early, I'll say, okay, I'll get up at 10.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, unless, it's work-related or some sort of whatever event I have to go to or something that's going on, I don't typically get up that early, unless like the only time when it happens is if I'm in a routine. Like my routine can be a little bit like Matt's at sometimes, man. Like I can be getting up like really early just because I'm going to sleep really early. But it doesn't happen too often. But dude, I'm the same. I'm getting pretty hungry and tired from hunger and stuff too. But this is it's been fun, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and it's definitely easier talking with just 3 versus 4. Not that we don't welcome anyone else to join or anything like that. Actually, that guy, Future Boy, was in the stream, the test stream I did yesterday, and he said he was going to show up, but something must have come up. But
no, okay. Yeah, the only problem is like when 3, like when you got like 4, I noticed like it was really hard not to talk over each other and that. Like if you're gonna have 4 people on there, like you gotta kind of really try to pick your moments to talk and try to be respectful of everyone else's like input. And it's not easy, dude. Like with 3, it's a lot more doable. But like you said, it's the more the merrier. We can. I mean, maybe even if he wants to at some point. I know he has a little bit of history with podcast, and at my mate Ryan, he might want to jump on at some point too. So, if that's cool,
yeah, didn't you say he's a Friday fan as well?
Yeah, he's a big Friday guy. Yeah, he loves the franchise. Yeah, pretty much as we do. So, yeah.
It could be me, and he likes Part 5. It could be me and you versus, or me and him versus you.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I actually wanted to start a podcast with him a while back, but he reckons he's like with his schedule and stuff, he just can't really commit to anything at the moment. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe sometime down the road, but it's cool he showed up to be in the chat though.
Yeah, that was cool.
But we'll definitely. There'll definitely be a debate when we talk about 5. I'll say that much. Well, you've already heard some of my thoughts on it, but I'll definitely go a lot more in depth on the film, and we can both have fun. Tearing Jason Goes to Hell to shreds. That'll be a fun show just for that alone. But yeah.
Well, very cool. Let's both get something to eat so we don't freaking faint. How about that?
Yeah, that sounds like a plan, mate.
All right. Well, thank you very much again for setting your freaking alarm to show up today. That's much appreciated.
No, it was all worth it, man. I wouldn't have it any other way, mate. It was fun.
All right. Yeah, I'd say so.
I don't get to do this too much, man. Like, I mean, I talked to my buddy Ryan about movies, and then I got a few other friends, but like, to be able to talk to someone who's like, as big a Friday head as me doesn't happen every day, dude. So it's fun, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Definitely very cool.
Alrighty then, yeah, we can end it here, I guess, if you want, yeah.
All right. Well, like I say in the old chat or the Skype chat thing or whatever, let me know if a good time, a window comes up, and I'm usually available during the week, so not so much on the weekends.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe sometime, earlier in the week, next week, man, we can at least get through the first episode, man. That'd be cool.
That'd be cool. Let's kind of tentatively see if we can make it happen early next week.
Yeah. So anyone who listens to this after the fact and that, just know that these shows are going to be coming at you soon. So you'll have some more content to listen to.
Yeah, hopefully. All right, man. I'm pretty much dead. We'll talk to you soon.
No worries. Laters, mate.
See ya. All right. So after 6 hours of talking, let me just see if I don't think anyone's probably here anymore, which is understandable. I'm probably going to be heading out. I'm seeing 2 watching. I have to go look at YouTube online to actually see if there's anyone here. I don't think I can do that on on OBS, but I've been doing that all day to see the people that are here. But I'm actually thinking in closing, it's this is why when I was first doing the show, and I think Matt or someone asked, what about Skype calls, and I wasn't really keen on that idea back then, and one of my reasons was because then it leaves behind people in the chat, and I do feel like while these Skype calls are very fun, it definitely does leave behind people in the chat, and even was the solution was brought up today, like how to combat that, and like, you take a chat break. But even when I take a chat break, I'm not ratting on anyone or anything, but even if I tried to take a chat break, sometimes I wouldn't, my intention would be to read several lines, and I wouldn't be able to get through very lines before maybe one of the chat items brings up something in someone on the Skype's mind, and they start talking. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, I can understand, like, people, fans or listeners of the show who've enjoyed it over the months and just participate mainly and only exclusively in chat, feeling left behind. And I'm moving forward. Maybe I can try to think of a way to combat that. Like today, during today's show, I was thinking, possibly maybe have the first hour, the first 30 minutes or something be chat only before I take Skype calls, things like that. Austin says stream today was longer than Titanic, that's for sure. But the last couple of weeks with more than just me and Matt on. See, because me and Matt on Skype, I generally can keep up with chat relatively well, so it really wasn't an issue. But when we've got three of us talking or two on Skype, chat really gets left behind as much as I want to keep up with it. And I'm just thinking maybe possibly just a thought, frickin' first hour chat only. I don't know how to. Okay, so Austin, thank you very much. He says it was still great as always. So I appreciate the feedback, because I don't want people to feel, who are chat only, to feel left out. And obviously that's one of the reasons why I wasn't interested last year in Skype calls. And Skype calls is a completely different beast, and it's definitely more like, actual radio and people actually talking to each other instead of one guy reading the whole conversation, like, and then offering his thoughts and stuff like that. But just a thought, like maybe first hour, first 30 minutes chat only. I don't know. There's really no 100% solution. I really feel like the idea of chat break is a good one, but am I going to be able? Is it going to actually work? Is my whole question. I'm kind of doubting it. So I don't. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. Maybe I have to ask the band Journey for the solution. But it's definitely, the Skype aspect of it, when Skype works, is definitely a cool way to go about it. So I think I'm pretty much dead, close to fainting. I got to eat something. I think that'll pretty much do it for the show this week. I think it's pretty much the length of last week's show. A little bit of technical difficulties at the beginning. I think my days of scheduling streams are over. I'll just start fresh ones, on Thursday at 1 p.m. Central versus because it's not like, I don't know, it's not like I really need to be scheduling them at the end of the day, so. But I'm hoping that the audio was clear this week. That's the whole reason I started doing it on OBS, to clear up the audio. The hour-long test yesterday proved it probably did. I hope it did on this one. And as always, I'm pretty much rambling. Thanks everyone for showing up. And I guess we'll, like Verisimilitude says, hopefully next week we can start our little audio discussions about the Friday the 13th franchise. I'm actually, very mostly interested in just hearing, from him, like why it's, why the franchise matters so much to him, why it's his favorite franchise, and then I can kind of share my thoughts as well and things like that. But I guess that'll pretty much do it for this particular episode. Let me just see if I can I hope I can stop it. Oh, wow. Okay, right before I'm ending, Austin has some feedback. He says he would do chat only for 2 hours. Wow. Because at the end of the day, time does fly when you're reading chat after all. I mean, so many times it'll be 30 minutes in and it seems like 5 minutes in. So I appreciate the feedback. 2 hours possibility, possibly. And here's another good reason to do that. Let's say Verisimilitude wanted to join. Well, he could sleep an extra 2 hours. He could sleep in an extra 2 hours. So that might be a thought. Or how about this, Austin? Maybe me and Matt for the first 2 hours. I mean, like if it's just like me and someone else on Skype, we could keep up on it. But when it's like three of us, it's a little more difficult. We'll try to get find the balance or whatever. But I appreciate the feedback. Definitely appreciate the feedback. And before I faint, I got to get something to eat. So how the hell do you stop this? I think you click stop streaming. Okay. Thank you very much for showing up, everyone. Thanks for the feedback, Austin.